Oh, hello. Thank you for the subscribe, Ross. 7 months. That's crazy. How's it going, guys? Who's here? Say hello. Say hello. What's up? We gotta go turbo. What's up, JK? It has been a while. How's it going, Dice? Sponge. 4 months. Woo, let's go. Here's to another month of a great learning and growing as writers. Well, that's a very kind way to put what we do here. What's up, McCole? What's up, Shades of the Shade Mothman? How's it going, Alex? Alnix? Dice, how's it going, buddy? Verpal. Oh, I'm glad Dice helped you out, Verpal. That's lovely. Pop Top Tower. What's up? Alyssa, how's it going? How's it going? Guys. Oh, guys. Zachary. How are you doing, buddy? You guys excited for stream tonight? I think it's going to be a pretty good one. That's what I think. I can't be positive, but I can be hopeful. What do we have if not hope? You know? The one good thing to come out of Pandora's box. You submitted your piece already because of Dice Admiral. Well, that's great. Tonight is a member stream. Does anyone know what that means? I'll tell you. After we dance a little bit. Anyway, tonight is a member stream. So so what that means is everybody's here to hang, but if you are one of those few proud creatures of the realm that has decided to throw me some coin, tonight we are looking at your homebrew. So how do you do that? How do you submit your homebrew? That's a good question. Well, let me tell you how, friends, because it's not that difficult. If you are a subscriber on Twitch, which means you've got gifted a sub, you chose to become a sub, whatever your reasoning, however you got there, you got to connect your Twitch account to Discord, and you can find the link in our Discord. That's what you do if you're on Twitch. If you are a YouTube member, that is a very cool member, which is the second tier of the YouTube member. I'm going to burp into the microphone now. Somebody left a comment on one of my videos saying that they didn't like when I burped in front of the microphones. So now I feel like I have to burp in front of the microphones more. To really lean in. Because I don't like being told what to do. What was I saying? Oh, if you're a YouTube member, then you just find the link in the member tab of YouTube. I brought the lower tier back because I realized that if people wanted to gift subs, it would make it way more expensive. And I was like, I think people enjoy sometimes gifting subs on YouTube. That used to be, when we were on YouTube before, that was one of the more common things. So I was like, all right, we don't need to make the kind-hearted people spend more money. Make it cheaper for them to gift subs. And if you get gifted a sub, you want to spend an extra $1 or $2 to submit homebrew once a week on special day, great. And if you don't, you get some sick emotes. Why do I feel like I'm more this way today than I normally am? What's going on? What's going on? Anyway, hi. What's up, Branson? You love my content and my perspective on game mechanics? I love your content, Branson. Your perspective on game mechanics, sometimes we disagree. But you know what? That's what life's about, you know? Sometimes you gotta disagree with your homies. Otherwise, you're never gonna grow. You know, you're gonna live this life of constantly feeling like everything is right. But if you don't ever face adversarial things, if you're not ever pushed, can you ever really grow? The Cereal Man, thank you for the sub. Because isn't it, at the end of the day, it's about that growth, you know? What is this music? Oh, this is better. Ooh, hello. I feel like we're going into the fields. Oh, look at us. We're frolicking together. Oh, this is beginning of the adventure music. If that's true, they're not. Oh shit! The Cereal Man gifting 5 subs. Whoa, you crazy man! You crazy Cereal Man. That's very kind of you. If you had an accountant, they would be upset with you. All right, well, as long as you're comfortable spending your money haphazardly, I'm comfortable with it. But no pressure, you know? You got to pay them bills. Trixie Trickster come in with a gifted sub. We haven't even started yet. Uh-oh, Twitch is beating YouTube today so far. That's okay. That's okay. Twitch has a head start because Twitch has been rolling for like a couple months now. YouTube's still on fresh legs. Hello, Dean Machine. How's it going, buddy? Thoughts on a concept Warforge as a character concept? Thoughts on a Warforged Druid as a character concept? I love a Druid Warforged character. Now, the question you have to ask yourself if you're going to make a Druid that's a Warforged is, are you going to go in the direction of a Druid that is like made of nature, like a Warforged that's made of wood, or are you going to be a machine that has left the industrial and entered into the forest? So like you have parts of you that are made of metal, but you're like overgrown with plants. That's the question. Or do you just like look like a regular Warforged and you're just still totally a metal dude, but you just like talk to birds and stuff? Yeah, Transformers is, I think, the biggest appeal to do a Druid Warforged for sure. Can I keep the lights up till your birthday? When's your birthday? I can try. No promises, but I can try. You're gonna play Skull and Bones? I don't know what Skull and Bones is, so I'm probably not gonna play it. But if people tell me to that are my friends, I might. Maybe go with a wooden creature possessed by a spirit. Oh, like a Pinocchio? That could be cool. I do love the idea of being a Transformer, you know? Cereal, you don't need... Okay, Cereal, here. Help. I send you some ethereal energy. It's not really going to help. It's just going to sort of act as a placebo effect that's going to trigger things in your brain that are going to help you unlock focus that is intrinsic inside you, as is all potential, but it's just going to help focus it using your own power of will and belief that you think is in me, but is actually in you. It's just going to do that, okay? There's an official Transformer TTRPG, but I have no idea if it's any good. Even us Transformer fans don't seem to have played it. Huh, I would try it for sure. When I was living in Baltimore City many years ago, hundreds of years ago at this point, some friends of mine were designing a TTRPG that was going to be a kaiju-based TTRPG, where you had two character sheets. You had your regular character sheet, and then you had your character sheet for your Jaeger that you would pilot. And there were like different types of ones, and one of them was the Monster Jaeger, which was that it was sort of like you were, spoilers, an Attack on Titan person, where you were a person that would get really big. And then one of them was a person that didn't have a Jaeger, and they were like, they would like swing on monsters and climb and jump and stuff. It was a very cool game. It was fun. We only played like I only played like 4 or 5 sessions with them while they were testing it. Sounds like Lancer? Might be like Lancer. Your DM plays Warhammer? I've never played Warhammer, but I love the Warhammer lore. What are my thoughts on the Way of Mercy Monk? I think the Way of Mercy Monk is awesome. I love it. I've never played it, but I think it would be the one I would want to play if I was going to play a monk, probably. I would also maybe want to play Shadow Monk, but I wouldn't want to have to start before level 6, because I don't care about casting Darkness and Silence at all. But I think the infinite teleport, it would be pretty cool. Lancer's a huge recommend. Yeah, I know a lot of people that play Lancer. I'm a simple Eldritch creature. I don't get out much. Warhammer is fun if you have hundreds of thousands of dollars. Warhammer is also fun if you don't play it and you just watch a lot of YouTube videos before you go to bed, which is what I usually do. Warhammer lore is my go-to thing to listen to before I go to bed these days. It's either Warhammer lore or episodes of Taskmaster. The grim dark or the silly British, and very little in between. What's up, Furious Meatballs? There's a lot of games that are Warhammer. I don't know which ones are actually Warhammer. Yeah, I don't know either. I imagine the real game of Warhammer would be fairly simple. You know, everybody just gets a Warhammer, and then you just hit each other with them, and then the first person to the last person standing wins. That's the original Warhammer. You know, that's where the game's namesake comes from. People don't know that. Yo, Dice, was this you that mentioned this before? People have been telling me that Taskmaster New Zealand is good because I love Taskmaster. Taskmaster is such a funny show. It is pinnacle popcorn entertainment. There are so many weird little subtle, funny, and layered things going on that are nonsense, but also just so wonderful. I have tried to watch Taskmaster in other countries, and I just fucking couldn't. The American one sucked. I watched a couple other ones. They all sucked. But people have been saying the New Zealand one is good. So maybe I'll watch it. Maybe I'll give it a try. Yeah, there was an American one. I think it totally flopped. I knew the New Zealand one is on their YouTube for free. I've watched every season of the UK one because it's a good show and I like it and I never will ever stop watching it forever. Okay, music. You've got to chill the fuck out a little bit, buddy. You got to chill out. We're just getting started, okay? You know? It's time to go see Homebrew. Doesn't it feel like we're off to like a Disney movie now? So if you're a patron or a member or you just got gifted a subscriber or thing or whatever and you want to submit some Homebrew, go on and do it. The wheel is open. King Kadasha, I see you on the board here. Should I post? You guys want to see the wheel or no? Should I postpone it more or should I reveal the wheel? Taskmaster Ethereal Plane because they weren't good at banter, Fluffcopter. They were all trying to do like sonnets and stuff. It just wasn't landing. The people that take their art too seriously are never very funny. If you can't make fun of yourself and acknowledge that what you're doing is kind of stupid, you're never going to be that funny. And there's a certain element of artistry that I think we enter into when we enter the artistry of the ethereal, where they just kind of take themselves too seriously. The wheel! You want the wheel? I've never watched or heard about Taskmaster. It's fun. It's a TV show. TV shows are for anybody. What's up, Glad? How's it going, buddy? Everyone is stupid, and the ones that recognize it are the funny ones. Yeah, that's true. But if you call people stupid too much, people tell you that you're being mean. So you got to be careful of how you do it. I was having an argument with someone who said the Way of Mercy Monk was lame because they shouldn't be able to heal so fast. Why? Healing potions exist. That heals really fast. Healing spells exist. That heals really fast. His argument was that there isn't a pop culture equivalent to a Mercy Monk, so he couldn't envision how the healing works. Yes, there is. The water elemental people in Avatar. They heal. With just punching magic. Anyway, your friend's being silly. Tell them that you love them. Tell them that you appreciate them. Grab them by their collar and drag their nose to yours and whisper softly, I see you. And I'm here for you. And that should probably stop the argument. And I think you guys will probably be really close after that. Is there a theme for today's homebrew? The theme for today's homebrew is members and subscribers. It's a very broad theme. You love my robes? I love your robes. My parents got me this robe. It's all cozy. Makes me feel all warm inside. All right, chat. I need to make you noticeably bigger so I can see you better. Why are you so little on my screen? Please be bigger. I need you to take up like half my screen. Okay, that's better. Now I can see you. Hi, chat. Why would you cut game content? Because you can't compare it to pop culture in the first place? Yeah, that's, I know, it's silly. It's new. The whole point of content is it's the new. If you only could make things because they were based on other things, then you'd be stuck forever in making things that were only based on other things. 2 questions. Is a large PC really a bad thing? And how would you do an animated animal PC? A large player character in D&D is not a bad thing. It is just very easy for it to be an overpowered thing. And that's because of the area of influence it has on the battle map, as well as how that area of influence is affected by spells that are centered on the self and have a radius, like Spirit Guardians. So, for example, if you cast the spell Word of Radiance as a medium-sized creature, you can hurt up to 8 creatures at a time with it. If you are a large-sized creature, you could hurt up to 12 creatures at a time with it. If you use the spell Spirit Guardians as a medium-sized creature, I think the area of influence is like 40 squares, give or take. Maybe it's a little less than that. 30 squares. And then if you are a large-sized creature, that bumps up to like 60 squares of influence. So that's kind of why, in a nutshell. And how would you do an animated animal race? I'd probably animate a bunch of animals and send them on a race. No, I mean, they sort of exist, right? The Herringon exists. There's a million types of Kenkus. I probably wouldn't make one unless I had like a very specific animal I had in mind. And then it would be dependent on that animal. How do you feel about multi-classing at level 1 for players and select NPCs? You can multi... Oh, you can't... I mean, how do you... You can't multi-class at level 1 because you only have 1 level. So you need level 2 first. I only want to use it for my Rune Knight. Well, the Rune Knight... The whole point of the Rune Knight is they get a special power that allows them to become large for a certain period of time. So you can do that. It's not broken to get it as a power. Like, it's fine that way. So you could be a Rune Knight and get large. But to have you be large all the time, I think, would be too much. That's the whole point of the Rune Knight, is they can become large-sized. And then I think at higher levels, they can become bigger, maybe. Them or the giant. One of them can become super big. Maybe both? I don't know. Anyway, you guys want to see the wheel? I'm jibber-jabbing a lot. I let a guy play a rogue tree in my game. Okay. I'm awesome? You're awesome. Well, music took a turn. Huh. Music is going weird directions today. Wheel, 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 wheel. Rune Knights are amazing. I love Rune Knights. You burned yourself with scalding water that you put in your shaker cup to clean it, then shook it and exploded and got all over your hands, arm, face, and neck? Oh my god, Tradosio. I'm sorry, buddy. Chimpanzee, I love you, but you don't know what you're talking about. Rune Knights are one of the strongest fighter subclasses right now. They don't need to be large-sized all the time. They're not balanced around being large-sized all the time. They're balanced around the way that they're balanced around that they are. You silly goosey Ivan. You goofy boy. It stings, but there are no blisters. All right, that's good. You know what's a weird thing you can do if you get a burn? Fun fact. I don't know if this helps or not, but it helps in my imagination, and I've been doing it, is you put a little honey on it. You put a little honey on it. But then you have to not touch it because it gets sticky. That burp was also dedicated to the guy who left a comment on my last live where they said they don't like that I burp into the microphone. Every single time I burp for the rest of my life on camera, I'm going to dedicate it to that guy who left a comment telling me that he doesn't like when I burp on camera. Why not aloe? Because I don't have aloe next to me when I burn myself on the stove. I have honey. Burping is very D&D core. Better out than in. Honey works as a natural minor antiseptic. Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, chimpanzee, that's what I'm saying. When somebody roleplays, that's like in my podcast, my character is 9 feet tall and weighs 500 pounds. He's still a medium-sized creature for the purposes of the game. He doesn't take up more squares on the block or anything like that. My hair looks more majestic without the green screen. Really? You guys are just trying to distract me from the wheel. Well, too bad. Here's the wheel. You can't trick me. You can't trick me, you silly creatures. Do we have anyone new? Oh, we have a couple new. Oh my God, look at all you glorious people. Look at this wheel. My God, it's beautiful. You're on the wheel. Yes, you are. Congratulations. If I put honey on me after getting burned, does that make a glazed meal? It no, it just makes you glazed. You're still a human. It's your first time on the member wheel, the sub wheel? Nice. Size only matters for width? I think it depends on who you talk to. I feel like that's an opinion thing. It definitely matters, but does it matter for width or length or I don't know, what other dimensions are there? Time? You guys don't know other dimensions than that yet, but you'll get there. Hooray! Hooray! Fortuitous Farts. Thank you for the sub. What a great name. Fortuitous Farts. Hi, I'm new. For future reference, how does one get on the wheel? I am new to your content and on any and all platforms. Well, 6 or so days out of the week, 5 or so days out of the week, there's a link that will be in the chat. But on Friday specifically is for people that are subs on YouTube, or subs on Twitch, and members on YouTube, and patrons. So if you want to be on the wheel today, you got to be one of those 3 things. If you don't care about being on the wheel today, but you want to be on the wheel on Sunday, then you just show up on Sunday. Or you go to my Discord to get the link early. Pop-Up says, honestly, I feel like the problem with marshals is not that they are weak, as it's a team game, but it's just that they are usually more boring and less customizable. I don't think that's so much of a thing anymore, man. I feel like that's a very I just read the player's handbook perspective. Because I do agree with that if you're just limiting yourself to the player's handbook. But with the amount of feats and character options and subclasses and stuff now, you can do all sorts of crazy stuff with just about every class in the game, I think. My YouTube stream doesn't have the Twitch stream linked below it. No, it has the YouTube stream bit. It's YouTube. Because I'm on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time. Also, hello. You think it's because martials aren't as openly and obviously customizable? I guess so, but like, I don't know. You could do like the Rune Knight. We were talking about the Rune Knight earlier. The Rune Knight is so customizable. I don't know. I think it's fun. I mean, do we need to mention the Beast Barbarian? Be a different type of person every time you rage, or get a different movement type every time you short rest? Get weird, unique, evil-feeling versions of Smite? The Ranger subclasses, the Fighter subclasses, everything has been good lately. Listen. You can love or hate Wizards of the Coast as a company. You can love or hate the relationship they have with Hasbro. All the AI art, debauchery stuff. But the subclasses that have come out as of late have been great. And I don't know, we haven't talked about 1D&D on stream really much, but everything that I've seen for it so far, I'm optimistic. The Barbarian new features seem really cool. The Monk new features seem really cool. The thing with spellcasters is that most of them get at least to pick a new spell every single level, so that's a lot of extra choices. Yeah, I see that. I see that. But I also think that that also comes a little bit down to, like, gameplay stuff. Like, if your dungeon master makes space for you as a fighter or a barbarian to use athletics in interesting ways in combat, it feels like you have more at your disposal. With Wall of Force, it says you can cast it on a creature and push it in a direction of your choice. How would you discourage a player from just shoving a creature across a room 10 times without a saving throw? You can't move the Wall of Force once it's placed. It just shoves them in a direction when you place it. But Wall of Force doesn't move beyond that. I can show you.
Hey, chat. How are you all doing today?
What the fuck? What is happening? What is happening? Who's talking? Oh, Jesus Christ. It was you, Radiant Soul. I opened your Twitch for a second. That scared the shit out of me. I was like, why are you... Did you call me? What happened? Okay. Okay. But you can place 10 walls? Let me look at it. Let me look at it. An invisible wall of force springs into existence at a point you choose within range. It appears in any orientation you can choose, as a horizontal or vertical barrier or at an angle. It can be free-floating or resting on a solid surface. You can form it into a hemispherical dome or a sphere, and you can shape the flat surface by making 10 by 10 foot panels. Each panel is... Okay, I see what you're saying. So... Two big things here. Thing one, read the first sentence again. It has to be a horizontal or vertical barrier at any angle. So it needs to, like, be a solid thing. I don't think it can be crazy. You can't, like, build it on top of itself flat. So... You're not putting a panel down and knocking a creature 10 feet, and then putting a panel down and knocking creatures 10 feet. The whole thing is just boof going down. So when the whole thing boof goes down, you have to go either side of it. So if you were building it panel by panel, I could see an argument for it pushing a creature 100 feet, but that's not how it works. The whole thing just boof goes down, however you place it. So it's not going to shunt them along the whole distance of the wall and shunt them. It's going to push them either to the left or to the right of the wall. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. But that's why it doesn't work that way. I think if you had a player that was trying to make it work that way, I would tell that player, hey man, that's not how that spell works. I would just do that. I would just say that. I also think that it's intended to be a straight line, although I do think you could make it at an angle, I think. I think that's probably fine. You wish all fighters had Battlemaster maneuvers? I do too. I think that would be cooler. I think that would make sense. I agree with that. I think it would make sense for all fighters to have Battlemaster maneuvers. We'll see. We'll see what that looks like in the new future of the game. A flat surface shouldn't have corners. You shouldn't have corners. If you could convert TOB to 5e, that would set a benchmark for marshals. I don't know what TOB is. Total of Bodal. Classic totes of boats. Tome of Beasts. I love Tome of Beasts, but that is for 5e. Tome of Beasts is like one of my favorite 5e monster books. I think yeah, Tradosio, I agree with you. I think the weapon masteries from Baldur's Gate 3 would be perfect for D&D. That way a spear feels different than a trident, feels different than a greatsword, feels different. If all the weapons got their own little special things, that would be so cool. All right, should we spin this wheel? Probably, right? How's the music? Is it too loud? Am I too loud? I did a little bit of volume tweaking before stream started. Shall we spin? Yeah. We'll spin. Volume's okay? Okay. Buggada. Oh, also buggada. Boo! It's Kip first. Also, guys, this is not a thing that's just for member streams. This is for any stream. But if your piece is being reviewed and you want to come on stream to talk, you're welcome to. You are invited to come on stream to discuss your piece if you want. No pressure. But I find that it can be helpful for the process to talk to the writer. Yeah, rigged. Chat's too loud. All right, we got to change this music up a little bit. Everything's getting really fucking intense in our music, and I don't understand why. I'm trying to do like some... Guys, okay, you know what we got to do? We got to take it back to the classics. That's what we got to do. Okay. Let's see what you got for us, Kip. And Kip, if you're in the chat, be like, I'm here. I want to talk on stream. Hooray. What happened? The Cereal Man gifting some subs. Oh my god. That is very kind of you. Thank you, buddy. Okay. Let's see what you got for us. I spent a while trying to... Invictus gifting 5 subs. Dylan, you fiend. You wild creature, you. Hooray! Oh my god, it's not stopping. Trixie's coming in with the 2. You're out of control. All right, a bunch of new people can submit some homebrew if they want to. I've spent a while trying to... Thank you, guys. I've spent a while trying to work the wording of this one, and I kind of just fallen a bit short with it, but here goes. Okay. Hooray! Cereal coming out with 2 more. You're crazy. Hooray! Oh my... Trixie coming in with 2 more. Guys, we got to read homebrew at some point, okay? Here's the piece in the here's the piece in Twitch. Here's the piece in YouTube. And then Invictus came in with another 5. Holy shit. All right, yeah. No, I got you. Oh my god, Tradosio's coming with 10. All right, everybody chill the fuck out for a second. Just give me a second, okay? Give me 1 second, okay? I just need a second here. Yeah. Normally when we hit a sub goal, which we just blew through one, which is insane, we have to pick a new... Trixie's coming in with 2 more. Okay, we have to pick a new sub goal, and we have to celebrate for at least a little bit. So what do we want the new sub goal to be, realistically? We just hit 40. That's crazy. Let's say 41. No, because if we have to do a lot of dance, okay, 69. I don't think we're going to get there. And that's a funny number. So we're going to change it to 69. But for everybody that has just donated a bunch of money so far, that was very kind of you. You're very, very sweet people. And this one's for you. This one's for you. And Kip, we'll get back to you in a second. Okay, everybody, this one's for you.
Drive me up the coast, boy. Wanna hear the ocean roar, crash over me. Then ride it home, dance it out in moonlight. Hold me tight and don't let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, 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 left behind, left to find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all all. Pick me up, yeah, moonchild, put me into overflow, crash into me, and let me fall deep enough to feel like deep enough to not let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, 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 left behind, left to find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all. Love get me higher, you get me hypnotized, I can see brighter, I love you and I. Love get me higher, you get me hypnotized, I can see brighter, I love you and I. Stardust, 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 left behind, left to find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, 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 we are all.
Anyway, thanks for the subs. That was really nice of you. I hope you liked our little... I hope you like a little dance pause in honor of all of the givers, all of those generous givers. Who would have thought? Music's too intense already. Who cast Odo's irresistible dance? Oh, you're too kind. Is this Kip's submission? Yes, this is Kip's submission. Kip! Is Kip in the Discord? Do they want to talk? Nope. All right. It doesn't look like their style. Yep. It's Kip's. think. Yep, it's Kips. Buella de Stevia, thank you for being here for 2 months. That's amazing. Why is this music so okay, guys, we have to... Come on. Instruments. Fucking chill. Like, you got an option. You got choices here, music. Do we need to go back to tabletop audio? Is that what's happening? We'll go back to tabletop audio. That's fine. I don't mind tabletop audio. I just know that you, you know... Come on, music. You can be better than that. We'll figure it out. One step at a time. All right, this is Alistair's Coop. Alistair's coup, even, one might say. Yeah, 86 years is a very weird duration. I don't know why you picked that. We're going to find out. This spell could be considered a combination of mass suggestion, sleep, modify memory, ceremony, and cause fear. That is not an intro that bodes excitement. That is an intro that bodes confusion. For me. I don't know what that means. This is too many things put together. We're going to find out what it means. But my guess is you probably want this spell to do too many things. That's going to be my first guess. That's what I'm seeing. That's my first thought. Hey, Cinder, I know nearly nothing about D&D, but I appreciate how approachable and engaging your short content is. Hope you have a nice day. I hope you have a nice day, Crunchy Napkin. I hope you have a nice day. All right. Casting time, 1 minute. It has a range of self with a 60-foot radius. It's an 8th level spell. Let's see what this thing does. As you hold your head aloft, you give a speech lasting 1 minute. A speech that alters the perception of those around you. You can make those the same sentence. And maybe even the course of their lives. I would rewrite that whole sentence. I would say, you hold your head aloft and give a speech that alters the perception of those around you. Period. That's what I would say. Roll 8d12. The total is how many hit points of a creature this spell can affect. Okay, so it's not going to affect that many creatures, other than basically peasants. Humanoids within 60 feet of you are affected in ascending order of their total hit points. If a creature share the same amount of hit points, it targets the older creature, ignoring any creatures of your choice. Okay. Humanoids with more than 26 maximum hit points or that are immune to being charmed aren't affected by this spell. So it really just affects little guys. Starting with the humanoid that has the lowest current hit points. Why are we starting with that and then we're starting with the highest here? Why does it do that? Each affected creature by this spell has their memories or perception altered in one of the following ways of your choice for the duration. Their image of their ruler is fractured, and their previous memory of being under their rule is reshaped to be logical without them. Rebellion. Without anyone to rule over them, they are filled with a sense of pride in themselves and their abilities, and they gain +2 to each of their ability scores. The following 2 options persist, and any of up to 6 creatures of your choice who are within 15 feet of you when you cast the spell. So is this separate from the main feature? So is this not... I'm very confused. I'm immediately confused if this ties into the main hit point thing, or if this just happens to everyone within 15 feet of you. They regard you as having the same authority and respect as their ruler, treating you as the same... with the same right to rule. Coop, they fear you whenever they see you. Okay, I'm going to stop reading this spell here, and I'm going to ask an honest question. What is the goal here? I don't know if we need this spell. This spell, I think, is trying to do too many things. I feel like I feel like if you thought it would be a cool idea to make a spell that would incite a revolution or would make people feel differently about authority, or you could do something like that. But this feels too disjointed in the way... Like, I don't think that this is a clean enough... I don't think this expression... Let me say this. I think if you can't figure out a clean way to express that idea, I don't know if it makes sense as a spell. Yeah, I know. It needs to be the head... We need the head of a ruler. I saw that. Yeah, it's a little too unfocused, and it feels like it's trying to do too many things. Like, I would much rather just see a version... This should just be a mass... Yeah, I agree, Radiant. This should just be mass modify memory. Yeah, this should be an encounter, not a spell. Kip, if I were you, this is what I would do. Quite honestly, this is what I think the move is. I think the move is to completely drop the hit point thing. And make it essentially a version of mass modify memory. Look at how mass suggestion works. And copy that and make it into this, is basically what I would do here. Because I feel like the idea of getting people to overthrow a kingdom is cool, and getting them to forget a king is cool, but this spell is trying to... This spell is trying to be a magic... It sort of feels like this spell is trying to function like a very powerful magic item, which does a variety of things. And that is okay with magic items, because each component of a magic item almost functions as an independent spell. But this is doing too many... Just got too many pieces going on with too many options. So if the most important thing for you would be to get... I mean, honestly, you could just... I would split this up into 2 spells. I feel like one of the spells that I would make is mass modify... This could be a... Like, honestly, all of these could be their own spells. It doesn't really make sense for them to all be together. Maybe these 2... But these definitely don't. Humanoids with a challenge rating of 1 or lower automatically fail their save. That could definitely work. If you wanted to do, like, a mass modify memory thing that could have the same sort of impact as this. Baba says Kip should make it a 9th level spell and make it a mass modify memory on a larger scale. That could work. Something like that for sure could work. You like the head component, though? The head component is cool. The head component is cool. But I also think the 86 years feels completely arbitrary, and I don't know. Maybe that's the average lifespan of a person in the country I live in, maybe. But 86 years doesn't make sense. Would it be possible for a good-natured NPC to accidentally become a lich of sorts while being driven to perform necromancy in a setting where he is given no other option to reach good and noble goal? Why has he been given no other option? How do you stumble into being a lich? I would say no, Kitty, because anyone can be you can be a necromancer and not be evil, but being a lich, in order to become a lich, you have to go out of your way to learn how to tether other people's souls into an object that you create. You have to create that object. There's lots of ritual involved, lots of processes, and you have to go through. You have to do things. It's like there is upkeep. You're not just a lich. It's like you have to maintain yourself like a car, and your engine is your phylactery. So I would say it's totally reasonable for a good person to be a necromancer, but if you're going into I'm going to be a lich in the traditional sense, I would say it's pretty hard to do that without willingly doing evil. Annie Gobert just became a member. Thank you very much for joining our little community. Well, I don't know why the fucking thing didn't make a noise. It's supposed to make a noise. Oh, I hate that it didn't make a noise. This is what's happening last time, too. Alright, let's see if I can fix that really quickly. I don't think I'm going to be able to, but I'm going to try. Settings. Member alert.
I love you.
What if it did that? That would be creepy. How about I want it to be that. That's what I want it to be. I don't know. Frustrating. I should totally do the creepy one. Maybe if you did it with a demi-lich, you refuse to take souls. Yeah, I mean, even becoming a demi-lich is like, you know, you're going to be causing some trouble. You know? Just a little bit of trouble. All right, so yeah, Kip, it's a neat idea, but I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it makes sense as a spell. I think it's a little bit too many things at the same time. I think the idea you're trying to capture with what this does is a little bit too widespread. You're trying to hit too many buttons with this spell, I think. I don't really have more thoughts. That's my feels. The Undying Court and Eberron are good liches, sort of. They use positive energy to stay alive instead of negative. Well, there you go. You got to go talk to the Undying Court, then. Until you get too caught up in necromancy. Another alternative could be some kind of spell that erases everyone's memory of a person. That's true. That could also be cool. That's another solution. That's another, not a solution, but it's another way to do this spell for sure. That would be really cool. What's up, Z? Z was hopping. He's hopping over from YouTube. I have a tendency to give my players some stupid magic items that are really good. Yeah, I feel like that's reasonable. I do that too. It's hard not to. It's so fun to give players toys, you know? Like, who doesn't want toys? Everybody wants toys. And when you give players toys, they're like so excited. All right, let's give a round of applause for Kip. Bloop. Good job. Thank you for sharing. It's a noble thing to try to do. It's a cool idea to try to capture something like Incite Revolution and also do King stuff all in one spell. But it's just a little too much in hand. All right, click. Thank you, Kip. I wonder if we got any new submissions. Oh, we did. Fuella. Fuella de Stevia. Fuella de Stevia. It's the DM's dilemma. You want to give the players cool loot, but you don't want them to be overpowered. Yes. You giving your players like 2 to 3 common mundane items each, but it makes sense for magic school. Also, giving them a bunch of common mundane items is fine. It's when you're like, I have a really cool idea for a magic sword, and it does something really powerful, and the players should get it at level 11, but I give it to them at level 7. That's when you start to get into trouble. Because it's cool at level 7, but then when you get to level 11... in order to give them something that feels as cool as getting that thing at level 7, you're giving them something that they should be getting at level 16. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. I made a video about this once. I gave a player a luck blade when they were level 5 once. Or maybe level 3. Really early, I gave a player a luck blade. It was very stupid. And it was 100% because I was flipping through the book and I saw the picture, and that was just what I just started describing. Kitty Claw, what you're describing is necromancy. It has nothing to do with being a lich. Being a lich, the difference between necromancy and being a lich is necromancy is studying the magic of the space between life and death and that transition. And being a lich is learning how to tear other people's souls from them and to turn them into energy that you can use to stay alive. The Discord, you can just click the link in the Twitch button. You'll set Verpal, you have to link your account. I'm not going to be looking through general to find stuff. Luckblade sounds like a fun, quirky item, but how OP could it possibly be? Exactly. That was where my head was at. Oh, you're talking to Jackie's Bad. Jackie's Bad! I love giving them items if they are afraid to use. Yeah, giving players items they're afraid to use are great. All right, should we give her another spin? Did you just miss yours? You did, Kip. The general consensus was that you are trying to get too many ideas into one spell. And it would almost make more sense to split it up into different spells. It kind of felt like it was pulling on too many strings at the same time, and they didn't connect together super cleanly. So the main two suggestions that ended up coming up from chat were doing some sort of mass modify memory, or a spell that allows you to cast it on someone and make that person forgotten from history. Those were like the two main ideas that came out of that. But yeah, it was a cool idea. It was pulling in too many different directions. Yeah, Tradosio said it should be an encounter. It felt like it could sort of be a magic item. It would be fun to campaign to have spells that can cast on a kingdom and have the players be the only people to make a save against the effect, and therefore only they remember the real truth and king. That's a neat idea. Let's give her a spin, shall we? Unless somebody else submitted something. Nope. A 1 and a 2 and a whoop-de-doo. Buggada 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 ba buggada bee buggada boom bow bee ba bee bo. It's Sponge. Sponge, I hardly nunge. Wow. That joke doesn't work at all with your name, Sponge. Oh, a cleric subclass. Fertility and connections theme. Okay, let's see what this is. The river. Oh, I like the symbolism. What's up, Ghost Ninja? Here's the document if you guys want to see it. Sponge, if you're here... Oh, let me grab you. Oh, I see you. I see you, Sponge. I see you. Hello there. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, Sponge. How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
What are we working on here today? Tell me what we're looking at.
So it's a river cleric. Because, like, I was looking at all of the water-themed clerics, and they were all just, like, storms, crashing waves. And I wanted something that was a little more just, like, growth and connection.
Okay, here. Let's go. We're going to go to the... We'll go to the river town, then. Town by the river. All right, so let's take a look at this little beastie that we're working with here today. The River Domain. River Domain clerics are devoted to the lifeblood of the land. They herald fertility and prosperity. These clerics create valuable connections. They bring freedom and fortitude to their allies while causing their enemies to be hindered and harmed. Okay, so the main thing that I would say here is I feel like there is space a little bit to talk about. Can you mute when you're not talking? Because there's like a fan or a noise or something. Thank you. I feel like there's space to talk a little bit about maybe the gods or how they worship a little bit. But I think the vibe here is strong. I want to say that these two sentences shouldn't be next to each other. They're too similar in their structure, and I think you either need to pick one or the other, or they need to be separated somewhere, in some way. Let's take a look at these spells. You can unmute when you want to talk. There was just like a wah noise when you weren't talking.
Yeah, I think it's my fridge.
Yeah. Okay, cool. The spells we have: Create or Destroy Water, Purify Food and Drink, Misty Step, Blur, Wall of Water, Water Walk, Freedom of Movement, Watery Sphere, Far Step, and Maelstrom. Okay, cool. I like all of these. They make a lot of sense for a water domain. I will say there is not a lot that has to do with, like, connections. Did you want the spells to really be where the water shined through?
Yeah, I think I may have gotten a little too focused on the water with the spells. I could probably swap a few of them out.
You don't need to, but the first thing that came to my head was Warding Bond and Ceremony. You know?
Actually, yeah. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Ceremony is literally the spell about making connections with people, and Warding Bond is the combat version of that. So I would consider trying to get those on this list. Fridge is working overtime. All right, cool. Let's check out Aquatic Ties. As a bonus action, you can create a flowing stream of energy, connecting you with a willing creature you can see within 30 feet. Choose Wisdom, Intelligence, or Charisma when you use this feature. While connected, you and the other creature have advantage on ability checks made with that ability score while within 30 feet of each other. This lasts for 10 minutes or until you use this feature again. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier for gaining expended uses on a long rest. Interesting. I like that, but I'm going to say this feels like a Channel Divinity more than it feels like a core. I'm curious to see what you put for the Channel Divinity, because this, to me, screams Channel Divinity.
Yeah, that is actually, like, that is a good point.
I'm not saying that's bad. I'm curious. We'll see what the Channel Divinity is. But I mean, the question just becomes like, how often do you want it to be used? Is sort of what the question comes down to. For Channel Divinity, we have Path of Least Resistance. As a bonus action, you present your holy symbol. A stream of water pours from it in a direction of your choice. The stream consists of 12 5-foot squares placed as you choose. Each square must have at least one face adjacent to another square or be within 5 feet of you. Creatures of your choice within 5 feet of the stream can target other creatures within 5 feet of the stream with spells that have a range of touch. Huh. The stream remains in place and lasts for 1 minute or until you end it as a bonus action. So, tell me what the intention of this feature is.
So it's to be able to sort of, like, get healing magic and other, like, spells like that through it, and also to be able to sort of, like, get your allies to be able to do, like, a Shocking Grasp or another, like, touch-based spell to go through it and hit an enemy that gets too near it.
Okay. I feel like 12 is not the right number here. My first thought is I want this to grow with you in power. And I feel like the length of the river that you can make is a really easy way to do that. So I would probably make the number something like... I might even make it like a dice roll, but something... I would probably make it something plus half your cleric level. And then... So it would start a certain distance and then it would get bigger over time. And I wouldn't start it at 12, probably.
Okay, I initially had it being, like, set to be just, like, one 60-foot long line, and that's why I went with 12. But, like, with it being more versatile, it should probably not be quite so
If you made it a line, I probably would have the same feedback. I'd probably say start it at 30 feet and then have it grow over time. I like the idea. I wonder if it's, like, too specific. Like, the only thing this does is affect spells that have a range of touch, right? Unless I'm misreading it.
Yeah, that's basically it.
So, why don't we get any spells with a range of touch in our spell list?
Oh yeah, I totally didn't think about that.
So, I think if you want to make the channel divinity this specific, you need to bake in the ability to use it comfortably and reliably. Because right now, this channel divinity is literally nothing unless you are also expending a spell slot to very specifically cast a spell that has a range of touch.
Okay. So another thing that I had been thinking of, like, as maybe like an additional or an alternate thing for this, was to have it be like increased movement speed along the path for your allies.
You could do something like that if you wanted to, but that's a little bit tricky when you're trying to, like, because movement speed, if movement speed changes depending on where you're standing, then it could change in the middle of a round, and how would you calculate that? Like, if I have a movement speed of 30 feet, and I use that 30 feet to get within 5 feet of the river, and the river gives me 10 more feet of movement, and I move 5 feet away from the river with my first 5 feet, am I now not moving because I don't have that plus 10 to my movement anymore, and I used 30 feet already? Like, you got to be careful with how movement speed is affected. So what I might say is something like, if you wanted to do movement speed with it too, maybe creatures of your choice that start their turn within 5 feet of it can gain an additional movement speed on that turn, something like that.
Okay, the way I had it worded was they spend 1 foot for each 2 feet they travel within the area.
Oh, you could also do something like that if you wanted to. That could work too. I would make it. I might also. I'm wondering if you should pick a direction. You know?
Yeah, that would feel appropriate for like a river thing.
Yeah, easy terrain. Yeah. Actually, that might be enough. If you figured out how to bake in a couple touch spells, I would even say, like, ideally 3, but 2 would be okay. And then made it so creatures had a little movement speed boost when they were moving alongside it. That could work for sure. Sounds more like a concentration spell than a channel divinity. Most channel divinities are essentially the power level of somewhere between a 2nd and a 3rd level spell, but it grows naturally as opposed to growing with higher spell slots. When a creature moves within the area of the river, it can spend 5 feet of movement to move to any unoccupied space within 5 feet of the river's area. I wouldn't make it that. If I did that, I might remove the ranged touch element, because I think that would make it too powerful. Then it's essentially a line where you can teleport along it, you know? Let's see what we get at level 6. Unifying Bridge. When you use your aquatic ties feature, while you and the chosen creature are within 30 feet of each other, you have advantage on saving throws of the chosen type. I think if this is going to work like this, I think you need to have less uses of it, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
Because what I would be comparing this to, and the way it's written so far, is something like the Light Cleric's Warding Flash, which essentially imposes disadvantage on attacks. And their first level feature lets them use it on them, and their second level feature lets them use it on anybody within 30 feet of them. It's not doing at all what yours is doing, but I think it's sitting in a similar space, although I would argue that yours is quite a bit stronger. And theirs, they can do wisdom modifier times, I think. So I feel like this has got to be I don't know, to me this is feeling more and more like it's a channel divinity. Let me look at the Light Cleric for a second.
Would it be reasonable to have a channel divinity that grows as another level feature, or should I like replace it with the 6th level feature with something else if I'm gonna switch it over to channel divinity?
What do you mean?
Like, Does it, like, is it too weird to have it be like, okay, you get your channel divinity, and then you level up, and it's like when you use your channel divinity, you get an extra thing?
No, I feel
Is
like
that-
there's a bunch of clerics that do that already.
Oh,
There's at least one or two. Let me see if I can find one really quickly. I don't remember which ones. I mean, the knowledge cleric gets a channel divinity at level 2, and then a different one at level 6.
yeah, I think trickery also gets a secondary channel divinity at 6.
You have to set it up before you do the saving throw. Yeah, but it lasts for 10 minutes, and you can do it your wisdom modifier times per day. So essentially, what it means is you can have it set up for every fight you have in every day, is a good way to think about it. I think it's more reasonable to make it not a channel divinity if you don't have it improved in this way. I guess part of me also... I almost want to push back against it as the 6th level feature. And I almost want to encourage you to give them something new here. If you don't want to do that, I think it's fine. But that's where my head goes. Like, I feel like I don't... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the improvement of the 1st level feature, sometimes it feels like it makes sense. I don't think it feels like it makes sense here. It makes sense mechanically. The improvement that you came up with makes sense. But I feel like we're I don't know, I feel like I want more vibe. We get potent spellcasting, and then at 17th level we get open the floodgates. As an action, you can create a 20-foot wide, 120-foot long a line of spectral water on the ground originating from you. Creatures of your choice gain the following benefit while in the area. Spells cast at 1st level. Spells cast with a 1st level spell slot are cast as they are cast with a 2nd level spell slot. Once per turn, a weapon attack can deal additional 1d6 damage. At the start of their turn, they regain 2d6 hit points. It lasts for a minute, or if you end it as a bonus action. I like what all of these things are. I feel like I would make the area a little smaller, probably. I like it. I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about the 6th level feature. Yeah, I don't know, man. I like this. I like this. I guess, you know what the thing is? I guess what's weird is I feel like, you know what? This is what it is. I know what my problem is. My problem is I really like the idea of the river domain metaphorically also being the domain of, like, connection and fertility. That's cool. I like the river features. I like the ties features. I don't feel like there's any connection between them. I feel like we get random river feature that's pretty cool, random river feature that's pretty cool, random bond feature that's really pretty cool, random bond feature that's pretty cool. But they don't feel like, I feel like it almost feels like it's I'm looking at like parts of 2 different subclasses is kind of what it feels like. And I'm wondering if there's something that could be done at 6th level or at 1st level to sort of tie that together a little bit better. And I don't know what it would be off the top of my head, but that's where my head goes. Maybe make the river the 1st level feature and get the ability to do things at later levels. That's I mean, it could be something like that. I mean, or you could tie some of the defensive features or the bonding features into the river a little bit more. Like, the only way we represent the river in a bonding way is people can cast 1st level spells with a range of touch through it. Which sort of feels like a bond, but also sort of just feels like a alternative way to cast mat. You know, I don't think it's selling it all the way. I might move the river to the 1st level feature, keep the channel divinity, make the bond one the channel divinity. I might make the river give you some bonus at 6th level, at 1st level, and then I might make the river improve at 6th level, and then also make the channel divinity improve at 6th level. That's probably what I would do.
Okay, so like basically switch switch 1 and 2, and then switch 6 to be something that differently improves 1 and 2?
Yeah, like, for example, if you made the river the one at first level, you know, maybe it doesn't do the spell thing at first level. Maybe it just does the movement thing. Or maybe it does this one or the other, or some weaker version of that. And then at 6th level, it gets the other part of that puzzle. Or 6th level is when it also gets bigger, or whatever. And then for the bond one, I would keep the first level version. I would just use that as the channel divinity. And then at 6th level, we're gonna get a little DM in a second. One second.
Not 100% how these things work. Why do I have to pin?
You're not 100% how these things work? Why do you need to pin? Pin what? DM Sammy Chuck? What do you need to pin? I don't know what you need to pin. But also, hello. I would then probably at 6th level, essentially, what you wrote for 6th level, I would essentially keep it, but I would say, as an alternative use for the channel divinity, you can have it do this instead, but it only lasts a minute. Something like that.
So, instead of giving both, you get one or the other.
Yeah, and I think that if you tweaked it in that way, that would leave enough space in, like, the action economy of power for you to get a river boost at 6th level too, and for 6th level to be a level that you get 2 features.
Okay. Actually, something that kind of just came into my mind thinking about improvements to the river thing would, like, I don't know, would giving you, like, a reduced damage reaction type thing be too much?
What do you mean?
You have the river intercept an attack on someone that's within 5 feet of it and reduce the damage by whatever. Or would that be too much like the Fathomless Warlock thing?
I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't do that.
Okay.
But if you wanted to, you would. I mean, I wouldn't. That literally is what the Fathomless Warlock gets at level 6. You know.
Yeah.
This is also a water-themed cleric. We don't really need to step on another thing's toes that much, you know.
Yeah.
That are my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts than that. I really like the vibe, and the reason why I'm pushing so hard about that connective tissue between the river and the connection vibe is because I think that it will really elevate the piece for when you're reading it to have it feel like it synergizes, like, emotionally, almost. Does that make sense? Like, yeah. It doesn't need to synergize mechanically, but there needs to be a feeling. There needs to be something that tethers the two feelings together. And that also might just come into also tweaking the spell list a little bit. That might help too. Do you have any final thoughts or questions or anything, buddy?
No, I think that's all good.
Cool. Thank you for sharing. I'm going to hang up on you now, okay? Oh, you hung up on me. You're wiser than I am. All right, guys, let's hear it for Sponge. A cleric of connection and fertility. That burp was also dedicated to that guy who left a comment on my last YouTube live where they said I burp into the camera too much. Or the microphone. Congratulations, I will do it forever. You guys can all check out that comment too if you want to. It's up. I didn't take it away. But the comment one was one of those comments where it was like, "Hey, I love you so much, and I don't want to say anything mean to you, but also it's kind of gross how you burp in front of the microphone so much." And they said it in a way where they were like, "I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm also gonna talk down to you." So I told them that I would burp into the microphone more. Why is that the thing that I think about more than anything else? You get so many. If any of you ever decide to be a content creator, you get so many shitty, like, hate comments. You kind of start tuning some of them out. But for whatever reason, That one stayed. I'm gonna start sniffing into the microphone too. The burps are integral for stream. Thank you. I need to refill my cup. 1 second. We'll spin after. I have a sink. I use it. Knock, knock. Who's there, Cinder? Me! Alright. Should we give her another spin? To whom? Bagada 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 bagada. Boo! It's Trixie Trickster. Trixie! 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 You want to come on stream? I think I see you in the chat. Yeah, let me grab you. Hey, Trixie!
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going good.
Wait, I gotta adjust volume a little bit here. You're quiet.
Oh, sorry.
What are we looking at today?
It is a variant race.
Variant of what?
Tabaxi.
Okay. What kind of music goes best with... What's the Tabaxi environment? The
I
jungle?
don't know. Chaos?
The what?
Chaos? They are cats?
We'll go to the jungle. They're jungle cats. All right, we have something called a soft paw tabaxi. Ooh, free. You think cats are free, Jazz? Here it is in the Twitch. That was for you, commenter. Here's one in the YouTube. Alrighty. Oh, there's not a lot of music in this jungle. Let's go to a different jungle. More music. Soft paw tabaxi. Soft paw tabaxis are particularly light on their feet, making hardly a noise as they move. Head adorned. Oh, this is a spooky forest. We don't need to be in a spooky forest. We have to get our forest right, you know? Otherwise, what are we even doing with our lives? Let's go to the highlands.
I see an earlier update didn't save. That's slightly annoying.
What'd you say?
I see here that an earlier update apparently didn't save. It's a little bit annoying. It's not big. It's just a flavor text.
Oh, okay. Head adorned with a pair of oversized ears, which can pick up the smallest noise. This is not really a sentence. It's sort of a continuing description of the sentence before it.
I know, that's the thing.
Oh, okay, cool.
That was literally the thing.
No worries. If I don't point it out, I feel bad, you know?
I know. It's understandable.
All right. Unlike other tabaxi, put a comma after tabaxi here. Soft paws are diminutive in size and with a very thick fur, bringing them to live in colder climates than common tabaxis. Are they like Ewoks? Is that what's happening here? Are they little stuffed animal version of tabaxis?
Kinda. They're more like Lynx tabaxis.
Okay. We get some ability score increases. We're humanoid. Are we small? We're small. We're regular tabaxi speed. We have dark vision. We got regular cat's talent. All right, what are we not having? We lose a climb speed and we lose the super dash power, it looks like, right?
Yeah, you do lose those though.
And that is replaced with silent steps and focused hearing. Okay, those I want to point out before I say anything else. Those are if I was going to make a tabaxi variant, those would also probably be the things I would take out. I think that's the right move. Because they so specifically are like the vibe and the power of the tabaxi.
Yes, exactly.
You also took away the natural weapon. Why did you do that?
Because
no claws.
Because they have less claw.
Okay.
Way less claw. The
Actually-
natural weapon was also part about weight of the climbing speed feat.
Also, their name is Soft Paw. I'm being dumb. Of course they don't have claw attacks. They're Soft Paws. Yeah, I'm being stupid. Okay, Silent Steps. When
I
moving...
think it's the one right before Silent Step.
Oh, I did. My bad. Large ears. You have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on hearing. Okay, cool. And then Silent Steps. When moving no more than half your walk speed on a single turn, your steps make no sound regardless of your surface. Okay, I'm going to tell you something right now. You're going to be so annoyed. I don't actually think you can make this a subclass I mean, I don't think you can make this a racial feature. And it's for one reason. This is something that not only already exists in the game, this exact feature is a feature that a very specific subclass of rogue gets, and I think they get it at 9th level. So this is a 9th level feature for a rogue. So I probably would not give it here. Specifically, it's the Thief, which is not the strongest rogue, but I do think it's a little bit not the move, considering it's what they get at such a high level. It's their 9th level feature. You have advantage on dexterity if you only move half your movement speed. Yours is a little different than that, but it's kind of the same thing.
I did not know that, actually.
Yeah, so I would probably try to figure out another way. You know what you could even do? You could literally do the opposite of large ears. You could say creatures have disadvantage on perception checks to related to hearing to notice you.
That is also a good idea.
That way, it kind of... Because here's what I'm thinking. What if I want to be a soft paw tabaxi and be a thief? Which I feel like would actually make a lot of sense. You know? Now, if you change it in that direction, those two features work together, and you just naturally are so good at stealth, it's like you're wearing a cloak of elven kind, you know? But that's just your skills.
I will agree. No, that's a great one.
Let's take a look at focused hearing. Although, I like where your head is at. Like, the logic of why you put this makes a lot of sense. Which is why I was like, I don't even want to tell you this. Because, honestly, this would make sense for this as a feature.
I mean, yeah, that's why I put it there. But I do agree with you. If it's a 9th level feature for a class, it would feel bad when you get a 9th and you just get a minor upgrade to your race feature.
Yeah. Jack, does that really work? Yes, it does. You can have creatures roll something at disadvantage for perception, for stealth. Specifically, it's already literally in the game with the Cloak of Elven Kind, which is specifically intended to be dealt with for stealth-related things. Wisdom perception checks made to see you have disadvantage. Boom. Right there. So, there's a precedent for it. Whenever you're writing mechanics for D&D, it's a little bit like writing law as a lawyer, where you have to sort of build your argument off of things that are established in the world and in the game. And if you have an idea and you want to implement that idea and someone else has already implemented it, it gives you much more justification in implementing it. And if you look at the way that it is written for them, you can use that to help justify having it in your piece. If you want to put something in the game that has never been in the game before, part of what makes it more difficult is you sort of have to justify its existence as within it. Like, it needs to prove its own worth. Otherwise, it might be like, that's silly. It's not saying don't do it, but like that's part of the tricky thing about making homebrew, is that it's sort of this weird dance between taking things from the established writing, whether that is mechanics or just sentence structure, and then implementing it in new ways, and then including new things into that. But whenever you can tie in stuff that's already sort of established in the writing, it's going to strengthen your writing. Although in this situation, it's just a little too similar of a feature. But there's precedent for it. What was we talking about? Anyway, let's keep going. Focused hearing. You can use a bonus action to focus your senses of hearing. For 1 minute, you gain blind sight to a range of 10 feet. If you already have blind sight, increase its range by 5 feet instead. Smart. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Cool. I like that. Okay, here's my question. Yep. And there is not a wrong answer here. There is not a wrong answer here, but this does matter. Focused hearing is going to be what stands out the most, not in terms of what the player is necessarily going to even use the most, because realistically the large ears are going to be the thing that comes up the most, but it's the most pronounced feature. It's the feature that makes me go like, oh, okay. It's very defining. Do you want this to be the feature that feels like it's the defining feature? Sort of in the same way that the speed boost of the Tabaxi kind of feels like their defining feature.
I do kind of want it, yes.
Okay, good, because that's what it's doing. I think it's pretty solid, dude. I normally feel like I struggle quite a bit with when people make variants of things that already exist, because very often it's not trying to sell the idea as a new story. It's trying to sell a better version of the old story. And I get annoyed with that, but that's not what this is doing at all. This is really, really selling a different version of a Tabaxi. And it feels pretty solid. Like, I could see some people pushing back against the advantage on perception, maybe. But, man, I even Silent Steps doesn't feel busted at this level. It's just, I just think you gotta get rid of it, which makes me sad. But, feels good, man. Do you have any questions for me? Any comments? Any thoughts?
No, I think that's really. I really like that you pointed out the silent step thing, because I didn't know that. And
that's
it feels
okay.
Way better to change it so it's not, so that it doesn't become a situation where you're taking a class feature.
Yeah. Because at the end, the other side of it is like, dude, this feels like a fucking thief. Like this is built to be a thief.
Yes, but that's the thing. If you pick a thief, you only get a small upgrade on silent step when you go on full 9 level. Yeah,
exactly.
Instead of actually getting a full feature.
It's the same that same feedback comes up a lot. Like when the other week I was reviewing, somebody made like a poisoner rogue, and my main feedback was you have to make sure it's not getting any of the same features that the poisoner rogue, like the poisoner feat gets, because you want to, if I was playing a poison rogue, I want to be able to play that poison rogue and take the poisoner feat and have it be like a cool thing as opposed to just more of the same thing, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Because especially when you're trying to sell a fiction, you want to try to help people build towards that. Cool. Thank you very much, Trixie. I appreciate you sharing. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
No, I think it's all good.
All right, buddy. Have a good one. He hung up on me, too. You guys are learning. All right, let's hear it for Trixie. Thank you for sharing. Click. Hey, Databank. What's up, buddy? Where you at? Steph, I haven't said hello to you yet. Hello. You need to go to sleep now? All right, good night. Good night, my European and or Eastern European and or Middle Eastern friend. Rig me, baby. Why does that sound so dirty? Swedish. Oh, okay. I guessed right with European. I went too far. I started European, and then I went east, and then I went southeast. Can I tell you guys a story about a Swedish person really quickly? Okay, really quick story before we spin the wheel again. Really quick story. So in my travels, one of the things that I did was I used to work at summer camps, and my job was to help teach people how to work with kids. So we would have like specialists come in that were painters or dancers or a really good marksman or like crazy outdoors survivalist people. And some of them were used to working with kids, but a lot of them weren't. A lot of them were just the specialists in their field that were used to teaching classes to like adults. So my job was to help them like translate what they were doing for kids and sort of set their expectations. And there was a guy who was the water polo guy, or he was a lifeguard, but he came from a background of water polo and was like, I want to teach the kids water polo. And everyone was like, okay, that's weird. We don't really have, like, we don't even have a pool. We're just going to play it in the lake, I guess. But he was Swedish, and he was, first of all, he was like 800 feet tall. He was one of the tallest people I've ever met. He was also one of the friendliest people I've ever met. And he and I, no joke, would used to hang out on the dock late at night. We'd bring lanterns, and we would read PDFs of the free documents available for Dungeons and Dragons before it came out. Like the previews for 5th edition. One of my fondest memories of that summer was sitting on the docks late at night with lanterns that we were reading by, reading printouts that we had someone print out from us from the office of like all the different things we could be in D&D, and like imagining the types of characters we would want to play. That is one of my earliest D&D memories. I shared it with a Swede. All right, there you go. There's my quick story. It wasn't a very exciting story. It was more of a wholesome story. Dude, it was romantic. You know what was so funny? I kid you not. Okay, so he was one of those people that like people just sort of fall upon. He was very handsome. So there were a lot of people at the camp. A lot of other counselors and stuff were like fawning over him. And there were several times where somebody would come hang out with us and sit and talk about D&D with us because they were just waiting for him to be done because they wanted to try to hook up with him. But then they would get bored of having to wait so long, and then they would leave. That happened a couple nights. It was very fun. I thought the whole thing was very funny because I know that I'm 1,000 million years old, but I've been really old forever. So I was one of the older people at camp, so I wasn't really involved in any of like the intimate shenanigans because I felt like everyone was young, and I was like, you're young and weird, get away from me. But I thought it was very funny from a distance. He was cock blocking himself. I wasn't doing anything. He was like, that's what made it great, is that he was just hanging. Because he would go hook up with people if he wanted to. But when we were hanging on the docks, that was time to read about Dungeons and Dragons. Anyway, good memory. Let's spin the wheel. Buggita. You don't understand Twitch, so you're a YouTube noob? That's okay. You could be on Twitch, you could be on YouTube, be whatever you want. Wherever you want. Furious Meatballs, dedicated to that person that left a comment on my other live video where you said I shouldn't burp so much into the microphone. What's up, Furious Meatballs? Furious, if you're here and you want to come on stream, come on over to Discord. But if you don't want to, no worries. I took inspiration from the Staff of Power when building this. The Staff of Power is a crazy item to take inspiration from because it's one of the most ridiculously built items in D&D. I am never going to stop mentioning that one person. Okay, Furious Meatballs, you have a choice. I can review your piece now, or I can put you back on the wheel. If I put you back on the wheel, then it'll be later when you get spun again, so you can come on stream, but you might not get spun again. So it's totally your choice, Furious. Just let me know what you want to do. Do you want to go back on the wheel, or do you want to me to review it now? Let me know. I'm happy to do either, buddy. Let me know what you thinking about. If you don't respond, I'm going to assume you want me to read it now. Go ahead and review it now. You still like to hear what I have to say? All right, cool. Cool. I shall read it now. And I'll post it also in the Twitch. And I think I posted it in YouTube already. I'm getting pretty good at this dual streaming. I'm talking a Twitch stream. I'm talking a YouTube stream. You watch all my shorts, and I'm a credit to my community? What? No, you're crazy. Well, you're very kind, Kay. Also, Scotland is very far away from me. The music kind of sounds like Scotland now, doesn't it? In sort of like a stereotypical way. In the same way that, like, guns and pie makes you think of the America. I'm on both. I'm dual streaming. YouTube and Twitch are competing each day to see who wants to give me more memberships. Twitch is winning so far, but that's okay. Your name is Gregor? Gregor is a cool name. Gregor is a really cool name. Gregor is like, I want to name my kid Greg, but I don't want it to be boring, and I want them to be comfortable if they fall into a void and end up in a fantasy realm. That's what the name Gregor makes me think about. Okay, let's change the music. We'll keep it for Gregor for now. Normally, I like to change it every now and then. We're going to keep it for Gregor. Gregor. This is hopefully in an unoffensive way. This is for you. You're welcome. You're welcome, Kay. AKA Gregor. Anyone named Gregor is allowed to wear an English tweed 3-piece suit whenever they want. Yeah, I'd buy that. Okay, guys, we've been needing. Like, I don't even remember who wrote this. Oh, Furious. I forgot who sent this. Furious is going to have time to get here. Okay, let's read this. This is a war pick. It's called the Scythe. What is it called? The Scythe of the Undead Prince, I'm going to assume. The Scythe of the Undead Prin. Scythe of the Undead Prince. It's a war pick. Very rare. Requires attunement. Dedicated to that guy who left a comment saying I burped too much into the microphone. This scythe was once used by a cruel prince who sought power through lichdom. The staff of this scythe is carved to resemble a human spine. Okay. Furious. I have a really important piece of feedback immediately for you. Immediately. It is so glaringly obvious. It's so important. It actually is maybe more important than any other piece of feedback I give you in any other part of this piece. The title. What is this title? You don't need to... Literally, the first sentence tells us that this is a scythe that was used by a prince who wanted to become a lich. Give it a cool name. We don't need to learn the history in the name. We learn the history in the flavor text. The flavor text is good. Give it a good name. Give it something meaty, something scary. Bone maw. Pee-pee. Elbow. You could call it cottage. Cottage. Cheese. You could call it, all sorts of stuff. We're going to read it. But Furious, the reason why I say that, don't apologize. You're fine. I think you might have even just forgotten to name it. But you got to remember something. Think about the homebrew that we looked at yesterday. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time looking at regions, okay? And one of the regions that almost everybody agreed seemed like it was the most fun was a region that was essentially just a place where earthquakes happen. But the way they described it was very good, but also the way they named it. They called it the Churn. And that name holds so much power. it creates such a visual in your head when you think of the churn in relationship to earthquakes, you know? You can do so much to evoke the power of your homebrew in the name. The name is so unimportant for everything, but it is also the most important thing for how you view everything. You know? Yeah, there is power in names, exactly. So, you have a lot of names. I mean, there's no wrong name, but I would think about it. Think of a name that you think is very fun to, like, evoke what this thing does. And maybe we'll have some ideas as we read it. Chat, if you want to suggest ideas for the name as we go, please feel free. I'm not going to until I'm done reading it, but a lot of you read ahead. Speaking of which, I don't remember if I posted this in the chat, but here it is in the Twitch. Here it is in the YouTube. Bone Swaddle? Bone Swaddle's a funny name. Okay, let's see what it does. I like the flavor text, though. Vertebreaker? Marrow Siphon? I like names with... I like magic items with one name. I might just call it Marrow. Marrow's a cool name. You have +1 to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon and are considered proficient with this weapon. You can use this weapon as a spell-casting focus. Ooh, okay, cool. Charges. Oh, I didn't notice it requires attunement by a spellcaster. So really, you want this... You want a paladin wants this. I want this as a paladin. Maybe an artificer. Maybe an eldritch knight. Okay, one of those fucking guys. The scythe has 10 charges and regains 1d3 expended charges daily at sunset. It also regains 1 charge if you kill a creature using it or one of the spells stored in it. Okay. If you expend the last charge, the scythe explodes, releasing a necrotic wave of energy to all creatures within 10 feet of it. Any creature has to make a saving throw or take a bunch of necrotic damage on a failed save, or half as much on a success. Creatures reduced to 0 hit points by this blast turn into ghouls. That's cool. If you roll a 20 on the scythe, regains all its charges back. Cool. So you basically recharge charges very slowly, but if you're consistently killing things with it, you can recharge them up to 10 pretty easily. You're thinking Blade Singer? Let's see what else we get. The one thing that people will point out inevitably, and I don't think we're going to spend a lot of time talking about it because it does come up a lot, is you might need to put some parameters on the kill a creature thing, just because it does lend itself to the bag of rats problem, where you could just have a bag of rats and you should just kill them all to get all your charges back. So you could do things like whenever you kill a creature that is a CR1 or higher. Or you could say whenever you kill a small creature or larger. And that would take all tiny creatures out of the equation. So, a couple things to think about. You don't need to do that stuff, but if you're planning on... that would be a way that I would balance it if I was having an issue with that. You can actually pop on. Hell yeah, pop in here, baby. I killed Spot in Baldur's Gate. Hey, Furious, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Doing all right.
All right, good. All right, so far, so fun. I really like that this thing, the way that it explodes, turns things into ghouls. I think that's a lot of fun. We're gonna get into the charges now. Let's see what we can do. So you said that you based it off of that the rod or there's the staff that gets like 64 charges and can cast a million things, and you can snap it over your knee to explode it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted something that was similar to it, but it had a more creepy vibe.
Yeah.
Something that wasn't as necessarily powerful
Mm-hmm.
as a spellcasting tool.
Mm-hmm.
Something that was a little bit more versatile for, like, attacking as a melee weapon, but also had some pretty potent spellcasting options, you know?
Okay, I'm looking at the spells really quickly. We have Inflict Wounds, Ray of Enfeeblement, Blindness, Deafness, Animate Dead, Summon Undead, Blight. Okay, question. The way that you have this thing written right now, could you, instead of listing third level version, I guess my question is, why are we casting... If you want to make Inflict Wounds on this list, and you want it to be cast at the... You have a choice to make here, I think. And that choice is, what is the order that you're giving these in? Because I would give them in the order of their cost. So I feel like Inflict Wounds, even though it's a first level spell, if you're limited to only using 3 charges to cast it at third level, that should be between Animate Dead and Summon Undead.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see where you're going with this.
But I also want to push back against you being forced to cast it at third level. What if you could upcast the spells that you cast with the staff by expending more charges? Because the way it's written right now, every spell costs a number of charges equal to its level. So you could say, instead of it being written this way, you know, you could just have all the spells listed and with Inflict Wounds say 1 charge, and then say, you know, if you expend additional charges, you can upcast any of these spells based on the amount of charges spent. So, for example, if you cast, you know, if you spent 5 charges, you could cast Animate Dead as if it was a 5th level spell. If you use 10 you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe there's something there. I don't know if you actually need to do that. But that's
yeah, I think the reason why I went with like the set level, because I'm pretty sure Blight is originally a 4th level spell. I just didn't want them to be able to cast Blight, you know, twice.
Okay.
And it only be used for Blight, because Blight's, you know, a fantastic spell for that. So I wanted it at most, like, you can get 1 good Blight off, but then there's also other spells there that you can use with the charges that are still good on their own. I just didn't want this to become a spam Blight only thing.
Well, it's not going to be... I mean, let's say you made Blight 4th level, and it costs 4 charges. That's still twice a day, and that's basically the only thing you're doing with the staff all day. I don't think that's bad. I would cast all of the spells at the level that they are.
Okay.
I feel like it's weird to have each one. I feel like it's like, if you want to do upcasting, do it once and have that be what happens, or have them all upcast a little bit, but have it to be different for each feature. It's the kind of thing where it's going to be fine for your table. This isn't even a balance issue. It's just a layout and like overall design polish issue. It makes it feel a little rough around the edges. I think it would feel cleaner if they were all kind of working in the same direction.
Alrighty, that makes sense.
But if this is just for your home game, then I don't think it matters. Let's see what Serve the Wielder does. As a reaction to killing a creature with the scythe as a melee weapon attack, I think you can just say as a reaction to killing the creature with the scythe, you can expend 3 charges to cast Animate Dead on the target. That's fun.
Yeah, so the only reason why I put melee attack was to like specify that like you had to kill it with the scythe, not with the spell.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Well, then you would want to say weapon attack, because melee attack includes Inflict Wounds.
True, I didn't think about that. But yeah, the idea here was like you kill it with the scythe, and then immediately as your reaction, you can raise them to fight on your side.
Yeah, I think that's cool. Whispers of the Dead, while tuned to the scythe, you can speak Speak with Dead at will. Okay. I like this a lot. Honestly, man, I would tone down on the spells and the charges. I would give this thing less charges, less spells. Permanent Speak with Dead is really good. Being able to do as a reaction to summon a zombie is good. I would tone it back a little bit. Right now, this feels. I feel like you could pull out half the spells and it would feel reasonable.
Alrighty.
I don't think you need to pull out half the spells, but I think it would. I think if you pulled out half the spells, no one would be like, "This is an underpowered, very rare item." People would be like, "This is a cool, rare item."
Alrighty, yeah. Keep that in mind.
I don't really have more thoughts. If I was gonna encourage you in a direction, I would say, what is more exciting to you about this? The speaking to dead at will and summoning the zombies as a reaction, or the bunch of necromancy spells? And I would, depending on your answer, I would encourage you to pull back on either the spells or the other features. But again, I don't think there's a right or a wrong way to do that. So that would be my final feedback. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Nah, my bad for not putting the name of it.
That's okay.
Title of the document, though.
What is the name?
The Scythe of the Undead Prince.
But that's what I'm saying. The Scythe of the Undead. You can come up with such a cooler name than that. Like, you know, what would the Undead Prince have named it? And then name it that.
I don't know, but I liked. I think you said Marrow.
Marrow was a cool one. I liked Marrow.
Yeah,
I like
that's
magic
really
items that have when it's like a special magic item, like there's just one of them, or it's story related, which this one kind of feels like. I like giving them a name that feels like a name, like the way you would name like a boat or something, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Cool. All right, buddy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's a really cool piece, and I think that you do a really good job of taking the Staff of Power or whatever that magic item is called, taking the vibe of it and translating it into something that feels dramatically different. It does that very well. So I think you have accomplished that mission, and now it's just a matter of how you want to refine it.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome. I'm hanging up on you. I love you. Bye. All right, that was Furious Meatballs. Let's give them a round of applause. He's meaty. He's bally. He's meaty and he's bally. He's furious. He's all of this. He's less and he's more. I missed 2 phone calls from the same number. I should figure out what those are. All right. We're changing the music up. Gregor, I love you. But we're leaving the Highlands. We're leaving them. We're going to go somewhere else. Where should we go next? The farmyard? We should go to a lore keeper's grove. The grove of the lore keeper. You guys are getting weird in the chat. And I like it. All right, let's see. Did we have any new submissions after our dear data? No. Lovely. Folks, if you are a member on YouTube on the very cool level, or you are a subscriber on Twitch, whether through buying a sub, being gifted a sub, or using your Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free Prime subscription. And if you are any of those things, you can submit Homebrew to the wheel today. And if you're not any of those things, you can submit Homebrew to the wheel on Sunday. And yeah, we got a bunch of new subs today. All of them can be on the wheel. We also got a new member. Can't forget your new member. All right. Boop. I'll be streaming for a while. I usually stream till like midnight. So at least 3 or 4 more hours, probably. I'll take a break in a little bit. Boca, do you want to come on stream? I think the forest is too fucking hippy dippy. Let's go to like a forest that's like slightly less hippy dippy. Let's just maybe maybe just go on a trail with some horsies. Take some horsies on a trail. This is what I made for the region prompt. While I have some bits about weather mechanics, I wanted to focus more on providing NPCs, factions, settlements. All right, cool. Yesterday, our prompt was to design a region. So let's see what we're going on here. The Tal Erge Plateau. Here's the link in YouTube. Here's the link in Twitch. Hello, Boca. How's it going, buddy?
Doing great. How about you?
Welcome to the stream. So, what's the vibe of this place like?
The vibe of this place is supposed to be, I guess, old Arabian Nights / Dune. I got some feedback on it. I tried to do something more social and cultural, right? I felt like a region could be more than just weather and difficulties traveling and such. So I tried to give it. I put myself in my own shoes if I were a DM, and I thought, what is my biggest problems when I make a region? And it's like coming up with interesting NPCs that are not just stereotypical, coming up with, cool regions that have problems of their own. So tried to focus on that. I did get feedback in the Discord though, and they all said that it did not make their life easier at all. And that even though the region was cool, I failed at making it useful for a DM. So I want your opinion. Because to me, when I look at this still, it's not because I'm biased. I think this is what I need when I make a region. But maybe I prepare differently. So I want your opinion on it.
Sure. Is there a specific part that they mentioned, or was that just generally it felt like it wasn't helping?
I was told that the nicest part about this was all the separate bits I added about the sleeping golem. Be it the plot hook or the tavern itself or the NPC that comes with it. I just chose that one among the other elements I wrote here to make a hook, because a tavern is a classic. I thought DMs often need taverns and hook with them. I saw all of these points as equal, but they did tell me it was the stronger part and the rest felt disconnected.
All right. Thank you for that lens in. How do I pronounce this place?
I guess you'd pronounce it Tal Erge.
Tal Erge. It's got like a Ryan in there, right?
Yeah, it sounded cool to me. Tal Erge.
The Ryan is such a hard noise. Tal Erge.
I guess that's a French speaker thing.
It's French or Arabic. There's a couple letters.
The R is so easy for us, but
well, there's the noise, but then there's the Ryan, and then there's the Ayin, which are like different guttural sounds. Have
the
different
Arabic ones
different degrees. Yeah, I'm not good at them. I used to be good at them. I lived in the Middle East for a little while, and I could. I was not great. I didn't speak Arabic well, but I mean, I speak every language fluently. But that aside, I basically knew enough to get by. But I was working with kids that all they speak is Arabic.
Directions, that kind of thing.
So when you're talking to little kids all the time, you kind of pick up the sounds a little bit, because a lot of the time, especially if they're really little, they're talking, but they're sort of just mumble sounds in the way that like little kids do. So it doesn't matter. Let's dive in. Let's dive in.
So the sounds you pick up are the way children talk. Oh, that's not great.
No, but they can pronounce the letters. But you start to learn the mannerisms of the pronunciation, because every language has like a vibe to it. Like it has like a pace almost, and like a cadence, and it's almost like an instrument. And and there's different nuances. It doesn't matter, but there's different. I found it to be helpful. There were certain what I could do well and I was proud of. Where there are certain phrases I could say that would make people think I spoke. That I was just like, I just lived down the road, because I was very good at certain phrases.
Shit, because they go, oh, you're fluent, and then they keep going.
Yeah, and then you're like, yes. You just go and smile a lot, and then they take you to meet their grandma. That was my experience. Okay,
right, let's go.
I welcome you all to Tal Erge, the hidden Cobalt City, the jewel of the three lands, a gift of peace. The Tal Erge Plateaus are a barren, autonomous region that created a three-way border between the party's current region, the lower Shem Desert, and the dense jungles of Zaman. Excuse me. That's dedicated to that person that told me not to burp into the camera. This is as if nature wanted to paint sand dunes trickling down sheer cliffs, barren mountains and prairies all at once, smudging them together in unexpected ways. I would try to break this up into multiple sentences. Nature painting sand dunes trickling down sheer cliffs is a cool image, but it's enough of a oomph on its own that it almost gets lost in the weeds of the sentence and continuing.
I was trying to convey the fact that this plateau is at the location not only of 3 like regions, countries, but 3 biomes themselves. So it's weird. It's like a plateau lost between a desert, a jungle, and wherever you are right now. So it's this weird kind of vista of stuff that all converge there in this super high desert barren plateau. I was trying to convey it's kind of lost in the middle of nowhere, really.
Dingy Live, thank you for the sub. I would probably say something like that. Mention the 3 biomes coming together a little bit more explicitly.
All right, got it.
But other than that, I think it's totally fine. Text for entering it. It's very geographical, which is, I think, fine. We have weather. Within 200 kilometers of reaching Tal Erge, the temperature rises steadily until it reaches desert hot peak at the foot of the cliffs. I would be a little bit more... If I might use a little... Desert hot doesn't necessarily... I don't know what that means. I would maybe be a little bit more clear with that.
So you'll notice a trend in this whole piece, even though it's obviously made for D&D. I tried to use descriptive words that were not too mechanical to allow for natural variance at a table, right? I thought, well, if the DM wants... Because if the DM has like a setting where when it's past this many degrees, it's this many penalties. So I tried to say, this is super hot. This is a hard difficulty DC. This is a medium one. I tried to make it so that the DM could adjust, but I see what you mean.
Here's the thing. A DM will always adjust if they want to.
That's fair.
So if you choose not to give them suggestions, you're forcing them to make it up. If you're giving them suggestions, they have the opportunity to either take those suggestions or not take those suggestions. Let me think about it in another way. Let's say you want to describe a forest. Let's say you want to write an encounter that's going to be a forest, okay? You could describe it as being a forest full of trees. And you might not want to list specific types of trees because you don't want to say exactly, maybe they want it to be a different type of forest or whatever. But if you say it's a forest full of oak trees, that is going to help inspire ideas in the Dungeon Master. That is going to plant an image in their head more clearly. And if they don't want it to be oak trees, they'll make it something else. But that almost doesn't matter. What matters more is you're selling a vibe. You want to get specific, not necessarily because the Dungeon Master is going to use those specifics, but because the specifics that you give are going to paint a picture in their mind that helps sell the fiction that you're trying to give them. So if you say, for example, it's the desert has temperatures ranging from 80, from like you're a Celsius user, right? So if you say the desert has temperatures ranging from like 25 degrees Celsius to like 60 degrees Celsius, that's a crazy thing, and that like means something. You're like, okay, so it goes from hot to like you
Deadly.
might die, like you need to be in the shade drinking a lot of water or you're dead. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to use Celsius in their games. That just helps like to sell that vibe.
Chadosio's got a solid point. I could say stuff like peak temperatures reach blistering hot, and already it's more vivid.
Yeah.
Got it.
Because what you want to be doing with these sorts of documents or anything where it's like, I want you to put this in your game, which really was the goal here. You're trying to give them tools, but within those tools, you're trying to show them flash photography of your region. You want them to feel like they can capture a moment, because if they have that moment, they can build out of it, So you want little nuggets of detail. That's sort of what the plot hooks vibe is like, what would a little story be that takes place in this world? And you're sort of doing that with, you should think about that a little bit in everything with it. Venturing into the Ta'erj barren lands is difficult. Walking in sand, climbing and squeezing between rocks isn't easy. To travel at a normal pace in heavy armor or without a shield is called for a hard difficulty athletics check. Yeah, so every time you say this, you could do that, but a hard difficulty athletics checks, what is that? That's probably like a 15. You could just have a suggestion of a DC 15 athletics check.
Fair.
Creatures struggle to stay hydrated. I also would encourage you to not use exclamation points whenever possible. It makes it sound like the writer is talking to you as opposed to you are reading something. It gives the narrator a voice, and if you don't intend for the narrator to have a voice, it can come off a little odd. Creatures struggle to stay hydrated. Call for endurance checks at travel at normal pace during the day if combined with heavy armor. Speed. Yeah, so again, if you're not, I would give suggestions for all of these. Give all suggestions for all of these. And it doesn't need to be a lot. It could be like, for every 4 hours you travel, you have to make a constitution saving throw based on this.
The third one's going to be the same, but yeah.
Yeah. So sort of all the way through, you're going to be wanting to do that because the suggestions that you're giving here are good, right? We're talking about it's hard to move, traveling makes you tired, and then food is difficult to find, which is like, okay, cool. We're setting ourselves up for a very survivalist sort of explory feeling part of the campaign when we're going in here. So you're doing a good job of setting the tone of like what you want this thing to feel like, but that this might be what people were talking about, and that we're not really getting tools. It just sort of feels like suggestions. And
I see what you mean.
And the problem is, if you are having a conversation with someone and you're trying to encourage them to like write, and they're like, I don't have an idea. You could have a conversation with them and you could say all of these things word for word, and they would be like, that's super helpful. Thank you. But
sorry to interrupt. Moot Point found a typo. Endurance check is not in the system. No, it meant to say endurance save. It used to be an athletics check, and I changed it. Good catch.
Cool. But like, I don't remember what I was saying. I lost my train of thought. It's fine.
You were saying suggestions instead of just.
Oh, yeah, that's right. If this was a conversation you were having with somebody, they would be like, these are super cool ideas. Thanks so much. But when somebody is looking at a document, especially a document that is something like this, where it's going to be like this isn't a story, this is like something tangible to put into your campaign, they are looking for mechanics. They're looking for rules. They want tools that they can hold. They're not looking for suggestions of tools that they can build. I think if you probably come at the piece with that angle in general, I think that it would answer a lot of the feedback that people had about feeling like it wasn't going to help them. And then we have cities and wilds. The city in the middle of an oversized desert plateaus behind 3 days of labyrinth mountain paths and chasms. Okay, hidden by immense natural formations, it is built around 3 things. A once secret oasis. You mentioned 3 too many times. 3 days travel. It's built on 3 things.
Good point.
You got a thing for 3s. I mean, that could be that. I'll tell you what. If you like that, make that a part of it. Yeah, this place could have things in 3s. Maybe they worship a trio of gods. So everything is measured in 3s. Cool. Okay, it's got a once secret oasis, a nexus, mysterious portal that spits out confusing planar travelers regularly, and a collaborative effort of the tribes and the collaborative efforts of the. Okay, yeah, I see why people were like, this is confusing. Because what do we do with this stuff?
So my thought. Okay, so
like, how do you just throw in a nexus that has teleportation portals and stuff?
Fair.
Do you know what I mean?
That's fair. So the way I prepare when I make a one shot or campaign or prepare a new session, a new region, is often that I'm looking for interesting set pieces. I don't know if it's the way I function, but I often look for interesting points that seem disconnected at first, disjointed at first. I find a plot hook and I find a way to connect those together. So I thought, what are cool, unique things that would fit in this region, that would be mysterious, that could give the player like Is the player going to want to explore that portal? Is he going to want to explore this fort that is mentioned later? Is he going to want to explore the sleeping golem? I am giving him option. I don't know if it would be called a West March type, but I felt like I wanted to give multiple options and then suggest a plot hook in the middle and trust the DM, because often the players find their own answers and the DM goes, yes, you were right all along, and like, your idea is better than mine. So I offered a playground and hoped it would work, but maybe it's too vague.
I think that is a good place to be coming from, but the way that I would do that is each one of these things. You see how you have a thing that says the Cobalt City? The Nexus should have a section like the Cobalt City.
That's fair.
The planar thing should have a section like the Cobalt City. I completely agree with what you're saying, where you like find details that you think are cool and how you would connect them. But these are much too brief to be details. Like, we need at least, if you want these to matter in a way that you want people to feel like they're tools they can use, then give them a section and write about them, you know?
Fair. It is a single page after all.
Well, then, you know, maybe you put too much stuff in, and you should try to,
that's what,
you know, you bit off more than you could chew.
Too many ideas.
It being a page is not an excuse for being brief. It's an explanation for not being able to cut enough.
If you're running short on time, I'd suggest just looking at the Sleeping Golem Inn and the owner NPC that goes with it. Those were the strong points that were mentioned, if you're interested. Because I don't want to take too long either.
Yeah, you're fine. Helpful lore. Water is worshipped as an outsider. It helps to bring up well wishes, using water as a theme, such as may you always find a shade and drink. I think that's cool. I would probably say like some key phrases, some common phrases in the area are these.
I just love the pun well wishes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, no, it's good. Duels are legal and in manners of honor. Gambling on all duels is punished by death. I like these two little details. I also would want to see these fleshed out a little bit more too. What part did you want me to read? The Kobold?
Sleeping Golem Inn is if you're running short on time. That one is cool. And the Scale Hunter NPC, the inn owner, is also cool.
All right, I did want to talk about the NPCs a little bit. Let me read the Sleeping Golem Tavern. The interior design in this establishment is a crime against all sentient life. But hey, it has its best drinks in town. Okay, so you're sort of going for like a talky tone in
very
general.
Casual,
I see. The Sleeping Golem is a chaotic mess of exotic furnitures, trophies, incenses, and food, and not a single element matches another. If asked, owner Jera proudly explains you get to add an item if you come from a place he's never heard of. That's cool. After 13 years, the result is so horrible that it has sort of charm, which Jera assures grows on you. But wait, is that a dead golem in the main dining room? Yeah, that's fun. I like that. I like that vibe a lot. Like, this kind of detail is great, but like this is the kind of detail I want. I don't even think you need this much for every location, but this sort of building out of like a little bit of a vibe of a spot. Although this is a very micro look into a thing, but I think this is cool. Yeah, it's a really fun idea for a tavern. I think it's a really cool location. One thing that I want to say about making NPCs, which one did you want me to read?
The second one, I suppose. Well, not want to. It's just those that were told to me as better done, I suppose.
Oh, if anything, I shouldn't read those, but I'll take a look. At the furthest limit of the region, bordering the Shem Desert, an old military fort has been taken over by Yuan-Ti warlord. She enslaved Jinns to help protect its gates. Go wild with Yuan-Ti raid parties, skeletons, mummies. Okay, so what I would say for when you're making NPCs in general for something like this is you don't want to say too much because you want the person to make the NPC their own. But similar to the thing we talked about with like the rules for travel, you do want to give some suggestions of what it could be. And I think that we're getting a historical placement of the NPC, but I think the most important things to put in there for NPCs, aside from their historical placement, like where they sit in the world, is what their goal is and what their goal and or motivation is. So whenever I give an NPC in something like this, I think it's pretty important to share, suggested goals or motivations or anything. Even if you just do alignment. Alignment is a little bit of a cop-out way to do it, but something like that. Just as like a guide to be like, this is the way that they're going to play. Because if you give someone their goals or their motives or their morals or something like that, that can be essentially the lens through which the dungeon master can figure out how to roleplay them. It by giving motivation, you essentially give a very broad tool that can cover a lot of grounds for how you might want to use a creature.
Well, I sure didn't do that. I did put a few interesting things, like suggesting the fact he's called Scale Hunter would fit well with Ginfort if you ever need to send the PCs that way. I tried to put some links here and there to have the players latch on. Like if they hear about Ginfort and they hear his nickname is Scale Hunter, they'll maybe think it's related. Like I was trying to be too clever for my own good, I suppose.
I think that I think two things. One, I don't know if you've been too clever for your own good, but that feels like you were writing this as if you were going to hand it to the players. Because the dungeon master shouldn't be having to think of that.
Yeah, you're right.
This is something you're giving the dungeon. You just want to show the dungeon. Like, you don't need to take the dungeon master on a journey and make them do work to find the cool links. You want to just point them out and suggest them.
Because some parts of this piece, I really thought about the DM, but you make me realize that at others, I kind of switched my perspective and thought of the player. So it's this weird thing that's in between.
And one of the best ways to sort of mitigate that is to acknowledge that is a type of writing you like doing and to make space for that. So let me give you an example. If I was going to do Ginfort, the Ginfort NPC, I would have a list of basically the info for the dungeon master. The fort is 2 days travel outside of town. Blah, blah, whatever. You can get really detailed. Like this person is mostly motivated by money, but they have like a secret child that they will do anything to protect. And then you have another section that says when your characters, if your characters hear, like these are some rumors that your players might hear about this NPC before they meet them, or when your characters first encounter the NPC, read this description. You can still do all of that sort of writing for the player in your document. Just treat it like what it is and give it to the dungeon master as a tool.
That's solid info.
And it's fun to do that too, because it's also one of those things where, let's say, so much of the time when we're doing this homebrew, we're throwing stuff at the wall and we're being like, we'll see if people use it. But if you say on a document, when your characters meet this NPC, read this, some people are not going to use that. But you know what? A lot are. And it's a way you can really have a really focused hand in encouraging a certain element or vibe of a character, or like a certain set piece that you think is really cool. Or like, sometimes when we're writing D&D characters, we fall in love with like the way they talk, or we think of a really cool thing we want them to say. Now you can rest assured that it's going to be able to be used if somebody wants to,
That's cool. Your feedback is similar, but it's the articulation that really helps.
Yeah. Chat's working. What's up? What's up, moron? Chat's working fine.
Yeah. So I guess the last one that's super interesting, if you like the tavern, the tavern master, Jera, is going to be interesting to you. I'm pretty proud of that NPC, I'm going to be honest, but there's no motivation in there.
And you don't even need a lot of motivation. I mean, it could just be really simple. The motivation could be they want to take care of their tavern. They want to keep it safe.
I mean, there is a motivation to keep the golem inactive because she's putting a bounty on waking it up for just to attract people to the tavern.
For sure.
Because she's like he is convinced that Gollum is dead. So hey, why not just attract people trying to wake it up? But one day it wakes up. Oh shit, what happened? Like there's something in there.
Yeah, but like everything that you're saying, I'm not getting in the document. Also, like you need to write that a little bit more clearly. Like that's sort of what I mean by like you're having fun using it as a tool to make adventures with, but that's not really what it like. That's why people aren't thinking it's helpful, because it's you you're extrapolating, and we don't want
Yeah,
the
you're
document to
right.
force us to extrapolate. We want the document to
you're right.
offer us ideas, you know?
That's cool.
Cool. All right, thank you very much for sharing. Any final thoughts?
I'm all right.
All right, Boca. Have a good one, buddy.
You too.
Love you. Bye. Click. That was our dear Boca and their Tal Erge planes. Let's give a round of applause, please. You just got here and you don't know what's going on? Welcome to the world. Been watching your shorts for a while and finally caught a live. Hello, and thank you for all you do, buddy. Thank you for all you do, Bernardino Lemus. What a kind comment. What a wonderful thing to hear. That was dedicated to another commenter who commented on a live video that I burped too much into the microphone. And yeah, I think I am going to do that at least once every... I think I have to do that every burp this stream. And if I remember, every burp forever. Forever and ever.
Hey Cinder, do you know where I can find the Hordebreaker fighter subclass you looked at a couple weeks ago? I was talking about it with some friends and wanna give it to them.
No. I have no idea where you could find it, but you could ask in the Discord. I would go to the Homebrew General or the D&D General and see if anyone remembers who wrote it or see if anybody in there wrote it. I don't keep track of any of the homebrew anyone sends me after I look at it. Not because I don't love it, but because I don't care about it. All I care about is you. So sorry. In 10 years, your stream will be a constant waterfall of comment referential statements to every action. It might be. You've been gone for a half hour. Your siblings were watching Percy Jackson. Well, tell Percy Jackson I say, that guy owes me $3 for lunch money. I paid for his lunch a couple months ago. He hasn't paid me back. And he owes me them, and he owes me like those Theros dollars. I think they translate really well to American money. Fans have better memories of what streamers have said or done than streamers themselves. This is true a lot of the time. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. Long time since you caught a stream. I'm good. What's up, Ari and all? How's it going? Welcome to the show. We're doing some homebrew review, as the title implies. Okay. Any theme? The theme is, no theme. The theme is member review stream. True spin again or what? Probably. Nope, not yet. Good thing I waited. Squatch has got to get on there. And chat, please, everybody, say it with me. That's a buggada 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 boop. Brent. Oh, what's up, Brent? All Brent has to say is a smiley face. Oh man. Okay. This is a I'm going to teach you something. This is for you, Twitch, here if you want to take a look at it. YouTube, if you want to take a look at it. There it is. Yeah, there's like this is another one of those items where it's like I don't know if it's the font that you picked or the lack of indents, but this is hard to read. Like, legitimately hard to read. Here, let me show you how I would... Let me show you what I would do to this. I would, if I were you, first of all, I feel like the font is too small. I'd probably make it bigger. I feel like the color is off. I'd make it darker. And then I would do that, and do that, and do that. And I'd probably do that and that. Like, at the very least, that helps. You know what I mean? But I'm going to read it the way you wrote it. Make everybody suffer through it with me. This is called the Muckraker's Mischief Maker. That's a fun title. Muckraker's Mischief Maker is a very fun title. This cheeky magical device, crafted by the skilled hands of Tilnso the Muckraker, looks and feels convincingly like a slappy, swirly pile of poo. Oh, sloppy. Oh my god, I hate this font. Why did you pick this font? Simplistic and immature, but imbued with potent, mischievous magic. You also need to say whether or not this is a common, uncommon, rare, or very rare, or legendary item. And you also need to say whether or not it requires attunement. What's not a sentence? This last part? Yeah, not really. It's dancing around the actor in the sentence. Let's see what this thing does. When tossed on the ground, it releases an unpleasant and equally convincing odor, complete with illusory flies buzzing around it. What is the range? When you toss something on the ground as an item, you need to say how far away it can be tossed. And you also need to say something else. How do you toss it? Do you toss it with an action? Do you toss it with a bonus action? You need to say in the document. So the way that I would word that, instead of saying when tossed to the ground, it creates an unpleasant odor with blah, blah, blah. I would say, as an action, you can throw the mischief maker at a point on the ground you can see within 60 feet of you. Period. An unpleasant odor and an illusion of... illusory flies and an unpleasant odor begin to erupt from it, or emit from it, or whatever. But please, 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 clean up your sentence structure. When activated in this way, any creature within 10 feet of the Mischief Maker must make a DC 11 saving throw or become nauseated. When do they have to take that? When does that happen? So, you don't say when activated in this way. Just say all creatures. So get rid of all this and say all creatures within 10 feet of it must make a DC 11 con saving throw or become nauseated. Period. They take 1d4 psychic damage and suffer disadvantage on attack rolls until they leave the area of effect. Okay, so it, like, fake makes them sick because they take psychic damage? Just say poisoned? I think they... I don't know why dice, but I guess I assumed they intentionally didn't pick poisoned. If you didn't intentionally not pick poisoned, make it poisoned. So this is magic dog do? Yes. There's precedent for bad smells being poison. Yeah, but this isn't actually a bad smell. It's a fake bad smell, isn't it? No, it's not a fake bad smell. It is a bad smell. It's doing Constitution. Okay, that's a really good point. This is what you need to decide. Is this an illusion stinky or is this real stinky? If it's an illusion stinky, then you make this wisdom or maybe intelligence. If it's real stinky, then this should not be psychic damage. They should just take poison damage and be poisoned. Yeah. Alternatively, when thrown directly at a target, on a successful hit, the Mischief Maker generates a disgusting illusory explosion of poo and foul smells focused on the target. It takes 1d8 psychic damage. Again, it shouldn't be psychic damage. If it's really stinky, it should be poison damage. And makes a DC 14 wisdom saving throw or spend the next turn being violently ill. If it's still, again, now this should be a con saving throw. So I think this piece, you're sort of giving yourself, you're sort of messing up your own flavor here. Because some of this is selling it like it's real. Some of it's selling it like it's fake. I'm not saying the poop is real. The poop is fake, but the stinkiness. So I think you need to decide, is this stinkiness an illusion? And if it's an illusion, make this all illusion stuff. And if the stinkiness is real, make it all real stuff. But there's zero logic in having you throw it out of the ground and it being a con save, but you throwing it at a person and it being a wisdom save. It just doesn't make sense. And also, all of these should just do the poisoned effect. Additionally, a 10-foot area around the affected creature becomes difficult terrain. And for any attempt at movement to be successful, they must first make a DC 11 dex saving throw or fall prone and spend the rest of the turn panicking. The attuned creature can use an action to command the Mischief Maker to return to them, causing it to drop any illusions that it was maintaining. I'm going to be honest, I would drop this whole paragraph. I think you're overdoing it now. I don't really I don't agree with there being an area of difficult terrain that also just seems like it lasts forever. Also, how long does the stink area last? Does it last a minute? Does it last forever? There needs to be a timer on this, I think. Yeah, I would just drop this extra stuff. I think it's just too much. I think you're doing too much with it here now. You don't like this because you don't like toilet humor? Yeah, if you didn't like toilet humor, this is not the item for you. Shootski, then why are we making a Constitution saving throw? Better yet, why are we making a Dexterity saving throw? If it's an illusion, we wouldn't be making Con and Dex saving throws. This seems like a joke being run into the ground. First of all, Geostellar, I agree 100%. Second of all, I think it mostly is run into the ground by this third paragraph. And I think it's mostly run into the ground by having these features be different. I think it should basically, you just can throw it at a creature. Everything within 10 feet of it takes some damage and some poison. I think that making it completely different for throwing it at a creature versus an area doesn't really make sense. It is overcomplicating it. It's not really interesting. It's not changing what it does. And this extra is just too much. Yeah, so I would say simplify it, streamline it, and then I think you're in a good spot. And then I also think the joke will land better for more people. Double spacing would be good, maybe. Yeah, it's way too much text for something that's pretty simple and fun and gross. I agree. But it's a cool idea. I like it. A little bit of fake poop to throw. What I would probably do is I would probably just rewrite the whole thing, and I would make it an item that you could throw. And you could throw it, and when you throw it, everything within 10 feet of where it hits has to make some sort of saving throw, or they think there's a giant splatter of poop, and they feel gross and poisoned while they stay in that area, and that's what it does. I would not have it automatically come back to you. I would not have it do different things depending on if you throw it at a person or the ground, and I wouldn't have it do additional extra weird movement shenanigans either. I don't think 3 paragraphs is too long for a joke item at all, but I think the joke you got to earn it, and I don't think this has earned that. You liked it better when you thought it was an illusion? Yeah, I think I like it better as an illusion too. Yeah, muckraker, I don't know if muckraker originally is a journalist word or not. Let's check. Let's see. The noun muckrake, literally a rake for the muck or manure, rose out of dung heaps and into the realm of literary metaphor in 1600. Yeah, so it started as literally people that were like digging poo. All right. Thank you very much, Brent. Let's give Brent a round of applause, please. You ever listen to the song They Schools by Dead Prez? It's a good song. They Schools. It's got some good messaging in it. It actually has really good messaging in it. It's just a little vulgar. But it's very good music. Click. If you ever want to listen to a really good hip hop group that's not really around anymore and is a little intense, Dead Prez is a really good one. I mean, that might still be around. I don't know of any new albums they have had in a while. Dedicated to that guy who told me I shouldn't burp into the mic. My stream is very thought-provoking. Well, that's what a compliment. Here. Can I do so? Here, I'll balance it out with something silly. Hey yo, it's me. My name is Cinder. Hello, it's me. My name is Cinder. My name is Cinder. My name is Cinder. There, does that balance it out a little bit? That's not my true form. I can show you my true form. This is a little bit more of an accurate picture. Although I don't think you guys can see. This is a new lens I got for my camera, and it allows you guys to see me a little bit more accurately, but I don't think it actually translates super well because you still are only seeing things in 3 dimensions. So it might look a little weird, but this is probably a little bit of a more accurate depiction of me. But I can go back into my 3-dimensional camera because I know that's easier for you guys to see. You just got here? Welcome. What did you miss? Oh, who knows? Crazy stuff. You've gone blind? It's okay. As long as I use the voice modulator, you should be safe. Boo! It's Geo. Geo. I hardly know yo. Geo. 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 Geo, did you want to come on stream or no? I am unsure if I've submitted this before because it's an old piece that I recently reworked. I don't know if it has been looked at, but if it has, feel free to skip me. All right, well, hopefully it hasn't been looked at or it's been changed enough that I don't remember. Way of the Iron Body. This reads like something I've read before. I'll talk about it because I don't remember it. But I'll tell you what, if I haven't read this piece before, I've read a piece with this title before, for sure. All right, let me pull you into chat. No, I'm just a floating head for stream. Geo, you have to unmute. We haven't read this? All right. Geo, if you don't unmute, I can't fucking talk to you. It won't let you? That's not my fault. That's your fault. You don't have your headphones plugged in correctly. You don't have your Discord set up correctly. All right, I'm going to hang up on you. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room. Figure out your shit. In the meantime, I'll read it. If you want to come on stream, when you figure it out, let me know. Oh, it's definitely on your end because every single other person has been able to talk so far. Geo, how the... First of all, let me see. Did you figure it out? Nope. Okay. Geo, why did you start your sentence like this? Why would you ever start homebrew like this? Guys, this is like rule number 1. Don't ever talk about other things before you talk about your thing. Ever. Nobody gives a fuck about other monks. They're not reading your homebrew to read about other monks. Monks often are said to... Also just really chonkily written. Monks often are said to... Wow, this are said to does nothing. Make their bodies into weapons. Those that follow the way of the iron take this to a literal degree. Man, you know what would make such a... You know what would make such a better opening sentence than this? Monks that follow the way of the iron body take turning their bodies into weapons to a new level. Period. Something like that. It gets an avatar state. I guess Geo has not been watching the stream lately because there's a lot of feedback that I feel like I wouldn't need to give. That's okay. These monks use their ki, so align and harden. What the? Geo, what is this wording? These monks use their ki, so align and harden the naturally occurring metals flowing through their bodies while utilizing different combat stances to specialize how they fight. The end of that sentence makes sense. What the fuck's going on with the beginning? So is a typo of 2. If you say so. Why is align and harden capitalized? These should not be capitalized. Unless you are referencing... If you are referencing, it's fixed. Hello, Geo. Is it working now?
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, yeah. Hello.
Hey, Geo. How's it going, buddy?
Good, good. Yeah, it's just, that's just, kind of like, kind of hastily rewritten thing because it used to have a different vibe before, and so I didn't completely check it before submitting.
That's okay. Remember, Geo, you don't need to be making excuses when I'm giving feedback. I'm not saying anything that you need to give an explanation for. If you feel like you need to give an explanation for it, what you should do is you should take a note that there was a piece of feedback that made you realize there was something that was not totally clear or that you agreed with or disagreed with.
I have a habit of capitalizing things, and you were just... I was trying to answer the questions you were asking that were probably rhetorical.
Yes, you don't need to answer. I'm gonna talk. You can talk. I want you to talk, but I worry that if you feel like you need to explain why you made every choice, the conversation will turn into me telling you to shut up, and I don't want to do that.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see what I have here. Okay, so these monks use their ki to align and harden. Yeah, don't capitalize align and harden randomly. The naturally occurring metals flowing through their bodies while utilizing different combat stances to specialize how they fight. Okay, fine. Fine and good. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. Iron Lungs should stay at 3rd level also if it's something that we get at 3rd level. Iron Lungs, 3rd level. Your body contains more iron in your body and can hold more oxygen. Again, why is oxygen capitalized? Stop capitalizing random stuff. Other than more oxygen than an average person. You can hold your breath for up to 20 minutes. You gain proficiency in athletics if you don't already have it. If you do, choose a proficiency in another skill from the monk list. Okay, cool. So we can hold our breath for a long time, and we can be athletic. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm.
Aerobatics, you gotta breathe more.
Yep, makes sense. I'm gonna change the music 1 second.
Ugh. Yeah, this really is rough.
If it's rough, then why is it ready to be looked at? You need to give it more time.
It is mechanics wise. It's just like the writing wise, it's rough, and I need to refine it. But I'm fine with it being looked at.
All right, cool. I'm going to calmer tunes. We were getting into battle music and didn't make sense. Okay, 3rd level. You can use your ki to harden your body, making it iron. Please, please, please stop capitalizing random words. Please. The next time I see a piece from yours, I only want to see capitalization used at the beginning of sentences or on proper nouns and nothing else.
Okay. Okay.
It is just not the way writing is done. It makes me think that something is supposed to be a proper noun, and it keeps not being a proper noun, and it makes it hard for me to read it.
Yeah, I think it's just I sometimes do that, like, it's my habit of doing that for like important words.
But that's
like
not
that.
how grammar works. Like
It isn't. It
No.
not and it's a
Like,
it's a bad habit
yeah,
of my writing.
So make it italics if you want to do that. But again, I would just not do any of that. I would just avoid it.
Yeah.
As a bonus action, you can spend 1 key point to harden your body for 10 minutes while taking a stance, gaining different benefits depending on the stance you take. Make sure you say choose from one of the stances below. It's a pedantic thing, but it still needs to be in there. And then you pick from 3 stances. So a key point, we get a stance for 10 minutes, and we pick between the 3. We get spear, sword, or shield. Bold, spear, sword, and shield. Bold all the titles. I mean, you'll do that later, but this is a good example of something to bold. And then, fun fact, when you write like this, where you have the little title of the feature in the thing, in the paragraph, you don't put a semicolon. You put a period.
Oh, okay.
You don't put a colon, you put a period. Yep. Spear. Your unarmed strikes deal piercing damage instead of bludgeoning. Once per turn, you can add your wisdom modifier to the damage of an unarmed strike. Okay? Sword. You deal slashing damage. Whenever you spend a key point, you can force all creatures within 5 feet of you to make a dex saving throw versus your key. On a failure, they take slashing damage equal to a roll of your martial arts die. Okay. Shield. You gain temporary hit points equal to 3 rolls of your martial arts die plus your wisdom modifier. At the start of each of your turns, you can spend 1 key point to gain temporary hit points equal to the number rolled. I would say that these feel unbalanced against each other.
Okay.
And I think that if you want to build a subclass where the main feature we get are 3 stances, I think there needs to be some uniformity between them. And right now they're all working in completely divergent ways. And I feel like it's hard to make me feel like they're balanced.
Yeah, that was a bit of the point. So each stance, I imagine, was like focusing on like a kind of different area. Where I imagine that spear was supposed to be like that you're focusing on one target, sword like ability to like small like different targets, and shield like defense.
Mm-hmm. I think the vibe is strong. I like it. You have single target, air fighting groups, and defense. Makes sense. But I think that the mechanisms that are going into each could be a little bit more uniformed. Matt says, bro, kind of harsh for no reason. Or not Matt, Wyatt says that. Wyatt, I'm not harsh for no reason. I'm harsh for a very specific reason. And that reason is because I want you to grow as a writer.
Yeah.
If I'm not harsh, then I'm boring. If I'm not harsh, you're not going to hear anything. Also, I'm not actually that harsh. You just aren't super familiar with writing workshops, which is fine. But at the end of the day, I don't care about your homebrew. At the end of the day, I don't really think anyone's homebrew is amazing. I don't really think anyone's homebrew is terrible. What I think about a lot, and I care about a lot, is you learning how to write better, and you growing as a writer, and you pushing yourself to be more of a writer. And we're not here to pat backs. Everybody that's showing up to play gets a trophy. Everybody that's showing up to play is already doing more than most other people just by trying to write. So I do come off as harsh if you're new to the stream. I totally get that. I have a much more direct tone than I do on my shorts. But at the end of the day, anybody that wants to submit homebrew to me, I'm going to be honest with my feedback about it. And they can decide that that's helpful for them or not. But it is what it is. And if it's harsh, it's harsh, but it's not the goal.
Yeah, I've known Cinder for about 2 years. I'm a big boy. I can handle it.
Yeah. Okay, so here's what I would say. I think that you see how I would either... So I would try to make all of these not require any key points. And here's what I would do. I might do it like this. Spear, once per turn, you can add your wisdom modifier to a damage of an unarmed strike. Sword, maybe once per turn, if you use, you can make one additional attack when you take the attack action, but you don't get to add any modifier to the die roll. Or when you hit it once per turn, when you hit a creature with your unarmed strike, you can hit a creature. You can deal you can deal damage equal to your wisdom modifier to the creature next to that creature, or something like, some element where you're sort of keeping the scale of it sort of similar. And then for shield, I would go in the same way. What if shield is at the start of each of your turns, you gain temporary hit points equal to your wisdom modifier?
Okay. Yeah, I can see that working. Yeah, this, like bringing everything to work off of the wisdom modifier.
What I actually would do is not that. What I probably would do is make it all an extra roll of your martial arts die. So spear would be a creature takes an extra martial arts die. Sword, a creature takes a roll of your martial arts die next to them. Shield, at the beginning of your turn, you can roll your martial arts die and gain that many temporary hit points, and then have that many temporary hit points. Because then it will grow with you over time too.
Yeah. I like that. that.
And that way, it doesn't feel like some of them require a lot of key points. Some of them don't really require any key points. You know what I mean? Like, it helps sort of focus them in a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. That feels... I don't know if that feels like enough for third level in a weird sort of way. Maybe it does.
Really? Because, I thought, you get the... I know none of the features are super standout strong, but I thought that versatility of being able to.
No, I think it is. I think it is good enough. I think it's enough. I think I might want to come back to third level. I think it's probably enough. I could see dropping the athletics proficiency and putting in another feature that helps try to sell the gimmick of you are made of stone or made of steel. And I don't know what that would be exactly. So. But that, I think the stances are good. I think the vibe of it is fun. I'm wondering if athletics is the best way to represent we get tough. And I don't know.
Right.
Let's take a look at 6.
For the athletics, I was thinking is a lot of aerobic activity. If that's just something that you need more of that oxygen to make your stuff move, you don't get tired as quickly. I thought that translated more to athletics than any other skill.
I mean, it could also be advantage. It could have something to do with not avoiding exhaustion also. But I don't know if that would be more fun or not. I think if there's something else there, it'll be like a light bulb that'll pop. And if there isn't, a light bulb doesn't pop, don't worry about it, I think.
Okay.
Let's look at level 6. Metal Body. You are able to use your ki to make your body take on the properties of metal temporarily. Cool. Withstanding extreme temperatures better and conducting electricity away from your vital organs. Okay. As a reaction, taking cold, fire, or lightning damage, you can expend a ki point and gain resistance to that damage for 1 minute. Huh. Okay. Can I make an alternative suggestion here?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have 2 suggestions here. One, when you use a key point to activate your stances, you could spend an additional key point to gain resistance to one of the following types for the duration of your stance.
Okay.
So as opposed to it being a reaction to taking the damage, you could sort of do it preemptively. And then it could last for the whole duration of your stance too, as opposed to just a minute. Sort of in the same way that the Astral Monk grows, where the Astral Monk gets its crazy arms, and then it also gets its crazy helmet. But then you can activate them all at the same time if you want.
I get that. For this, it's weird utility that I thought is just if you're being hit by this, you know that the opponent has it. It's a weird thing of if I don't know that the enemy has lightning damage and I choose fire when I could have gone lightning, it kind of feels bad. You know what I mean?
I see what you mean. Okay, so what I would say there is if you want to have it tied to the stance, allow you to change it as a reaction and a key point during your stance. And if you don't want to have to do all of that, I would keep it as is, but I might not make it a key point to use. I might make it something you could do wisdom modifier times per day.
Okay, yeah. What do you think about like that vibe for it of like kind of Faraday cage or
I think
or
it's
just, like, it being,
cool.
like-
I like it. It's 3 very specific damage types, but they are damage types that come up a lot. You know what's missing here that I wish was in here?
BPS?
What if we could choose to have the damage we did with our stances, or maybe something? What if we could choose to do lightning damage when we hit stuff because we're like conducting electricity?
I like that, but I'm afraid that would like feel like that would make it feel too similar to either absorb elements or even the dragon monk who already does a bit of that.
Oh, I guess the dragon monk does a bit of that.
Like
Okay.
their whole thing is like their elemental punches, and I don't really want to step on those toes.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking absorb elements for this. I was thinking more like at 6th level, whenever you deal damage with an unarmed strike, you can choose for it to be lightning damage instead of one of these types
Right?
of damage.
Like,
But
right,
that's
that's
no, I know. I'm
that's the
responding
whole-
to
and then
chat. I'm responding to chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry, I'm not looking at chat right now. 'cause
it's all
I'm
right. Just
looking at my thing.
it's all right. Just have it use absorb elements. Sun Soul Monk also gets that. Actually, that's not a bad idea. You could just give them the ability to cast absorb elements at 6th level in the same way that the Sun Soul Monk gets the ability to cast some fire spells. That would also, I think, work really well here if you wanted to do that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's look at 11th level, improved stance. You have become more proficient in your various styles, able to utilize them in more refined ways and change between them whenever needed. Oh, okay, that's cool. At the start of each of your turns, you can spend 1 key point to change your stance. Cool, I like that. If it's going to be at the start of your turn, depending on make sure that it's done. I might make the shield give you temporary hit points at the end of your turn, so that you could choose to, on your turn, turn into the shield stance and then still benefit from it on that turn. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. At the start of each of your turns, you can spend a key point to change your stance, and then we also get the stance improvements. I might split these up into 2 features.
Okay.
Stance shifting and stance improvement. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can expend a key point to roll additional martial arts die and add it to the damage roll. Oh, yeah, you already got it. Okay, so can I point something out here?
Yeah.
I think that this is fine. I mean, you can do this in a different way if you decide you don't want it to be exactly this. But I feel like, well, let me see what the other ones do. They all do the same thing. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, while in this stance, you can force them to make a con saving throw. On a failure, they have disadvantage on the next attack roll. And then the shield one, while in this stance, you gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. All right, you can't do the bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing at 11. You got to do something else.
Okay. Well, more originally, I thought for shield to make that like just like while they're in the stance, they get like a bit of an AC buff.
Yeah, you could do +1
but-
to their AC.
Yeah. Like +1, just as a general like defensive.
Yep, you can
But
do
that
+1. I
was-
think +1 to the AC is fine.
Okay.
I think also the one thing that I want to point out that I don't love is that sword is giving us a new power. Shield is giving us a new power. Spear is not. Spear is just improving the regular power.
Did you look at shield? Spear as like a second thing to it.
Oh, additionally, your unarmed strike reach gains a reach of 5 feet. Wait, what? Additionally, your unarmed strikes gain a reach of 5 feet if you only target one creature on your turn.
No. It means it's supposed to be the reach property, basically. Like you can
I
reach out
understand.
10. Okay.
It's okay. I mean, I guess that's okay. I think it just feels weird for one of the features to feel like an improvement, and then the other ones aren't improvements. They're just new things.
Right.
In terms of what they actually do, I think they're all solid. I think the bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing is a little bit much, but I think everything else feels fine. The disadvantage in the attack roll is fine. Reach is fine. Yeah, just mess with this one a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it could even be like you could pick, right? You could pick one of the three. I just think being able to use a key point to get 10 minutes of essentially the Barbarian Rage mechanic feels like a little too much.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Somebody said the Astral Self gets a +2 AC buff, so you could also go with that for the shield.
Okay.
Yeah, that can make
yeah.
sense.
Yeah. I added that in because in homebrew feedback, there's someone who said like it felt off that they didn't get this because originally they didn't get BPS resistance at all, and so I thought that was a good place to put it in. But I can go back to the AC buff.
Well, I think the question is, do they need bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing resistance?
I initially didn't really think so, but they said, but I was given feedback that the whole iron stuff, like it felt off flavor wise to not get that.
I think if you want to do that, you can do that. There is lots of precedent for other things getting it. For example, the Rune Knight, I think. But you can't have it last. If you want to do that, you could do that, but you can't. You either have to pick. It can't last 10 minutes, and it can't only cost 1 key point. It has to be more expensive to enter the stance, essentially.
Okay.
So if you would rather, because the way it's written now, you could be in stances pretty regularly without too much of a cost. So it's like, you know, the reason why it works for the Barbarian and the Rune Knight is because they are quite limited. You could literally use your stance, 10 times a day if you're level 10. It'd be using all your key points, but still you could do it,
Okay, yeah. That makes more sense. I think I'll shift it back to the AC buff.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think there might be like a different way to portray the Horde of like that defensive stance?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I like what you're doing with this stuff. If you do decide to make the martial arts die the thing for the first level, you could just make spear. You get to do 2 instead of 1. If you want the damage to go up more. Because it's only once per turn. I think it's probably fine. If people disagree, you could add your wisdom. That could be the level you add the wisdom damage. Maybe it's the modifier on top of it. Okay, let's look at the 17th level feature. Steel Spirit. Your ability to harden your body with your ki becomes like steel, and your mastery over your stances enable to use them in ways never thought of before. Whenever you take one of your stances, you can spend an additional 2 key points and use the benefits of 2 stances at the same time. If your stance would change the damage type of your unarmed strike, you can choose between the 2. Double your proficiency bonus with strength and constitution saving throws. Do you know what I would do if I were you? You don't have to do this, but if I were you, I would drop the 2 stance thing. And I would just make you permanently resistant to bludgeoning cold, or to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage.
Okay.
It's at level 17, just give you permanent that.
Yeah, I can see that. I also, because I know it's not, this is kind of Avatar State, not really, but I do like the feeling of, especially in monks, of your capstone being a representation of the mastery of the rest of your subclasses, because this is supposed to be your way of fighting, your style of fighting. And so I like it when the capstone of monks feels like they represent that kind of mastery of their style. That's why I had the 2 stances at once, because previously it's a mastering of these stances, and it's you've mastered them so far you can focus on these 2 different combat styles at the same time.
Yeah, I just think that because of the way they're improving, it becomes too much when you're getting 2 at the same time. You're totally welcome to disagree there. The other thing that you could do, if your goal is to represent mastery, you could make it so switching your stances doesn't cost a key point. You can just do it.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I can work with that. Yeah,
it's a pretty solid little subclass though, dude. You're walking a razor line here. I think you're walking a razor's edge in a way that is pretty hard to do. One of the things that I think I give people the biggest hard time with is when they make a subclass that feels like it is so similar to the core class that it's almost core class plus. And the idea, I think, of this monk feels very similar to that. But I think that I think the stances are different enough. And I think the metal body vibe is unique enough, especially with like the almost physicality of it. It's not just like metaphorical metal body. It's like, no, there's like metal in you. It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea.
I think like you've probably noticed whenever you look at my subclasses that what I really like to do, I love to tell the story of the stuff through. I like to have my flavor through the mechanics and represent the flavor in the mechanics, and that's something that I really like doing. And so that's why like I don't like just doing the core class plus, because I feel like that's kind of hard to improve on that flavor that's already intrinsically built within it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Somebody in chat says maybe make the stances require concentration. Nah, that doesn't really. The stances don't need to be. That would be. We don't need that. They don't need that. The stances are fine. The stances aren't that strong.
So much of a nerf. That would be.
Yeah, they're not crazy strong right now. I think you'd go more literal with the hardening your body in some elements. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I almost want to encourage you to take the stances and to make them like what you start to do at the second tier with the spear specifically, and honestly with the shield. Well, the first level of the shield works fine, but like the stretchy arm, I want to see more of that. Like I like the idea of. I would almost encourage you to lean more in that direction. Like, do you know what the T-1000 is?
Yeah. Are you talking about
from Terminator?
2?
Yeah.
The liquid metal thing.
I almost want to encourage you not to make it that, but to make the stances sort of feel like that is what you can do with your arms. I think I would if you do want to do any big tweaks, that would be the direction I'd tweak. Make it almost more like you are becoming metal. But it's in a pretty interesting spot. Do you have any questions, thoughts, concerns?
Yeah. Do you think that the changing damage type, like, do you think that's like an interesting thing, or just like a kind of ribbony?
Ribbon for sure. I mean, it's gonna be helpful on occasion, but it's just a ribbon feature for the most part.
Yeah.
There's like very, very few monsters that has an impact on.
Okay. And do you think that the weapons that I chose to represent like the one target, multi-target defense, do you think that those are good weapons to represent those kind of stuff? Because especially like sword, my thought for that is if you play Legend of Zelda, like the spin attack, that kind of like area of effect thing with a
I would not associate with sword immediately with area of effect, but right? I don't think it's a far reach. So I think it's probably fine. Somebody wants you to switch sword to an axe. I don't think axe is more that either. If anything, I would say like it's the big swords, like claymores and like the glade, the stuff you're spinning around. Somebody else suggested just saying blade. Slasher says hi. They are a blade. I think it's fine. I mean, I would think about it a little bit, but I think if you're imagining Legend of Zelda vibes and that's what you're going for, and you think it sells it, and you think it feels good, then you could stick to it. Scythe could also be something. Scythe makes you think of sweeping too, for sure. Yeah,
I might make blade just so because I think that's even when we talked about it earlier. 1 D&D, the cleave mechanic is something that's on the blades. So yeah, I might do that just because I like selling the fiction, because monks for me have like a pretty specific fiction that I like to go with. I like to feel like you are developing a fighting style and you're like going more into it. And so I just want to know if that vibe comes across, especially just the feeling of you developing and mastering this specific kind of fighting.
Yeah, sorta. I mean, it feels like you have different modes you activate. Does anything really feel like you master a specific type of fighting in D&D if it's trying to cover a lot of things? Like, I'll tell you what, I think if I wanted to make it feel like you were mastering a type of fighting, I wouldn't make it stances. I would make it all spear. I would specialize it more. If anything, I feel like stances makes it feel like you're sort of a general fighting person, But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think that having them improve at 11th level makes a lot of sense to making it feel like you're getting improved moves. But that is also, I think, maybe why it's worth thinking about how these things improve and what they and how some of them improve and how some of them just add something different. So I think that might be a thing to think about. Because if you want them to improve, I would have them all basically take something that it does at the 3rd level and then make it a logical extension of it, you know?
Yeah.
Those are my main thoughts, Gio. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, cool.
All right, buddy.
I'll try not to have a monk next time.
You'll try not to have a what?
Another monk.
Oh, you can have a monk. Dude, people don't... People used to only send me monks. People send me all sorts of stuff. You can send me whatever you want.
I know. That's why I stopped sending them to you, because I didn't want you to get too bored.
No. You can send monks until the cows come home. You're good.
Okay, cool.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much for sharing your piece. Bye.
Bye.
All right, let's give Gio a big old round of applause. It is hard to make a monk that is sort of a monk that is like a fighting style monk and have it feel unique. It's a hard challenge. And I think going in the hardened iron body makes sense. Trodosio brings up a good point. Trodosio said, I see a similarity between the Hunter Ranger and this subclass, and it makes me want to make these features permanent buffs you choose instead of activating a stance. That also might be, that would be different for sure, but that might also be a way to make the effects feel more like you're growing over time, whereas you're not constantly shifting stance. It's just like a power that you get. I started by sending in too many monks. Now I send in too many sorcerers. That's okay. Oh, Geo. Oh, we got some new pieces. Let's see. Bottom of the list is Squatch. Too many monks? How many monks did you send in? I don't even remember. There was a while where it became like a running joke that I hated monks because you guys were sending me so many monks to look at. And they all had the same issues. So I felt like I was just repeating myself over and over and over every stream. That was a fun little bit of mania while it lasted. Bye, Baba. Have fun D&D night. I remember the hating on monks series of shorts. Yeah, I had to get that anger out somewhere. The irony is I like monks. I made a video about hating monks, hating rangers, and hating warlocks. There are 3 classes that I really like quite a bit. Jack B. Jack B. Jack B. Nimble. Jack B. Quick. Yo, Minty, here's a ranger subclass about hunting the elite and starting revolutions. All right, cool. Jackie, did you want to come on stream? Mr. Barrett? If not, no worries. I could talk about how much I love monks for hours, but even longer about how much I hate them. Here it is in the YouTube. You're in the waiting room, and I'll grab you in a second. Here it is in the Twitch. Let me grab you. Jackie! Jackie! Jackie B! Jacksamillion! Jack Attack! Jack, hello? You gotta unmute, buddy. I'm talking to you right now. Hello? Let me guess. You're on your phone and you have 3 apps open at the same time. That's probably what's happening. Or your headphones aren't properly connected. One of those 2. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to not be on 3 apps at the same time. You're going to hang up in Discord, and you're going to come back, and hopefully it'll work. You're going to turn off Discord and turn it back on. If you're on your computer, you're going to figure out what microphone you need to plug in, because you don't have anything plugged in. So hang up right now to show me that you can hear me. Thank you. All right. Now, come back in. Let's see if it works. All right, let's see. Does it work now? Jack? Jack, I don't think your microphone is properly connected, or your computer or phone is not like talking to me, because I can't hear you. So, here's the question: do we keep trying? Do you want to hang up and try again? Do you want to check, make sure all your things are proper? Hello, Jack?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, sorry, my earbud was not working for some reason.
That's okay. How's it going, buddy?
It's going phenomenal. How about yourself?
Oh, man. I am a single dewdrop falling on the Great Plains. So what are we looking at today?
We are looking at the Gutter Snipe Ranger, a ranger about hunting the elite, the wealthy, and those who seek to despoil the wealth produced by the laborers of our fine people.
Okay.
You have mechanics based around killing rich dudes.
All right, cool. Let's take a look. Very little flavor text considering it's a 2-page document, but I'm not complaining too much. The flavor text is, as a Gutter Snipe Ranger, you gain the following features.
On the first page, right in the footnote, there's the flavor text.
Oh, you snuck it in. You are a force of inevitable change. Rangers of this conclave are hunters of tyranny, with their most powerful weapon being the might of the common folk. Either part of the crowd or commanding it like a general, these rangers can topple walls, start riots, and call for the heads of those who hoard their wealth. This isn't... Don't put your flavor text here. You're going through the effort of making a really nice cover, doing good layout. You got good art. It's applicable. It's nice. You put the watermarks in good spots. Put the flavor text where it should go. Yeah, but you're putting the flavor text in the wrong place. So you know, like you're making a delicious, you're making a really good cake. Don't put weird fucking icing on it. You know what I mean?
No, valid. I had it on the main document to start, and then realized that I couldn't fit all the features nicely. So
that probably means your features are too long.
I've been very lean on them. I'd like to see you read them and see if they're too long.
You think this is lean? Okay.
I do.
All right, we'll see. Beginning at 3rd level, you're slick as oil, able to navigate narrow streets with ease. You gain the following benefits. You gain a climb speed equal to your walking speed, and squeezing through spaces doesn't cost you any extra movement. I don't know if I would give you the climb speed equal to your walking speed, because that's just a thing all rangers can get now.
This is correct.
You could do that, but I'd probably cut that out. You can attempt to hide in dim light as if it were darkness. You can use the search action as a bonus action while in combat or in a chase. Okay, so this is very flavory, which I think is fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would cut the climb speed for sure.
Okay.
Also, you need to say what is squeezing through a space doesn't cost extra movement mean. Like, there needs to be more of a mechanic to that. You know, like you can squeeze through areas that that are smaller. Areas of difficult terrain created by crowded people aren't affected by areas of difficult terrain that are created by crowds. You know, like it needs to be written more a little bit explicitly.
Okay. Squeezing is a written like mechanic in the PHP. I just lifted the text right off of that. Like it is a thing, but I will be more explicit.
If it's a thing, then maybe that's fine. I just don't know how many people are going to make that connection. Because normally when you see a feature that requires squeezing, it is very specifically gives like ratios, like measurements.
Gotcha.
And we get some spells. We get Alarm, Knock, Motivational Speech, Phantasmal Killer, and Pass Wall. Okay, these are all kind of fun.
The only one I'm slightly concerned about is Motivational Speech, it not being SRD. I like that spell a lot, but if I wanted to market this, I don't want to use spells that are not as part of the main, like, accessible canon. Do you have an idea for maybe a possible 3rd level spell that would fit this flavor, other than Motivational Speech?
Off the top of my head, no, because I still don't really know what else this subclass gets yet.
We'll circle around to it.
But
if you have the time.
Maybe there are, I don't know, if I'm sure there's other spells that do similar. What is I don't even know what Motivational Speech does. What does it do?
Motivational Speech is similar to Inspiring Leader, except it's in a spell form. You choose a number of creatures and they're emboldened in some way. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I remember reading it and being like, ooh, that'll work.
I mean, if you can't make it work as a spell, you could probably make it work as a subclass feature and find another spell to work here. The only thing on this list that I disagree with is Phantasmal Killer.
The reasoning from Phantasmal Killer is that'll make sense once you read Waste the Wealthy, but it's like you hit them with the illusion of them being swarmed by a mob. That was the idea.
Okay, well, I'm letting you know that that idea, that's a bit of a sell. That's a bit of a stretch.
That's fair.
The vibe of all of these is like very tactile and people-y. Phantasmal Killer is like cosmic illusion magic, sort of out of left field. Let's take a look at Waste the Wealthy. Additionally, at 3rd level, you've developed an uncanny ability to sense a creature's wealth and status. As an action, you can choose one creature that you can see within 60 feet of you and inspect them. You immediately learn the following. The amount of coinage they have on their person, rounded to the nearest gold, up to 3 items of value they have on their person. What does it mean, item of value? You got to be specific.
I have it in parentheses as some examples, but sure, I can expound on that.
But I would argue adventuring gear is not a item of value. Like when I think item of value, I think treasure, magic item. So I see adventuring gear. So it's like, oh, anything with a gold cost, I guess, is what you mean.
That was the idea. Was anything with a gold cost?
Then write it that way.
Okay, sure, I can do that.
Their lifestyle experience tier. If you're gonna be doing stuff like this, actually, honestly, like this or the coinage thing, I think that in order for this subclass to work, you almost need a note at the beginning that makes sure the dungeon master is aware of these things. Because lifestyle experience tier, I have thought about maybe twice in the entire time that I've played D&D, and it has never come up in any of my campaigns. And it's just something that I think a lot of people will be like, what? And I worry that it's not the best way to show somebody's nobility. In fact, I might even say that its lifestyle expense might be like antithetical to showing that. Like, there's going to be people with a high lifestyle expense that can't afford it, but they still are doing it. So I feel like I would go more in the direction of like trying to, I don't even know what I would do mechanically here to recognize like nobility or leadership, but I feel like lifestyle expenses is not the move.
The idea isn't just for nobility or leadership. It is for anybody who is expending that amount of money on themselves. And I do have a note in the document explaining the idea of using lifestyle expenses on NPCs, because rules as written, they're considered only for players. So I have a little blurbs basically saying, hey, this is a mechanic that normally works only for players. I'm adapting it into using this subclass for NPCs. This is some edge cases that might come up in your game, such as, like, if you choose a gelatinous cube with this feature, that thing has no concept of wealth. I write in that little blurb that says this creature is considered wretched because it doesn't have a concept of wealth. You can still get the benefits of the subclass feature because, you know, you hate to have features that just suck sometimes. I have a whole note on the first page about that.
Okay. I'm going to say kind of the same feedback that I just said. That it's good that you have that if that's needed. I still don't feel like... I feel like the way that you're saying that is... It's almost like you're using a system that doesn't work for characters other than players to express their wealth. So you're giving a whole other system to be that system. Like, I disagree with you using lifestyle experience tier if it requires a 2-paragraph note to explain how to use it.
Okay.
This is an example of, I think this is sort of what I'm talking about, where I say, like, this feels like parts are overwritten.
Okay.
Like, I think there's probably an easier way to express this idea. Or at the very least, there needs to be like a note, like, hey, Dungeon Master, if you're going to use this, get ready to have to incorporate these alternative gameplay mechanics into your game pretty regularly. Okay. How often can they do this?
They can use the inspect half of the feature infinitely. It's the extra damage and write-on effects of the hits that they have a set number of uses for.
I would not let them do it infinitely if it only takes an action. If you want it to be infinite use, then it needs to be like they need to have to watch them for a minute or something like that.
Okay, well then, okay, sure.
Or I mean,
I'm just worried. I worry about the need for that. They're not really gaining any like seriously. I don't know.
can I offer?
I'll
Can
take
I?
that into consideration.
If
Yeah, go ahead.
can I? First of all, I want to just say similar to what I said to Geo. I don't really want to argue with you about the feedback that I have for you. I kind of just want to tell you my feedback, and if you want to argue with me about it, then my tone is going to shift in a way that I don't think you're going to like. And you're doing a lot of arguing with me about it so far, so I need you to chill out a little bit with it. Now, the issue with it being an action at a range of 60 feet and giving 1, 2, 3 pieces of information, one of which will require Dungeon Master translation, is what happens when a player goes to a market and says, I use this on that person, I use this on that person, I use this on that person, I use this on that person. Is that going to be fun? Is that going to be fun for the Dungeon Master? Is that going to be fun for the table? Or is that just going to be super fucking annoying? I think it's going to be super fucking annoying. So, there are other features in D&D that function very similarly to this. Very similarly. My camera's all fucked. There is the Battle Master, which gets this at level 7. There is the Monster Slayer, which can pick monsters to learn shit about them. The Battle Master, they have to watch the creature for a minute in order to do it, because it is infinite in use. The Monster Slayer Ranger, which can just do it as an action, or a bonus action, I forget. They learn it instantly, but it's limited how often they can use that feature. And they're getting way less information, and it's like both of those features are giving you one piece of information that requires 0 interpretive thought. So this is a lot of information to be given that requires a lot of work on the Dungeon Master's behalf that the player can just do fucking forever. If you want to tie it into the extra damage mechanic, you need to make it do something different, or they need to be different mechanics.
All right.
Invoke Suffering. After you've inspected a creature, you can choose to invoke the agony of oppression within their mind. For the next minute, whenever you hit the inspected creature with an attack, they take additional psychic damage based on whichever lifestyle expensive tier they live at, as shown in the list below. This is interesting. It's another one of those things that I don't know if it would actually... I think it would require a very specific type of game to be fun. I think it's a cool idea, but it really requires a very specific type of game to be fun.
Okay. Yeah, I've gotten that feedback before. That makes sense. That part of my fix, hopefully, for that was to allow it to work on every creature, but I definitely understand not being able to get the full potential.
It comes up. It's bumping up against the same problem that the core ranger used to have, which is you have to pick a certain creature type in a certain biome, and you're better in those. So it creates this weird circumstance where the dungeon master kind of feels pressure to put things there for you because the thing is so specific in how it functions.
Okay.
So take or leave that, but that's definitely the vibe here. I mean, if you don't mind that and you think that's fine, it's probably okay. I don't know if I would have the damage trigger more than once a round. I'd probably still keep it to once a round, especially considering realistically, it's going to be D6 most of the time. And the average ranger extra damage is a D6 once per round. There are things that do a little bit more, and there are things that do a little bit less. But the things that do a little bit more require more of an action economy, or are only happen once. The only ranger that deals extra damage on every single attack is the Fey Wanderer. And it's limited to a D4, and it's also limited to only one creature can be affected by it per round. So you only get that extra damage each creature if you're attacking a different creature each time. So I think it would make it once per round here.
Okay.
Once during each of your turns, when a creature takes psychic damage from you this way, you reduce his movement speed by 10 feet. Oh, and we're getting this too. You're just trying to give us too many features at third level. I think that's what's happening here. Okay. You can invoke the suffering. You can invoke suffering of times a number of times. You're missing the word a number. You can invoke suffering a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a short rest. Okay, so if I were you, what I would probably do is I think I would need to cut down these third level features a little bit. It's okay to have 3 third level features. A bunch of things do, but each one of these third level features does 3 things. Like, this third level feature does 1, 2, 3 things. This third level feature does 1, 2, 3 things. And this third level feature does 2 things. We have one, so you're sort of like umbrella hiding features inside features. And it makes me feel like there's too much going on. I think you need to kill some of your darlings. If you're not familiar with that term, when you do creative writing, you tend to sort of fall in love with your idea, which is very normal. And the hardest part of editing often is taking something that you really love, but acknowledging that it is not better for the whole, and getting rid of it so that the whole is better. And I think that is probably where you're going to be at with these third level features.
That makes sense. I just have a question to ask you.
Sure.
If somebody like a Gloomstalker or a Fey Wanderer has access to a D4, or in the Gloomstalker's case, a D8, often in their sense, with the setup provided for their subclass, is not dealing on average a D6 with all of their. I guess I'm not wording this correctly. I'll just look at it again. I think I'll just axe the 10 movement thing that was added because of feedback I received from somebody in the Discord. I liked it, but I think I'd rather just focus on the damage, because all the other rangers have like either it's extra damage and a ride-on, and that damage is once around, or like Fey Wanderer, it's just extra damage with a small caveat. So I think I'll just focus on the damage.
What I would probably do if I were you is I probably would take Invoke Suffering and combined it with Waste the Wealthy. And I would basically drop the how much coinage they have on their person thing, drop the expensive items they have thing, and literally make it like you can pick a creature, make it a bonus action to do it. As a bonus action, you can target a creature, and once per turn, you deal extra damage to that creature based on their lifestyle expense. Or maybe you learn their lifestyle expense and you deal extra damage to them based on that. Don't put any limit on the use of that. Make that just the feature. Okay. And then make another third, and then have the third feature be wisdom modifier times per long rest. You can watch a creature for some amount of time, and you can learn the amount of coinage they have on their person or valuable items they have on them. But make this first part the thing that takes time to do, and separate it from the lifestyle section. And because the lifestyle section only really matters for the damage, so just put them together. I think that'll save you like at least a paragraph of text, probably. It'll also make it so you can always do that extra damage, and it's going to be, you know, like you don't want to if you limit it behind proficiency bonus times, it's like you're going to run out of it, which is a bummer. Like, I would much rather run out of the ability to scan a creature to know how much money they have than run out of the ability to deal that extra damage. I feel like that would fit more. Usually the extra damage is an infinite resource thing on rangers anyway.
Yeah, that's I recognize that, and I was trying to break from that mold, but that makes sense. In the way that you explained it, it explains why rangers get that extra damage pretty infinitely.
Yeah, I think the reason why, I get why you wanted to make it infinite, but I just think that this part is not the part that needs to be infinite. The part that needs to be infinite is the damage.
Okay.
Let's take a look at Voice of the People. There's likely a simpler way to represent a hunter who targets wealthy individuals. What do you think, Trados? Proficiency bonus times per short rest. You're not running out of that. Yeah, you could do proficiency bonus times. You could do wisdom modifier times. I usually lean wisdom modifier times, but that's just me. There's not a right or wrong answer there. Odin I do have new graphics. I think Odin I saw them last night. Voice of the People at 7th level. Starting at 7th level, your words inspire change in even the most humble folk. You gain proficiency in persuasion, or one other skill of your choice if you're already proficient. Also, whenever you roll a persuasion check while interacting with one or more creatures of a modest lifestyle or lower, you can treat any 11 rolled as a 12. Did you decide to go 11 into 12 as opposed to 9 into 10 to sort of make up for rangers usually not having like any charisma?
Yes, and also I based it around what your proficiency bonus would be at this level. So with your level 7, so your proficiency bonus is +3, which means that your minimum roll is a 15, which is the success tier of a medium difficulty DC check. Which in my head, which I don't know if this will translate well, but in my head, convincing people to rise up against their oppressors was roughly around that tier.
Okay. I might lower it to 10. You don't have to, but I might, just to sort of... I feel like the 12 feels... It feels like it just feels like... It sort of feels the same thing as like, I just wanted to make this thing stronger. And I don't know if it needs to be that much stronger, because if we're getting our proficiency bonus in there already, I feel like it might be fine. But I don't think it's the end of the world. Kontos, thank you very much for the Prime. Big appreciate it. I have to say, being able to kill people using guilt of being privileged is pretty funny. Well, we're not there yet. I haven't read about that yet.
That's why it's wealthy.
Can I tell you another thing that we could do? You could also take some of the 3rd level stuff and get it at 7th. We get 1,000 things at 3rd level. This is the only thing we get at 7th. Spread that out. Spread it out a little bit. If you don't want to, if you don't want to twist stuff around as much.
That's fair. That's fair.
Let's take a look at...
Also, Voice of the People, just real quick before we move on, Voice of the People was another reason why I wanted the scan to be an infinite resource, so that you can, approach a crowd of people, check their lifestyle tier, and if they're, a bunch of common folk, you can then talk to them and make it easy. Maybe I would like...
But I feel like that could just be an insight check. Like what Dungeon Master isn't going to let that be an insight check or an investigation check?
I mean, yeah, but then why are you playing the subclass?
Well, you're playing a subclass to do any of the other stuff. You're playing a subclass to know their exact coinage, or to be able to stab them depending on how wealthy they are,
That's fair.
Like, I don't think we need a class feature that tells us how to do something that we can do with a skill check. Like, you could just make an insight check on a crowd. Also, that's like, if it's an action for each creature, does that mean that before you decide to talk to a crowd, you're gonna be like, okay, give me like a minute so I can scan a person every 6 seconds? Like, that's just, like, I don't think it matters that much for that. I think it's a cool feature regardless, but I don't see it being the main thing we need for the Waste the Wealthy. Like, if you feel like an insight check showing you that a creature is probably poor or probably wealthy, if you think a Dungeon Master using that would be a reason not to do this subclass, I would say, to me, that means this subclass needs to be more specific and more refined, because a subclass should not be based around something you could just do with the skill check.
No, that's valid. No, it makes perfect sense.
Agent of Upheaval at 11th level. Starting at 11th level, you've learned how to truly cause civil unrest. When you hit an object or structure with an attack, you can choose to mark it with your favorite foe feature. Oh, weird. When you use favorite foe in this way, choose any number of friendly creatures you can see within 30 feet of the target. Those creatures deal extra damage to the object or structure equal to your favorite foe die. Burp shout out to that guy who told me not to burp into the mic.
Shout out.
Additionally, when you mark a creature with your favorite foe feature, choose a number of friendly creatures you can see within 30 feet of the target equal to your proficiency bonus. Those creatures can deal your favorite foe damage as extra die to the creature once on each of their turns for the duration. You can choose both of these features once, and you must finish a long rest to use either feature again. I just like this. Chat, tell me if you think there's anything that's super jank here, but how long does favorite foe last? A minute?
A minute, yeah. It's a minute, and it's a concentration ability, so you have to dedicate concentration to it.
I think this just works. I like it. I like the you can pick an object so people can like knock down a wall. I like you can pick an enemy so everyone can gang up on them.
Hey everybody, look at that wall. That's my favorite enemy now. Go kill it.
Yeah. I was going to say, one of the things that's important for Rangers at 11th level is that's usually when they get a power that's pretty fucking crazy. It's not going to break the game, but it's a power where you're like, oh, that's what I want. And I think this does a good job of that. I also like the use of favored foe as like pulling a core class mechanic into this subclass usage. It's a nice to see. It's like when I like when barbarians let reckless attack do something with a subclass. I feel like it's too, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm very vindicated to hear you say that, because after running this subclass through my friend group, but through a bunch of iterations, almost all of them were like, Agent of Upheaval is stupid. Why would I ever use that? And I'm like, you don't understand. It's not that you have to use it. It's that you get to use it. You get to point at a wall and say, fuck up that wall.
Well, it's also like, even if they're power gamers, if I was going to be using my concentration for favored foe, now I'm using my concentration for favored foe. But instead of me doing an extra d6, there's 4 people all doing an extra d6. It's the same. Your friends are silly.
Yeah.
I think it's I think it's I don't know. I think it's good. I don't know. You really like somebody Glue says I really like this feature. It's the one I would use a lot. The only thing is it's a little wordy. I think it is a little wordy right now, but I think that let me see let's think about it. How would we tighten it up a little bit?
I've tried so many times to reword this. If you can come up with something, I implore you, please.
When you hit, okay. Okay, I probably wouldn't write it in paragraphs. I would probably write, at 11th level, you've learned how to truly cause civil unrest, period. You gain, I might say something like, you gain a special use of your favored foe feature. And then I would maybe bullet point it, and I would have one called like pylon and one called like smash it down or tear down the wall or something. And then tear down the wall, and because it might even take up the same words, but it'll be broken up a little bit like on the page, so it'll be nicer. And then tear down the wall would be like, you can target an object or structure, and when you do so, you know, a certain amount of creatures deal extra damage. And then you could also say, when you target a creature, you can choose to grant your benefits from favored foe to a number of creatures that you see within a certain range, something like that.
I got you. I like that, actually. I hadn't thought of that. That's good.
But I think it's good. Other than that, no real comments. I like it. I think it's solid. Let me take a look at True Revolutionary. At 15th level, you've become a true icon of change. I was just thinking about Doom Eternal, and there's the guy called the Icon of Sin. As an icon of change, and as an action, you summon a gargantuan mob of spirits in a 20-foot square you can see within 60 feet of you. These spirits can look like a mob of oppressed townsfolk, a ready militia, or any similar group. Your choice of appearance has no effect on their game statistics. They're friendly to you. Is this thing just the language for summoned monster pet?
It's mostly the language for, like, from Drake Warden, but very specifically I lifted some stuff from Summon Greater Demon because it's non-concentration. You can do this, you can combo this with other concentration stuff.
Okay.
Whereas like favored foes, like you have, Drake Warden, you have to use like a bonus action on your turn every time to command it, stuff like that. So basically, you pop this thing into existence, and it's its own thing. It does its own thing, and you don't have to worry about it.
You're not controlling it at all?
You can issue it commands, but it doesn't cost an action from you.
Okay, that is good to know. That's important for power balancing. It is down for 10 minutes, or until it reaches 0 hit points, or until it dies. Once you use the spirit until you die. You can't use it again until you finish a long rest, or if you spend a 4th level spell slot or higher. Okay, let's see. 15 times 5 is what, 70? Something like that? 75?
70-ish. It's like 70 or 80 or something like that.
80 hit points, 15 AC, a shit ton of damage resistances and immunities. When you invoke suffering in a creature, I would probably say when you use your invoke suffering feature here, because I'm going to forget that's that. The spirits deal the same additional psychic damage. Their attacks are magical. They deal extra damage to subjects. They're swarms. They have torches. That's funny. I like that. They make 2 raise attacks. They do 5 plus proficiency bonus to hit. 5d4 plus 5. What's the average of 5d4 plus 5? What's 2.5 times 5?
2.5 times 5 is 12.5, so 17.5 damage.
17 damage. And they have to make a saving throw or be knocked prone. And then it has riot attack. +5 to hit, a little bit less damage. Well, sort of, actually the same exact damage. But ranged. And each creature has to make a saving throw or take more damage. And then it begins to chant towards destruction till the end of the spirit's next turn. All friendly creatures within 30 feet of the spirit have advantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Okay, this is very cool. This is really, really too strong to not require concentration. So I think you need to ask yourself the question of, how can I make this reasonable for what it is? You either can significantly decrease the time it's out, as well as the cost it takes to resummon it, or even just if that's an ability at all. You could also lower its stats quite a bit. You could also, not its stats, but you could lower, this thing does like 6 different things. You could tune some of it down, or you could, or make it require concentration. But the summon is just too strong in its current iteration.
Even for 15th level?
Even for 15th level, it's concentrationless. It is knocking creatures prone. It's dealing area of effect damage. It's giving everybody advantage. This feature alone, this Usurper's Chant, is roughly the equivalent of some 14th level barbarian features. Just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Not the whole subclass, just this. Yeah. Just this one thing. It also is huge. It's also gargantuan. I feel like that's like its size is shockingly big. So like even it just being gargantuan kind of puts it at a level of power that is unreasonable. So I think there's a lot of things that could be toned down here. No, the flavor is great. I'm not saying I don't know. Tridosia says I don't know if the summon should be a capstone. I don't agree, Tridosia. I feel like I agree in a lot of circumstances that a summon shouldn't be a capstone, but this, I feel like you summoning a revolutionary mob is very, very fitting for the subclass. I don't know. I think it's fine for a capstone. I like it for a capstone. It's from the vibe a lot. I just think the fact that it has 85 hit points, 15 armor, it actually doesn't really have 85 hit points. It really has roughly 160 hit points because it's resistant to the most common damages used in the game. So it basically has 15 armor, 150-ish hit points, every condition immunity, 2 attacks, the ability to give creatures advantage on attack rolls. It lasts for 10 minutes. It doesn't require concentration, and it takes up a 4x4 space in the battlefield. Like, that is huge in many directions. No, literally, but yeah, it's huge, but like everything is huge. Like, it's all big.
Yeah. I know that's what I was. That was the biggest thing. So I'm friends with a bunch of power gamers, and they brought up a very good point that if you buff this thing, like if you choose this thing as a target with a spell that like has an area of effect or whatever, like Crusader's Mantle or whatever, and you can't target with Crusader's Mantle, but for example, it would be absolutely ginormous. So
yeah, but even just the area of effect. Like if you want to keep the size. I would not make this a creature. I would treat it more like a moving totem. Sort of like what the Druid Shaman totems do. Except almost like Moonbeam, like a spell that you place and can move around. And I would make it have battlefield control effects. And maybe it could buff allies and hinder enemies. But if you want it to be gargantuan, I think in order to make that balanced, I think you would have to tone it to a place that my guess is, based on the conversation and the piece so far, you would not want to.
Well, here's a question. Do you think that cutting it to an average of around 50 health would make it, obviously 100 with the resistances, make it a little bit more nice at the table?
I still don't think it should be gargantuan.
5 times, it could be 3 times.
Why does it need to be a stat block?
Well, it was a stat block because I saw that swarms were a thing, and I was like, ooh, what about a swarm of angry people?
So then why does it need to be gargantuan? Why does it need to be 20 by 20?
Well, if it's a mob... Like, how are you going to represent a mob of people any smaller?
If you think you can't represent a mob of people any smaller than it being 20 by 20, then you can't make it a creature stat block. If that is your line in the sand, if you feel like the fiction of a mob can't exist mechanically on the board in a smaller space, and that fiction is not going to work if this is going to be smaller, then don't make this a creature. Yeah, make it a huge swarm of medium creatures. That is literally how swarms are written in D&D. But even it being huge is a pretty powerful feature. So like, you can't underestimate that. But if you're like this, if you feel personally that it's got to be 20 by 20, then don't make it a creature. Make it an area of effect feature, and use the flavor of it as like a ghostly mob.
Yes, that was the idea. Was that you were like, not really the exact same flavor thing, but like Aragorn with the Ghost Army was like kind of the inspiration for this idea. So I wanted to represent a large swath of individuals helping the combat, right? So I could it doesn't have to be a creature. You're absolutely right. If I wanted to retool this, it would be like a 30-foot radius sphere around the ranger or something of ghostly spirits doing extra shit. I could totally do that.
Data, you don't think gargantuan is an issue? I think it's an issue when it's on top of all of the other things. I think it's a part. I think it's a cool idea, but it's a little bit too beefy in a couple directions, and I think the size is not helping with that. A 20-foot radius, 10-foot tall cylinder could be a spell-like effect you could move around. Yeah, you could do something like that. A mob on Black Friday. Yep. Gargantuan being a problem for spells. I mean, it's not a problem, Data. It's just it makes it more powerful. How do you not understand that? This is area of influence. Area of influence is a big deal.
This is a big problem in my writing. I always tend to overtune end caps on anything I write. Anytime I get into the third and fourth tier of play with my writing, I always make it too strong. So this is very insightful feedback for what is actually the power expectations of the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, Data, you missed earlier, but the reason why Jack, the reason why I'm suggesting maybe making it smaller if you do keep it as a monster stat block is because I don't think you're going to want to have to make it that much weaker.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've done all the work already. I would like to keep the raise and riot stuff as is, because I think
I'm going to be completely honest, and this is one of those things that is a sad truth of being a creative writer. The amount of work you put into something has almost nothing to do with how much you should keep a thing in a thing.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. Yes, it is sunken cost fallacy, 100%.
Yeah.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I just, it's really hard to kill your darlings. As much as I know it has to happen, I'm still killing them.
Trodosio, I did see your comment, but I was in the middle of talking, so I wasn't interrupting. Yeah, I think you gotta start killing them darlings more. Trodosio said, what if Waste of the Wealthy was when you hit a creature that is wearing or carrying 100 or more gold pieces, a mark of rank or nobility, or a magic item, you can deal an additional D8 damage to the target. You could make it something like that. The impression that I got from the initial feature was that, Jack, and tell me if I'm wrong here, was that you kind of wanted the ability to tell someone's wealth to be separate from the damage, because you didn't want. Yeah, so exactly. I would keep them separate. I would keep them separate.
The idea was to be able to case someone and figure out like what they're about and how much they cost, right? And then be selective with who you invoke your wrath upon.
Yeah. So I would keep them separate, but I think if you didn't want to keep them separate, that would make a lot of sense. I mean, I guess you could still keep Waste the Wealthy as that, where it's just like the extra damage is just procced by a creature having that much wealth. You could still keep the separate feature separate. But that could work too. And if you didn't want to have to do Invoke Suffering in the same way,
I did really like what you said earlier about having, because the main issue that I had with changing the inspect thing to a minute was if I wanted to activate, if you're meeting a new person for the first time in combat and you want to get your extra damage, then you're kind of fucked, right? But you said earlier, if I made the damage section just a bonus action you can do like with the lifestyle tier section of things, and then have everything else be like a minute or whatever, that could probably work really well.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, because I think the extra damage should be barely action economy cost. It actually doesn't even need to take up anything in the action economy if you just make it once per turn. I think that might also be fine. Yeah, it's tricky because Swarm, I like the idea of it being a Swarm. I'm on the same page. I get it.
Yeah, like gargantuan swarm of medium elementals just screams flavor for this, in my opinion, and I don't really want to get rid of that. I think I could probably tune down its health and maybe its like
and the time that it's out, and it's got to require
like
concentration if it's going to be this much. Yeah. Like the only summon that I can think of that has an impact in battle that doesn't require concentration is the Fey Wanderer Ranger's 11th level feature, where once per day they can cast Summon Fey, and it doesn't require concentration, but it only lasts a minute. And that is a very specific spell and a very specific thing, and Summon Fey is a quarter as powerful as this.
Yeah, allow me to posit you this. Summon Greater Demon doesn't have concentration.
Yeah, but
it does.
But Summon Greater Demon comes with an inherent adversarial effect that this doesn't.
That's true.
This maybe would be fair if, you know, you had to, whenever you took damage, it could turn against you and you wanted to do all, but Summon Greater Demon is all of the demon devil summoning spells are balanced with the logic, honestly, same with some of the elemental ones, not the newer ones, but they're balanced with the logic of this thing is barely under your control and it's probably not good for you. It's like, it's bad too. Summon Fey is not second level. Summon Fey is 3rd or 4th level.
It's 3rd. It's
Summon Beast is second level, but that's what I mean. Like for Summon Fey, it's like a 3rd level spell that you get a casting of it without concentration, and it only lasts a minute. So while one is an 11th level feature and one is a 15th level feature, the power between an 11th level feature and a 15th level feature is not that much. It's a tight margin, and honestly, a lot of time you could just flip them and no one would notice. So with that in mind, like that's kind of, I would be looking at Summon Fey, and I would ask you, I would be like, how am I comfortable with my summon having a similar power level to Summon Fey when it's cast at its 3rd level, not cast up, and including it's like not a big creature and it's only out for a minute, and then it doesn't require concentration. And that should be something you look at for like general balancing that, I think.
Okay. All right.
Tradosio wants you to do Spirit Guardians, but I like the idea of a swarm if you can make it work. It's hard to make work.
I don't want to represent the mechanics of this purely through spells. I think that I can achieve what I want to achieve through the mechanics that I'm working with here. Tradosio, I respect your opinion a lot. But I'm gonna stick with what I got.
You know what I would do? I would look at Summon Spay. Summon Spay. Careful there. Summon Fey. If you were upcasting it to 4th level, and I would upcast it to 4th level in your head, and then I would use that to sort of balance what you're getting with the Spirit of Revolution. Okay. Also, keep in mind when you summon Fey, it's not getting all of its features. It's getting one feature that's special based on the type of Fey you summon.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Totally. I feel like the takeaway from this is that if I want to keep it a creature, I can just down tool a lot of the numbers. If I want to keep it completely flavorful, I could just like rip the guts out of this and just make it an AoE effect. I feel like I could probably just place in an area and be like, all right, and there's where all the spirits are.
Yeah, I think you could move them too. In the same way you could move like Spiritual Weapon or Flaming Sphere or any of that stuff.
Spiritual Weapon is probably a good way to steal, a good place to steal language for that. Okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah, I can definitely see this being a thing.
Trudosio's like, hey, that's what I was saying. Yeah. Trudosio, you're champion. Okay, Jack. Any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
You kind of touched on everything I wanted you to touch on. I really appreciate it.
Sure. I think this could be a lot of fun. I think Agent of Upheaval is maybe my favorite feature.
Oh yeah, I love Agent of Upheaval. I adore that feature, and I'm so glad that I kept it and that you liked it, because all of my fucking Power Gamer friends were like, "This is stupid. I'm never gonna target an object with it. Why are you doing this?" And it's like, you don't understand.
No, but there's gonna be situations where it's gonna be fun to target an object with it.
It's gonna be so much fun. I can't wait. This has been a brainchild of mine for a while, a little longer than I usually spend on most homebrew. So yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna give you a compliment and then I'm gonna hang up on you. Okay.
Alrighty.
Normally, when I see a piece of homebrew that's this long, it doesn't matter whether or not I like the mechanics of it. I don't want to read the whole thing because of the way it's written. I can't. It's like tediously written. Normally when I see a piece of homebrew this long, it's tediously written. This was not tediously written. I think it's still a little overwritten, but everything that's in here reads well. So feel good about that. Like it takes a lot out of me to have to read this much. And other people seem to really like Waste the Wealthy too. So I think you struck some nerves. All right, Jack, I'm gonna hang up on you now. You're wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Bye. Click. Oh, he hung up on me. All right, let's hear it for Jack. Bob Barker subclass. Everyone spay and neuter all your creatures. All the creatures of the realm. I think I need to go take a little break. I need to pee. I can feel it growing inside me. Like a beacon. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. We'll spin the wheel more in a second. Everybody be patient with each other. BRB. One last burp for the guy who told me not to burp into the mic. All right, now we'll take a break. 1 second. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I dropped my headphones. I found them. They were on the ground. Ugh. Ugh. Anyway, we can start stream again. Oh, what's up, nerds? Okay, we got it. We're gonna change the music up a little bit. We're changing the music up a little bit. Ready, set, go. Oh, my chair sunk a little bit. I need to get a new chair. I need to get a new desk. I need to get a new life. I got raided? Who raided me? Who's here? Who raided me? Raiders? Who's here? GM Workshop. You came in while I was getting a drink. What's up? What's up? Oh, I guess they all left, eh? How many people did he come with? Chair raid, yeah. That's always good. It's always good to get raided when you're not there and then have 50 people immediately leave your stream. He's sick? He's not feeling well? Oh. GM Workshop. Go to bed. That was donated to the person who told me I burped too much on camera. I'm gonna give them every donation I can for the rest of my life. Well, folks, today we're reviewing D&D Homebrew. On this little wheel right here. How was GM Workshop stream? Was it good? I got myself a Dr. Pepper. Because I wanted a sweet drink of soda, but I'm also quite elegant. Oh, I'm on Twitch as well. You guys hear that? Doesn't that sound like it's a doctor drink? Listen. Oh, that kind of went in the wrong way. I got my microphone a little wet. All right. That joke was stupid and led to me coughing and having a sticky microphone. Stream was very eventful. That's cool. Eventful stream. Wow. What a cool... Did they do good? How did they do in their game? They figure stuff out? The heroes? Did they save the day? All right. Let's look at some more homebrew. Boom. Gods, gambling, and threats. They did great. Just a lot happened. All right. Fair. Dr. Pepper is elegant. It's the most elegant soft drink. Forrest Gump drinks Dr. Pepper. Don't you be dissing the doctor. I wasn't dissing the doctor, Cinder. Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, it's definitely elegant. It's got, I mean, listen, there's how many, if anything, stuff with 23 flavors is more elegant. It's all fancy. You were dissing the doctor, and you dissed and you missed. Can't diss the doctor. The ant has no impact on the mountain. Though they may think they do as they dig their tunnels. Boo! Fuella DeVille, working 10-hour workdays sucks, but it's better with my stream. Oh, I agree with both of those. I'm sorry that you're working 10-hour workdays. I used to work 9-hour workdays, and then I worked 7-hour workdays when I was teaching, or 8-hour workdays, and then I was working that, and now I just never stop working. I just work forever. When I finish stream tonight, I'm going to make some YouTube shorts. And then when I wake up tomorrow, I'm going to probably do editing all day. But I also get to do whatever I want. So it balances out. This is from Fuella de Stevia. Fuella, if you want to come on stream today, come into the Discord, but no worries if not. Baja Blast is a difficult recipe than one from Taco Bell. Same thing with the most soft drinks from McDonald's. I think I missed part of that sentence. You missed my full video content, but at this point I forget your main content is made in shorts. I just don't have time to edit video as much as I did before. I guess I could stream less, right? Like, I guess I could do not streaming every day. I mean, it's just hard. It's hard to get the timing into editing videos. Fuella de Stevia says, this is a boss monster for a personal quest of one of my players. She's designed to be stronger than the PCs, but won't try to kill them. More to with them, so it's not that much of a threat than it seems to be. Okay, that was a weird sentence. P.S. No need to read the Fey Charm action. It's the exact same as the Dryad one. PS2. On the second page, there is a visual explanation of what I mean for some of the action in case I'm not clear. Co-gamer, thank you for the bit. Let's see. Oh man, this is gonna confuse me. You're not gonna love my feedback here. I see this stuff and my mind turns to mush. Here it is in the chat if you guys want to read it in Twitch. Here it is in YouTube. CR19, it's up. Yeah, CR19 is like this is like an end game boss. That's basically what this is. Whenever you make a monster that's this high CR, there are two challenges you face, I think. One is, how do you make sure that you get all the information in that you need, but in a way that is very easy for the Dungeon Master to navigate when they're running the monster? The other thing is, does the monster feel like it does a specific thing? Like, does it have a specific, very strong vibe? Or is the monster just a lot of stuff mushed together? And I don't know what that's going to be. We're going to see what that's going to be. But that usually is the trick. Devil Sight does not mean anything in D&D. Other than an ability that, other than an ability that whatchamahooz gets. Warlocks. So you got to say what actually is happening here. Devils get Devil Sight too? Really? Yeah, no, but it's not written like this. It's a feature. Like, it's written down like it's explained, right? No, it's definitely not written this way. What's not a barb? What's a devil? Barbed devil. That's a devil. Yeah, if you want to give them Devil Sight, you have to write it like a feature and write it like this. Because look, this guy has Devil Sight. Does he have Devil Sight? Nope, he's got Dark Vision. That was a good burp. You know what? That burp, I'm not donating to the person who told me they don't like when I burp on camera. This burp goes out to all the people out there who love when I burp on camera. That one was for you. You guys get the good one. Flyboy compliment. What's up, Dead Aussie Gamer? Dead Aussie Gamer is a really fun streamer, by the way. Happy weekend, you bloody beautiful legend. I hope that your weekend is filled with as much love and joy as you bring to your community. Your insight is always such an inspiration, and the care and attention you give is just a testament to you as a kind, giving, and generous soul. I'd say keep being the best you can be, but you're always the best. Dead Aussie, why are you so nice to me? That's very kind. Guys, Dead Aussie's a fun streamer. We have never actually done anything together, have we? What's the deal with that, huh? Let's make that happen, maybe. Listen, why don't you, are we friends on Discord? I feel like we're in at least 2 Discord shared channels, like maybe one for Gen Con or something. But, hit me up on Discord. Let's try to do a thing. I make you nervous? Shut up, dude. Dude, do you have any idea how nervous I am all the time? All I am is anxiety cased in an eldritch shell. Calm down. We're all nervous. Every single one of us is a dummy. Every single one of us has no idea what we're doing. Every single one of us yearns to be loved and is terrified of being made a fool. Every single one of us is just barely clawing on to survival, but trying to put on a face like we're killing it, and also being entertainers. We are chaos, man. We are riding the lightning. We don't got time for you to be nervous for me. I'm too nervous. Anyway, rant over. Let me know if you want to do a thing together sometime.
Hooray!
Oh my god, there's things happening. Wait, I gotta acknowledge this. What just happened? Bizol Yule, thank you for giving out a sub. Invictus,
Hooray!
coming in for a tier 1. The King of Nido resubscribed. Chandler came in with 100 bits. Thank you guys all for all. That was very generous. You're generous creatures. What are we reviewing tonight? Well, right now we're looking at this boss. The CR19 boss. It's got a bunch of damage resistances, a bunch of saving throws. What's its main stat? Charisma and wisdom, really. Lowest stat is strength. Fix the devil sight line. That's nothing. It has magic resistance. It has legendary resistance. It has strong focus. Mornica is able to concentrate on 2 spells at once. Every time Mornica needs to do a Constitution saving throw in order to concentrate on a spell, she does it once per spell she's concentrating on. Oh, interesting. You know what? I might actually make it so if she loses concentration on it, she loses concentration on both. I feel like that's a good way to balance the power of getting to concentrate on 2 spells at the same time. Is that making it so if you lose concentration, you lose it on both. I would include that. True Sight does already let you see through magical darkness. That is correct, Shades. Ah, the fresh taste of Dr. Pepper with all 23 of its flavors. So elegant. Is something happening with stream or with me? Probably with you. I wish I was sponsored by Dr. Pepper. Oh my god. If I was sponsored by Dr. Pepper, I would redecorate to represent the Dr. Pepper. You guys want to know a funny Dr. Pepper story? This is true, by the way. This is not a lie. I know I lie a lot on stream, but here's the true story. Well, that's the wrong head. That's too many. Where's my regular face? Okay. True story. Many years ago, I was the educational director / community director of a sleepaway camp, a summer camp. And I was essentially, well, I think my technical job, I think I was just called the assistant director, but I was in charge of community and education. My director at the time, who was a very strange man, very sweet, kind-hearted man, he was obsessed with 2 things, and 2 things only. Well, 3 things, but 2 things that we're going to talk about right now. One of them was more common. The common thing he was obsessed with was his dog. Which is fine. You want to be obsessed with your dog? Great. You can be obsessed with your dog. Nothing wrong with that. He was also obsessed with gambling. Every single weekend, he wanted to go to Atlantic City. The year that I worked for him, his family spent their Thanksgiving vacation. They spent Thanksgiving going on a gambling cruise together as a family. But the other thing about him, which I will never understand, was not only did he love Dr. Pepper, which I do understand, but it's the only thing he drank, to the point where I don't know if I've ever seen him drink water. And I will say, if I'm being conservative, he drank 4 Dr. Peppers a day. If I'm being conservative. If I'm being less conservative, I would say he drank 6 Dr. Peppers a day. And you know what? Every single time it was elegant. But it did seem like he drank too much soda, you know? All right, let's go back to this monster. I haven't thought about that guy in a long time. My videos are awesome. You enjoy watching them. I enjoy watching you.
The old version of spellcasting worries me and invokes flight or fight reactions. Double concentration is also scary too.
Yes, double concentration is scary. But that's why I think we have to balance it with making you lose concentration on both spells at the same time. Your coworker drinks 5 or 6 Mountain Dews a day? That's like drinking Dr. Pepper's weird little cousin that flunked out of medical school and now cooks meth, but everyone just calls the doctor. You don't know if that's enough data? I think it will depend a little bit on the spells and what other powers they get. If they're primarily a spellcaster, it might be okay. We'll see. Let's see. They get multi-attack. Mornica can teleport 1 Void Claw she can see up to 30 feet against a wall. What does that mean? She can then use Incantation or Void Slice twice, targeting 2 different Void Claws. I would not call them Void Claws if they are like things that are emanating powers. I would call them like, I might just call them marks or sigils or something, because it's like she's setting traps that she's going to activate. I feel like the word Void Claw here makes that confusing. So she picks 2 spots she can see up to 30 feet away up against walls. You gotta rewrite that sentence. That's confusing as fuck. Void Slice. Mornica targets a Void Claw she can see. Each creature on a 30-foot line and a 5-foot large... And 5-foot large? What? Okay, so are you trying to make this thing shoot a lightning bolt? I think that's what you're trying to do here. A 30-foot by 5-foot line. Everybody's got to make a dex save. On a failure, they take force damage and fire damage. What's your name? Who is this from? Fuella. Buddy. The spell Lightning Bolt exists. We have the language for how to write lines and how to do all of this. Just copy the language of that spell and change the damage type, and then you're fine. Okay, so as an action, she can pick a spot on a wall and shoot a line out from that spot. That's cool. It's very confusingly set up to get there. I kind of wish the way Void Slice worked was just Mornica picks a spot she can see on a wall. What if it was just this? What if you got rid of the whole Void Claw thing entirely and just said Mornica picks a spot she can see within 30 feet of her, a bolt of energy erupts out of it in a 5 by 30 foot line. So much easier. Why we don't need that middle step. An incantation. So, okay, so she can make an attack and then she can use a spell. She has the following spells prepared. I mean, let's be real here. How many of these spells really matter for double concentration? Hold person. And Wall of Fire. And Wall of Force doesn't require concentration. It's just hold person and... It's just these two spells, right? Oh, Blade Ward? Yeah, why do we have Blade Ward? I have no idea. The spell list is a little weird. I'm going to be honest. I don't think this thing should have strong focus because I don't think it has anything to do with its spell list. It doesn't uplift the spell list at all. Yeah, I don't know why Blade Ward is there either. Also, this is not how D&D spells are written for monsters anymore, and I would not write it this way. The way that you write D&D spells for monsters now is you say some things at will, some things 3 times a day, some things once a day. If you are running a monster stat block, you should not be thinking about spell slots and keeping track of them in the same way that a player does. That is tedious, and everyone knows it's tedious. It is why nothing is written that way anymore, so change it. Also, yeah, wait, Blade Ward is totally redundant here because she already is resistant to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. It's a good call. Is this spell list... This spell list feels not super thought out. Or rather, maybe it is super thought out, but you were really focusing in on the details. And when we take a step back and look at it, it feels a little all over the place. I wish it sold more of a fiction. Because right now it's just a bunch of fire spells and a little bit of control stuff. Concentration spells are Fly, Friends, Fairy Fire, Hold Person, Darkness, Fly twice. Firewall, and Wall of Force. Wall of Force requires concentration? I thought it didn't. Oh, I'm thinking of Force Cage. Force Cage does not require concentration. I'm mixing my spells up. I want to know the stats on Thorn Whip. It sounds like Thorn Whip that also summons a dwarf. What Thorn Whip are you talking about? It just does fire damage. Oh, you mean because it says Thorn Whip? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a misspelling. Okay, no, double concentration does make sense. But yeah, change the way this spell list is written. This is not the way anymore. And then it has Fey Charm. You said you copy pasted Fey Charm, but you misspelled the word Fey. So the part that you didn't copy, you misspoke. You miswrote, so fix that. And then it gets some legendary actions. It can create a Void Claw. There can be no more than 3 at a time. Okay, I guess if you want to keep the Void Claws there, you can. But I don't know, man. I feel like this is I don't accept the step of the summoning of the Void Claws and then stuff coming out of them as justification for that feature. I feel like you can just step over the needing to summon them and you can just make things erupt from certain spaces. Unless the Void Claws do other things, which it doesn't seem like they do, I would drop that whole vibe. Fairy Fire is also misspelled. Oh yeah, Fairy Fire is definitely also misspelled. Good call. Okay, so what does it do for its legendary actions? It gets 2. It makes a Void Claw. It uses one of its slices. It casts a cantrip. It doesn't really do anything that flashy. Like, what is the vibe of this monster? So here's what I'm going to say. My main feedback for this monster is that it feels like it's part of a spellcaster, but that's kind of it. Like, yeah, Databank is saying what I was going to say. Like, a Lich is a CR19 monster that it can cast 9th level spells. And it can, like, regain a spell slot as, like, a legendary action or something. So, the thing that I would say right now is that this feels like there's not really a feeling to it. There's not a strong enough vibe here. I don't think Void Slice is enough to sell the fiction in any direction of a thing. I just don't know what this thing is supposed to feel like. It just feels like a magic. It just feels like a wizard. It just feels like a devil wizard. It's like, okay, I guess. But the Infernal Nymph, where is the nymph in here? Is the nymph just the Fey charm? I don't think it's enough. And better yet, I would actually take a step back from that. I would argue the way to make a cool demon, a way to make a infernal Fey creature is not to give it a handful of infernal features and a handful of Fey features. It's to give it new features that only it gets that feel like they are in the middle of Fey and infernal. Because it sort of feels disjointed, sort of similar to the river subclass we looked at earlier, where it had really strong river vibes and really strong connection vibes, but not like a thing that made those things connected, you know? You're tired? I'm sorry. I think you could throw on some cool finesse type weapons, give them some sort of form of parry action. Yeah, that would help too. I think you could do one infernal, one Fey, and one new feature. At least one new feature, but yeah. You could do that. The layer actions cannot be the whole thing. That sell it. Let's see. She only gets one layer action, so you don't need to write all the shenanigans for, like, you pick a layer action, because you just get one. The effects of Wall of Force appear in the room, splitting the creatures into 2 groups for a turn. For a turn or for a round? A round is everyone taking a turn. Each side of the fight is divided in 2 and distributed into one of the 2 groups, and the effect ends if one of the 2 camps cannot be divided. The wall can be formed several segments or split into to split creatures. This is a really confusing way to say you can cast Wall of Force. So what is all of this information for? What the fuck are you talking about here? Layer action with 4 allies and 4 enemies. Okay, I guess this is just showing what a Wall of Force looks like. Layer action with only 1 ally. The spell does not work. Why? Layer action with 3. What is this showing us? What the fuck are we learning? This is so confusing. This is really... I think your maps are really not helping. It sounds like Void Division is just a free casting of Wall of Force without it requiring concentration. I don't know why you wrote it this way. This is confusing. And I would say sort of the same feedback that I said again. I don't think the Void... I think the Void Claws are unnecessarily confusing. There are other monsters in D&D that can fire projectiles from points they can see. There is a monster in D&D called Bella Shira, and she can target a creature, and then she can make lasers shoot out of that creature's eyes. But this feels like too many weird steps. The Void Claws don't really do anything other than sit in places like markers, and it's like, we just don't need that extra stuff. And if you're trying to express any ideas with these pictures, I have no idea what you are. Chat, can you just... I don't know. This is like a puzzle you'd find in a dungeon. I don't know what you're trying to decipher with this information. This really just seems like you're trying to show that Wall of Force is a spell that is used here. But there's mechanics that I guess you're trying to show with this art, but it's unclear what it is. So I don't know what this means. If you want to fire a projectile from a different space, you can look at Catapult for wording. Catapult is also a good spell for wording too. Yeah, so I mean, look. What is this? To me, this feels like you took the stat block of a spellcaster and you slapped a little bit of a Fey on it, and you slapped a little bit of Devil on it. And I think that you need to do more than that. I think you need to give it some defining, unique features that sell not just the fiction of being a Fey Devil, but of this Fey Devil. And what else does it get that only it could get? I think the void slices slice up the room similar to Wall of Force, and you have to separate one person from the group using Wall of Force. If that, I mean, I wish they wrote it that way if that was the case, and they explained how to incorporate that, because that's not written down here anywhere. I'd also argue an infernal nymph is a succubi incubi. Actually, I was going to push back against that, but I think if you're not talking about infernal fae, you're just talking about infernal nymph, then I would agree. I think that because a nymph is a little bit like, oh, hey, baby, in the way that a succubi is like, oh, hey, baby. I think all of the ideas are decent, but Monica doesn't stand out too much for a CR19. Yeah, well, I think the main unique feature is the one, unfortunately, that is the most confusing, which is the layer action and the claw summoning shenanigans. But I do still think it needs more that feels like a thing that makes it its own thing, that makes it feel distinct. And I don't know what that should be. I don't know this character, so I think that if you know this character, you could be like, oh, this would make sense for her to have because this is her vibe. You know? Is she really into rose petals? Maybe she has this thing where it's always raining rose petals around her, and if you start too close to her in combat, you have to make a wisdom saving throw or place rose petals over your eyes. I don't know, some weird fucking fae, evil, demon shit. I think Void Slice includes more vibes than we're giving it, but it's hard to tell. Okay, Void Slice has vibes. I like the idea of you picking a spot and exploding stuff out. Void Slice has vibes, but it's not enough. It's an attack that you do once per round. Or twice per round. It's just its attack. And at the end of the day, what is it doing? Mechanically, it's casting a weaker version of Lightning Bolt. So I think the mechanics are not really selling something that different. It's just really the feeling of it, you pointing at a wall and a thing shooting out of the wall. And that one and that one are both dedicated to the guy who hates when I burp into the microphone. I hope you comment on my next video telling me as such. I think the potential to have two walls of force and a hold person at the same time means that Monica is just a cheese, might just cheese the encounter. Oh, that's a good point. If this is making Wall of Force, but you could also cast Wall of Force yourself, and you could cast... Yeah. There's a lot of things that make me feel like maybe the double concentration should go. Especially if this is just happening. Actually, you know what I might do? If the layer is giving us natural Walls of Force, we shouldn't have Wall of Force on our spell list. We're getting it through our layer action. We should have something else here. Give us something more unique. They said not to worry about the cheese since they have allies. All right. I think that regardless of the cheese, it is a little redundant. Yeah, plus, exactly. It is a little redundant to have Wall of Force on the same creature that just gets Wall of Force naturally. This monster plays like Tron. That's funny. Cheese. Somebody said cheese. Give me that cheese. It's under speed with the fly spell. Did they not write the right speed? Oh yeah, they did not write the right speed. Fly spell lets you fly, what is it, 60 feet per round or 50 feet per round? Yeah, I think it's 60 feet. I think the allies prevent cheese, but perhaps I'm misunderstanding. I mean, they might, but either way, it's gonna be a little bit tronksy. I think the most important thing here is to pull away from the redundancies, streamline the spell list, streamline the action economy of the attacks, and give this thing some stuff that feels a little bit more unique to it. And not something that just feels like a mechanic that's plugged in from something else. Or a mechanic that's interesting in the flavor, but still mechanically is kind of just doing stuff that other things are doing. What are you cooking, Data? Dairy products or game mechanics? Who's to say? Also, I think the layer needs more, kind of plain. Yeah, I would. If you're gonna do layer actions, you should definitely do a couple layer actions. A big potato dish, nice. All right, cool. Thank you, Fuella de Stevia. I think if this is solely for your home game and you have a very strong understanding of how to make this thing work, you could probably have a lot of fun with it. But I think if you want to try to improve it or make it feel like more distinct and make it stand out, there's a lot of room to give it some more distinct features. I don't really know what suggestions to give because I don't really know this character, but my thought would be try to come up with some mechanics that are not or look at some of the devil high CR devils and high CR fae and try to sort of like don't just pull them from their features but mush them together, you know? All right. Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much, Fuella. Thank you for sharing. Let's give Fuella a round of applause. Fuella de Steve. Fuella de Steve. I wonder what a cloudy with a chance of meatballs game would be like. I bet it would be fun. What kind of class would you be? Would you be a cloudy class? Or a meatball class? I don't know. Fuella de Stevia should look up Marluxa from Kingdom Heart for vibes. I don't know who Marluxa is, but that sounds good. Garlic bread, Cleric. You guys are obsessed with garlic bread. I don't know why, but I accept it. All right. And a 1 and a 2. Wait, let me see if anybody else submitted any homebrew. Oh, I'm glad I waited. I want to run a dark Game of Thrones style game in Wendy's RPG. You could do that if you wanted to. The only thing you really need to run a dark Game of Thrones style game is to have players that are willing to take the game on in that lens, and for you to be ready to take the game on in that lens. That's it. You just got to have everybody willing and eager to take it seriously in the same sort of way. Dedicated to that guy that got annoyed with me burping. Oh man, I gave so many dedications. I'll tell you what. If any of you go back to the YouTube VOD after this is done, if anybody wants to make a highlight reel of every time I dedicated a burp to that guy, no pressure, but I would be very grateful. That would be very tedious to do, though. A highlight reel of me burping in general would be really fun. Maybe one day. Guys, I was thinking about... All right, no, we'll spin first. No, we'll spin after. I was thinking about doing a subathon. Should I do a subathon? I don't know if that's a good idea or if I would hate it. But I think it might be fun. I also have a really cool idea for a show thing I want to do that wouldn't be a subathon. Can I tell you my really cool idea and then we'll spin the wheel? Of course you can, Cinder. Oh, thanks, guys. Here's my cool idea. So you know how we do themed homebrew nights where this week we did like regions and monsters, and I don't know what we're going to do next week yet. I'll put the schedule together tomorrow. It'll be posted on Discord and on Reddit and on, probably not Reddit, maybe on Reddit if I remember. Discord and YouTube at least. What if we did a stream or a series of streams where we did like the planes of existence and we made a piece of homebrew for every type of homebrew for every plane of existence? So, for example, we would make a feat, a magic item, a subclass, a monster, and maybe a regional effect for the Shadowfell. And then we would do that for the plane of fire. And then we would do that for the celestial planes. Like, wouldn't that be? I think that would be kind of fun. So we try to make. So at the end of it, we would have like a series of subclasses monsters, magic items, and etc. that could all be, you know, it would be like a little compendium. You like your planar pals. I think that could be fun. You can judge how a subathon would go better than I would. Yeah, maybe. I might die. No, I won't die. Yeah, exactly. We would do like, and it would be, yeah, it would be like it's Shadowfell week or whatever. If I could bring other people on to collaborate, that would be ideal. Maybe a song too. I'm a singer-songwriter. Why do I have 7 Discord messages? Oh my god. Guys, you guys might have missed the Minecraft stream the other day. I do a Minecraft stream every other week with these English gals. And they are so much better at Minecraft than me. And one of them just sent me a video or a picture, and it was like, oh, just Hannah doing a little off-camera building. It'll go so well. And then it's a picture of her in the lava. And I think it's the lava that is in our house. Oh, yeah, it is the lava in our house. It's the lava that I put in our house. That's the lava river I made. Huh. Maybe I will make a railing. I made a lava river outside of our house in Minecraft here. This is the picture Hannah just sent me. This is the lava river that I made in front of our Minecraft house. And I think she fell down it. Poor girl. All right. Fuella de Stevia. I think I gave you a round of applause already, but we'll do it again because I don't remember. I think if we did a subathon, we would need to have a gimmick that would be good. And maybe a series of challenges that we would be doing together or something. It needs to be a little bit more. I don't think I'm a big enough person on the internet for me to just do it without there being like a good plan. At least it's something to try to sell you on showing up, you know? I got work rebuilding a satellite they'll send up with SpaceX rocket. That's cool. I used to do SpaceX. And then they hired some fucking crazy guy. Subathon is always hit. Yeah, tangents would be very common for sure. Tangents are good. What's my plan for Brewmaster this week? My plan for Brewmaster this week is to figure out if I have time to do Brewmaster this week. I have a bunch of editing I need to do for the podcast, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do it this week. I might need to be. We might be doing it once a month for start. Normally, if I had normally I would spend most of my weekends preparing for it and doing setup and stuff, but all of my weekend has to be editing. So maybe we'll do Brewmaster. Maybe we'll just do more call-in show or more haphazard talk show, game show that doesn't require quite as much buy-in. I have some ideas. I was thinking maybe we would do group speed brewing, where we would make up a prompt together as like a mini game, and then I would speed brew homebrew as if it was the show Brewmaster, but then you guys would all do it too, and then you could like submit it in the Discord and we could like look at it. And we could do that with other things. Like, it wouldn't need to be homebrew necessarily. It could be like draw a dungeon. You know, we could do like a bunch of silly stuff. So maybe not Brewmaster in the same way where I have contestants, but Brewmaster in the way that I play silly games with you, the audience, that are sort of in the backdrop of D&D trivia and problem solving and homebrew and that sort of thing. Yeah, wouldn't it be fun if it was like, you have 10 minutes to draw a dungeon. It has to include a piece of cake. It has to have the theme of cold, and it has to have at least one room that's made of chocolate. I don't know. Whatever the prompt is that you guys would pick. That's how you played speed brews in the past? Yeah, I think it would be fun. Bucket, a 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 bucket. I think we should eventually create flora and fauna for many biomes in D&D. What kind of squirrels are endemic on the plains of Abyss? That could be kind of fun. Trying to figure out how to make a squirrel on every plane of existence. Ross Gosling, you are up. Shout out to my boy that hates when I burp in the microphone. Hey, functionally a wand without the chance to break itself. That's fine. Wondering on the balance of my charges and the structure. Wands don't need to... I know that a lot of wands break themselves. They don't need to. Oh, you're using one of those websites. That was a gross burp. You're using, what is this? Foundry. This is a Foundry format. You always use Foundry, Ross. You're a Foundry fella. At some point, I'm going to need to run a D&D game on stream. I know it. You guys know it. It's got to happen eventually. And I think if it is going to happen eventually, I need to do it in Foundry, because I think Foundry probably will look the nicest. And I think I need people that know how to use Foundry really well to help me. So there may come a time, chat, that I put a message out for people that feel like they are quite good at Foundry and ask them to help set stuff up. I'm imagining that there's a handful of you at least that know Foundry quite well. I've just never used it before. I have an idea. Okay, wait. I'm getting tangented. My tangent is leading to another tangent. Let's look at this item first. Amulet of Dimensional Flux, very rare. Nestled in a delicate silver embrace, this amulet features a deep purple gemstone, radiating a faint otherworldly glow. I want to point something out to you in this sentence that I think is making... This is a fine sentence, except for... Let's talk... We're gonna talk genuine writing here now. We're now giving feedback that is not just for Homebrew. There is a pattern in this sentence. And the pattern is making it so your descriptions are not hitting as hard as they could. It's taking away from the power of your sentence. Sometimes patterns help, but they only help if they're intentional and they're working towards a goal. Can anyone tell me what the pattern is in this sentence? I know Roll20 way more than I know Foundry. Okay, nobody knows? I'll tell you. Delicate silver embrace. Deep purple gemstone. Faint otherworldly glow. You keep having these little couplets, and it's making it so they all kind of turn into mush. So don't do that. Diversify. The amulet has 7 charges, representing its reservoir of teleportation energy. It regains 1d6 plus 1 charges daily at dawn. When one charge stabilize, when forcibly moved or banished to another plane, you can use your reaction to expend a charge to prevent the movement. Say movement or teleportation. It's interesting because it doesn't prevent you failing whatever. It doesn't stop the thing from happening that's happening to you. It's just preventing the movement aspect of the thing. So if, for example, you're hit by an Eldritch Blast, it doesn't stop the Eldritch Blast from hitting you. It just stops you from moving. Then we have Vortex Warp, 3 charges. As an action, you can expend 3 charges to cast Vortex Warp. Okay. And you just wrote the spell there. And then Scatter. As an action, you can cast the Scatter spell. Are these... Why did you write it this way? Doesn't scatter and... Did you just write out the... Did you just write out the words to the spells? I'm confused. Here's Vortex Warp. Con saving throw, or they're teleported to space you can see. What is happening? Why is... Okay, so you teleport an affected target to an unoccupied space you can see within 90 feet. Oh, you didn't even copy the spell. You just changed the way it was written. That's confusing. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, so what does this thing actually do? You can prevent being moved or banished, and as an action, you can cast Vortex Warp or Scatter. I think it works fine for like a little teleportation-based magic item. Scatter is a 6th level spell and Vortex is a 2nd, but they're both 1 charge different. That's a good point. If anything, I feel like Vortex Warp should be 2 charges and Scatter should be 5. Yeah, I agree that this needs to be a bigger discrepancy between the charges. But other than that, I think it's fine. It's pretty standard magic item. I think the regen system is solid. This is pretty standard for how you would have your magic items recover their features. Hi, Sloth. What's up? This is your first time in one of my streams? Well, I'm reviewing some homebrew magic items and other things that people send me. Aren't charges typically the same as the spell level? No, not necessarily. Data be nice. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. The one thing that I will say is whenever you're making a magic item and you're making the main thing that magic item do cast spells, there isn't really a need for feedback most of the time because they're just kind of doing what spells do. Data be nice. Don't just shrug. Don't you shrug. Don't. You're getting too high and mighty. I gotta start paying attention to you less. You're starting to get too big for your britches. You feel like you are above the rules of not being a dick, and I need you to remember that you still need to not be a dick. Other than the charge thing, I don't think there's that much to think about here, right? It's just casting spells that already exist. The only thing that it's really doing is unique is the preventing of forced movement. So I think that's a cool idea. I guess what I would want to see, though, if I was going to be whenever I'm making a magic item, if I'm using that magic item to cast spells, I'm either making sure that casting a spell is like one small piece of a larger puzzle, or I'm trying to make sure that it's casting a spell in a way that is unique and sort of different from traditional casting of the spell. So I don't think you need to do that here, but if I was going to be making this magic item, that would be what I would be thinking about moving into the future with it. Those are my thoughts. I could also see you getting like a mini teleport. Like, you know, I feel like Misty Step would make sense on this for these charges too. All right, that's just me. All right, thank you very much, Ross. There you go. That was a burp for you, chatter, that asked for a burp. That was for you, country monkey. Let's give Ross a big round of applause. Alrighty. The King of Nido has returned. Oh shit. Royalty. Everybody calm down.
Hooray!
Doctor! Thank you for the Prime! 2 months! Very nice. Rig me, wheel. You're heading home from work? Alright, drive safe, buddy. Has Cinder ever reviewed a homebrew and been like, no notes? Yeah, a couple times. Once or twice. You don't have to have penance, Data. I just want you to not be a dick. The only person that I'm comfortable with you being a dick to is me. If you want to be mean to me, that's fine. Don't be mean to other people, though. That is a much kinder way of saying your opinion, though. All right. But I'm also getting better. I didn't time you out that time. I just vocalized annoyance. So we're all growing together. We're all getting more mature. I think my skin sort of undulates between thick and thin. And I feel like it's first ban. That's interesting. Who banned? Oh, one of the mods banned you? Oh. Oh, I didn't even notice that. I'm not, because I'm using a slightly different setup, I have not been, I don't even, it would take me like, I'd have to find the ban button. I don't have it up. Fat fingered? That's okay. It happens. So the data bank probably thought, oh my god, Data, look at that. Fuck you. Come here, Data. Come on stream. Come here. Come here. Come here right now. Data, come here. Come on stream. Come on. Come on. Come on. You're not coming on stream? My prototype. Scroll up for the art after reading. Reminder that CR is my weakness. Mostly trying to get the gameplay loop to work. Data, do you want to come on stream or no? You don't have to, but I was... peer pressure. Peer pressure. He doesn't have to if he doesn't want to. Okay, here. Here's the piece in Twitch. Here's the piece in YouTube. Let me grab him. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Data! You there? You're not here yet, I guess. Or your microphone's not connected properly. Let's try again. Second time's the charm, I hope. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Howdy, howdy. That was a good laugh.
So what the? So this is the monster we're working with?
Yeah, and don't look at the art is on the next page or on the page up, but don't look at it until we're done.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully, I'll be able to describe it well.
No, sure. I definitely won't do that, and I haven't looked at it yet.
I know you did that. I know that you stay exact put at all times, especially when I send you a huge compendium like this. So
I definitely haven't noticed. I didn't look at the art. I have no idea what this thing is supposed to look like. It's just a prototype. Okay, it's AC. Its AC is I gotta load the music a little bit. Music's doing stuff I don't like. Okay.
It's okay. Hear the music.
You just listen to the show very quietly.
Must.
It's also doing stuff that I don't want it to do right now. Let's do a little bit of something like this.
There's a lot more bad spots in these potatoes than I thought there were.
Bad spots in your potatoes?
Yeah. Bad spots in your potatoes. You've cut open a potato before, right?
I've never touched a potato in my whole life.
Honestly?
I know that yeah, no, I mean, I'm trying to think of a time. I've never tried French fries, so I feel like that's the obvious one. Yeah, no.
French fries? What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not even mashed potatoes or anything?
No, I don't think I've ever even been at a meal where they were served. But my family also does food a little differently. Like, we've got some weird things that weird cultural and historical rituals that we partake in. I don't know if you've ever talked about it, but do you think Hora Lu-like character from Elden Ring is possible? I don't know what that character is. What's a Hora Lu character?
I don't know much of them.
Gavin, I haven't played Elden Ring, so I don't know what that is. But I would say it's definitely possible. Go for it. I believe in you. That's all I have to say about that. Okay, let's take a look at this bad boy. His armor class is 11 plus the number of armaments. Natural metal armor. Okay, I'm assuming we're going to see a number of armaments at some point. It's got a wisdom save. It's a big, strong boy. It's a smart boy, but he's not too charming. He's medium at everything else. All the immunities of constructs. 5 feet of true sight. This is a fun... I like these little details. Like, that's fun.
Yeah, that's the mere stuff. That's the
yeah.
There.
Axiomatic.
Quite intelligent.
It's axiomatic. Data that bursts for you. It's axiomatic. It's immutable. Magical claws. All right, I think most of these things all of the mirror had, if I remember correctly. Overarmed. At the beginning of its turn, the mirror prototype gains 1 armament and 1d8 hit points that stack on its current temporary hit points.
Did that... Yeah.
I would say I would maybe... Okay, that's fine. If you want to write it that way, that's totally fine. For anybody that's going to use that, that will be understood. I think if your goal is like, how do I make this as nicely written as possible, I would probably say something like the mirror gains 1 armament and maybe something like, and 1d8 temporary hit points get added to any, and I don't know how I word that. Stack on its current temporary hit points. I don't like the language of. I feel like I might want to do something like, I might even write it like this, overarmed. The mirror, I might even make it a separate feature up here. I might split them up, but I might make it like, the mirror starts with 8 temporary hit points. Every turn, roll a d8 and add that to the temporary hit points, something like that.
There's more features, by the way, in there.
I'm still going. Its movement speed is reduced by 5 feet for each armament. Okay, at this point, this needs to be bullet points.
I had a feeling.
If the armament is above 5, its size. If the armament is above 5, I would say if it has more than 5 armaments. The armament isn't above 5. The armament is always just the armament. It's the number of armaments. Multi-attack. Makes 1 blade attack and 1 additional attack. I wish I knew what an armament was. I feel like I don't. I'm going to look up that word.
Honestly, it's just what I'm using to keep track of it.
Military weapon or equipment. All right, I'm going to maybe come up with a different word then. If it's not like adding new weapons to its arms or things like that. It makes 1 blade attack and 1 additional attack for each armament. Oh, it is adding weapons to it. Okay. Plus 7 to hit. 15 damage on average. What's the CR you're going for here? 6. Okay, this is going to be hard to rate for a CR. A bonus action. As a bonus action, the mirror prototype reduces its number of armaments to 0. Its current location becomes a 5-foot wide, 10-foot high pile of steel with a hole that can hold a small creature or crouched medium creature. Doing so removes the temporary hit points from the overarmed feature. The mirror prototype then moves 5 feet in one direction without provoking opportunity attack. Okay, what is the goal of remove armament?
So, well, obviously, at a certain point, its movement's been reduced to a point that it cannot move anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So it drops all of its armor, and at that point, the armor's so big that it's a pile on top of it, and it climbs out of that pile.
Is it important for you for the pile to have specifically a specific size that requires like definitions outside of like this outside of the normal definitions? And is it important that it has to have a hole in it that a creature can climb out of?
Yes and no. Probably no, if I'm being honest, but also that hole that it can climb out of is where it immediately climbs out of.
What
And
I
then
would
also that
probably,
also
what I
kind of- that
probably
also
would
kind of
say,
remains as a structure.
I probably would drop all of that middle part, and I would say something like, as a bonus action, the mere prototype can shed all of its armaments. They fall on the ground around it, creating a 5-foot by 5-foot area of debris that can be, you know, I might even just write it like that. I don't even think you need to. It's sitting on top of it at the end isn't mechanically particularly important, and I don't think. I feel like I would just. It's overcomplicating it to try to just like we're already into the mechanics. We don't need a description of a hole that things can use. Just make it something that could work as cover and be climbed on, and I think you can move on from there.
Sure.
Doing so removes, and I think you could say it immediately loses all of its temporary hit points. And it can then move, and then moves 5 feet in a direction. Okay, that part's fine. Okay. I think the overall game loop is interesting. So basically, it gets harder to fight the more powerful it gets, but it also gets slower. So the gameplay loop that I see is you basically try to run away from it until it can't move, and then when it breaks out, you try to swarm it and hit it a lot.
Yes, that would definitely 100% be the gameplay loop.
Okay, I think
thinking of the DM play. This is on me. I just want to kind of rant for a second.
Sure.
I've been looking at this for the DM's gameplay loop, not for the player's gameplay loop, which I should probably start doing for this.
Yeah, the DM's gameplay loop doesn't matter. I mean, it matters, but it's a means to an end.
Matters, but it doesn't.
It's a means to an end, and the end is the player gameplay loop. I don't even know what the DM gameplay loop is. The DM gameplay loop is you just make it stronger until it can't move, and then you make it drop its armor.
Yeah, that is the DM gameplay loop. But yes, there is some sort of tactics.
How high can its AC get?
Infinite, as long as it's staying put. At that point, though, it just stays there and doesn't do anything.
I would cap it.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I would cap it for 2 reasons. One, I think there needs to be.
Well,
here, let me say it like this. Currently, the way that it's
AC would be 19.
Well, I was gonna say, before it finished moving, its max AC would be 18. So let's think about it if it has 5 feet of movement. So that's gonna be a +8 to its AC. No, +7 to its AC. So that's 18. It's gonna be making 8 attacks around, and it is going to have, assuming a bunch of temporary hit points. I don't know if I like that. I think you need to lower its initial speed, probably.
Really?
Well, if the only cap is the movement, if the only cap is the movement, because it loses 5 feet for each armament, by its movement speed being 40, I think it can get too many armaments. If you lower its movement speed, it has less armaments before. Say that again? Yeah, sure.
Can I lower its attack?
What do you mean?
Because, well, that's 2d10 plus 5 and a +7 to hit. You know, could I have it where it's probably not going to hit until it has 3 or 4 armaments on it because it's making 3 or 4 attacks?
I mean, I would, if anything, I would just lower the damage of the attack. I don't think you need to lower the attack. I would just make it 1d10. It should definitely be 1d10 for sure.
Okay.
This isn't a Hydra. It's not that big.
I'll add an extra 1d10 when it is large.
But even the Hydra,
no.
like this is basically, I'm thinking about this like a Hydra. It's getting more attacks based on how many arms it has.
Yeah.
The two main things that I feel are, I think you need to cap how high that thing can go for 2 reasons. One, just to sort of power scale it reasonably, but 2, game universe logic. I don't like the idea that a creature could have 40 AC ever. It doesn't make sense if this thing could have 40 AC, but a avatar of the god of dragons can't. You know what I mean? This thing, like there's just a piece of logic that is missing there. So that's the other reason why I think it needs the cap. The other thing that I was gonna say though was, I don't know how I feel about it sort of double dipping in getting more temporary hit points and more AC. They kind of serve the same purpose, and I'm wondering if that is the best move. And I don't know. It feels like it's extra in a way that I don't know if we need it.
I was trying to keep the temp HP low enough that if it got hit, it would, you'd still be able to, rake off all of that temp HP and actually do some damage to it.
Yeah. Good night, Country Monkey, but then the AC shouldn't, like, I think you got to pick, right? They're both doing the same thing. They both are making it harder for you to kill it faster, just in different ways. One is making it harder to hit, so you're going to be doing less damage. One is giving it temporary hit points, so you're going to be doing less damage. And I just don't know if we need to be doing both here, on top of also the number of attacks changing and the AC changing.
If I drop that AC change, then could I make that 1d10 temp HP then? Or
probably. Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't mind the AC change. I feel like I like it, but I just wouldn't do both. Or if you do both, try to figure out another way, like somehow link stuff together. Maybe like, maybe when the temporary hit points are gone, it loses some element of power. Like if it doesn't have temporary, if it doesn't have temporary hit points, it loses the armor buff or something. I don't know. That make them more linked or feel more like they're not just doing kind of the same thing. For this monster, in terms of AC, I think 6 is not a bad spot. I would say it's less.
Yes.
I would say it's less than 9, and minimum would be 6. So I think anywhere between 6, 7, 8 would be reasonable, and that would be including lowering the damage from 2d10 to 1d10. I might actually have it start with 2 attacks also, not 1. Give it a base of 2 attacks, I think would be good.
Okay.
Because if the goal, if the goal is you wanted to do a lot of attacks, I would say less damage, more initial attacks. If you wanted to just attack really big, then I think it's maybe okay to do it, keep it like this, but maybe have it get attacked slightly more slowly, or you're going to end up, the problem is it does enough damage that it's going to be too much damage by the time it gets to do a lot of attacks. And I think that it won't become too much damage if all the attacks do a somewhat ordinary amount of damage.
My computer gave me an error and now it's loading.
All right, those are my thoughts. I'm looking at the art. I'm looking at the art.
Yeah, scroll up. Look at that art. I think it really fits the situation about how much we love you, and you're doing a great job here. You're inspiring so many people to make homebrew, and that's great.
Mm-hmm. I was going to give you more feedback now that I've looked at the art a little bit more closely, but then you started saying nice things to me and I had to hang up on you. Anyway, I love you, Data. Let's give Data a round of applause. From a DM perspective, I find one thing scary. If I fail to communicate the fact that the players at some point have to run from it, they just die. I think that you could describe it as moving more slowly. I'm okay with... I don't think that gameplay loop was an issue in any way. I think the issue is it not having a cap. I just think that's a matter of setting the right stage. It's getting the tone. AKN girl, thank you for the prime. That was very kind of you. Dr. Gonzo also... I think I said thank you for the resubscribe, but if I didn't, thank you again. Invictus, don't feel bad, man. You're fine. You found me on YouTube and you're happy to see I'm live now. Well, I'm happy to see you're here, AKN girl. Akin girl. Akin girl. It sounds like you're bleeping a curse. Akin girl. Anyway, thank you for joining. Thank you for supporting. As we can see from the stats on the bottom of the screen, YouTube is still starting. You had it right, AKN girl. Alaskan. Oh, dude. Okay, I have never been to Alaska, but one of my good friends from college who was like, I had a friend in college who I thought I knew pretty well in college. And recently, I found out that she is living in Alaska and has been living in Alaska for years. And I didn't know this because you don't stay in touch with everybody. And it made me feel like I never knew her. Not because she lives in Alaska, but because her whole life now is like very survivalist, outdoors. She's not like, she's one of the people, like she's like building a homestead kind of thing. But that was not her vibe at all that I thought about. Like that, she was such like a, I don't know. I want to say like a party girl, but that's kind of mean sounding. She was like studying like dance and political science and would like, you know, she gave no impression of being an outdoorsy person. And I hung out with the fucking hippy dippy outdoorsy people a lot. But I think maybe it brought the survivor woman out in her. Or maybe she found a partner that was like, hey, let's go do this. I don't know. But it was one of those things where I was like, oh, wow, you are a different person than the one that I knew when I knew you. Did you know the Magic the Gathering Commander format was invented in Anchorage? Of course, man. Of course. Who doesn't know that? What kind of guy in the realm of people would I be if I didn't know that? Summon Draconian Spirit, but I need a second spell. You need to summon Draconic Spirit for a cleric spell list, eh? 5th level spell to give a dragon cleric. Chat, what's a good 5th level spell to give a dragon cleric? Maybe, isn't there one of those like fire shield or elemental something? Isn't there one of those? Isn't there a spell that makes you all fiery and elementally? I think Wall of Fire is 4th level, but it might be 5th level. Wall of Fire got mentioned twice, so Wall of Fire is the answer. Asked and answered. Boo! Flame Strike could also work. Rigged. Pasta. I had pasta for dinner. Hi, Cinder. This is my region that was submitted for yesterday's stream but didn't get spun, so I'm resubmitting it here. Now let's take a look. Wall of Fire isn't 5th level, though. Well, a bunch of people suggested it, so they're on. Cone of Cold, yeah, for the cold dragon. Is my main man, Buddy Pasta, here? I don't know if Pasta's here. I had pasta for dinner, though. I'll say it again. Then don't give him a fire spell. Give him True Sight. Give him something else. Something else that dragons do. Is there a good fear spell? Or a cool movement spell? Alright, you can't call. That's fine. Draconic Spirit is literally 5th level. They gave them Draconic Spirit already, I think, Data. What did you miss, Bildo? What did you miss? We talked about Alaska for a little while. We looked at some homebrew. We talked about creatures that get more arms the more powerful they get. An Alaskan girl joined us, which sparked the conversation about Alaska. People were surprised by the fact that I've never been in the presence of a potato in the physical realm. But you guys forget that I spend a lot of time with without the flesh vessel. I keep it non-manifested most of the time. So like there's very often there's time where there's a lot of experiences that I haven't had, not for lack of trying, just because I just haven't been around. When you live in the ether, you don't think about potatoes that much. It's true. Twitch crushed the sub goal for the day. We had to move it up to 69. I don't let the vessel do much when I'm not with it. I don't trust it. Two people said nice at the same time. That's funny. All right, let's take a look at this. This is the Aldebaran Isles. All right, here's in YouTube for any YouTubers. Here it is in for Twitch for any of y'all Twitchies. I'm gonna burp soon. Twitchies, you're Twitchies. They're tubers and Twitchies. That one dedicated to you, that one guy that condescendingly told me not to burp into the microphone. I want to see if he commented on my comment. Because I literally have been thinking about this enough now, and I mentioned it like 100 times. Let's just check if he commented on my comment. I'll do it here. We'll all check it together. My channel, my lives. This is yesterday's. He did not comment on my comment. I thought I left a really good comment, though. I said the only reason I stream here at all is for those precious few moments when I have the opportunity to burp into the mic. Anyway. I'm a little bummed that I didn't respond. You burped at the same time? Burp brothers! Burp buddies! All right, let's take a look at the oh my god, I'm sorry. This is not it being bad. This is my speech impediment coming out because it's getting late. This is the Aldebaran Isles. You made it home? Excellent. I'm very grateful that you made it home. I hope that the first thing you do when you get home is take off your shoes, sit comfortably somewhere, eat something tasty, or drink something tasty, or imbibe in something chillin', and hang out, and just go like, that's what you should do. Trosio, what are you doing? 4 months. Feels like it's been more than 4 months. But maybe that's just the power of our parasocial relationship. You immediately get on your computer and relax. Nice. I have like very specific things I do to relax after stream. The first thing I do after stream, every single time I end stream, is I look at all the clips. By the way, if you can clip YouTube too. If you ever clip stuff, please post it in the Discord, because I might miss it. What's up, Desmo? Desmo, how's it going, buddy? 4 months on Twitch. Okay, I was gonna say, because I feel like you've been in my stream for like a year, like a while. Anyway, I don't immediately hop on my computer when I'm done work, but that's because I work at my computer. What I usually do is I usually watch the clips that you guys made from my stream. I know, but I can see them in Twitch. I can't see them in YouTube. Like, the back end of YouTube doesn't collect clips you make in the same way that the back end of Twitch does. You've been since last October. Yeah, man. It's been like a year. It's been more than a year. It's crazy. And then I usually will eat something tasty and sit in quiet for a little while. This is what I'll do. This is what I look like at the end of stream, by the way. Here, I'll give you an impression. I need like more space. Okay, this is me. Imagine this. This is me at the end of stream. I just go like this. I'm not sad at all, but I just completely turn off all the muscles in my body, and I just sit like this, and I eat something, and I watch a video on my phone, and I sit like that for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then I usually take a walk, and then I feel like I'm done for the night. And I have the privilege of being unafraid and a man and bearded and burly, so I can walk around at night, and it's not usually a big deal. All right, Pasta, let's take a look. The Aldebaran Isles. Deep in the forests of this vast world, travelers, outlanders, and adventurers alike have heard tales of strange place. A place full of shattered isles that float high above the maw of an ancient crater. Several gigantic vines and roots stretch from the isle's highest reaches deep into the depths of the pit below, allowing a clear path up to the islands for those willing to take the risk. This is the floating, this is Avatar floating islands, right? This is this stuff. Oh, you guys can't even see it. I'm so stupid. Anyway, sorry. Here's the homebrew. But I think it's like, this is kind of the vibe, right? We're getting little floating islands and vines and stuff. The skin man will get me? I am the skin man, my guy. I'm the one who gets the skin. I submitted my first thing, the Untory, about 2 or 3 months after a really rough breakup. I had such a fun experience that got me back into regular homebrewing, which I was too depressed to do after the relationship. So you saved my creativity and gave me something to focus on during my emotional recovery. Trodosio, let's be real here. Okay? Man, buddy. I did not save your creativity. I did help you find something to focus on during your emotional recovery, but you saved your creativity, okay? I cannot make anybody creative. I can do nothing to help you with being creative. All I can do is shine a flashlight at a door. You are the one that has to open that door. Data, same thing. You owe me so little. Take at least 3/4. Take at least 3/4 of whatever you're feeling like I did and make it all back at you. Okay? Oh, God, I can't. You know what? When you guys call me and you say nice things, I can just hang up on you. Now I have to, like, look at the nice things and think about them. I will take all the W's. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't, you know. A lot of people watch bullshit. Not everybody is inspired to make. Some people don't. Some, you know. Inspiration comes from within. You know? I haven't created this community, but this community saved me. And I saved you too? Damn, how many people here have found solace in my weird old man stream working through breakups? Well, I'm glad you're in a better place, Trodosio. I am very glad. You're a wonderful little light in the realm. All of you are. Every single one of you. You are all beautiful little lights glowing in the darkness. And I am that darkness. It is hard to accept compliments sometimes. I hate accepting compliments. I don't actually hate it. But I like to pretend I hate it so that I can sort of hate it without addressing it. Because I feel like if I address it, I have to start thinking about all of the social, emotional things I might be dealing with. And I don't want to think about that. Snake Mage, thank you for becoming a member. I don't know why the sound isn't working. That annoys me to no end. But anyway, I'm going to vocalize my thanks to you with my own sound. Yay! All right. Now, if you're all done friggin' being nice and saying gross compliments, can we look at some homebrew? Well, as long as you're being generous with yourself too, you know? Yeah, enough of this mushy stuff. Enough of this whooshy, mushy, gushy stuff. It's gonna make me fucking... That curse that I just said was a defense mechanism. Yeah, now yell about grammar. Thank you. Okay. I like this opening paragraph. The thing that I would say is, what I'm getting from this opening paragraph is that really what it seems like you're trying to sell here more than anything else is the physical location vibe. And I think that works quite well. And I think I'm going to assume you're going to lean into that here because there's zero mention of communities, cultures, societies, history, and I don't think that's an issue. In fact, if anything, I feel like it's going to help the rest of the piece. It seems like you really have a focused idea of what this is trying to accomplish by the fact that it's really just including nature stuff. Almost got choked up. I don't know if I've ever actually gotten emotional on stream. I think I've gotten semi-emotional. I've gotten like taken aback. But I haven't had a situation yet on stream where I was like feeling like I was having like tears. Either through sadness or through other shenanigans. I have gotten angry on stream, but that's not emotional. That's like a character that I play. That's like, that's Gordon Ramsay. That's not real life. What about off stream? Yeah, I get emotional all the time off stream. Dude, sometimes I just watch sad videos of, like, people finding lost dogs or, like, parents saying goodbye to their kids as they're, like, going off to war or, like, grandparents finding out that they're about to be grandparents. I don't know. I go down emotional. I watch sad video kicks sometimes because it's fun. It's fun to make yourself cry. That was a perfectly timed burp. It was so perfectly timed that I didn't even notice it. But you know what? Thank you for pointing it out. Because that one, I dedicate... This one's getting dedicated to Snage, the Snake Mage. Because they became pretty cool. All right. Let's keep reading. Adventurers who decide to risk exploring the islands may encounter various hazards. While exploring, the DM may decide to have the party experience random counter tables. I think that you can change some of the language here to make it a little bit smoother. Like, I would say something like this. Adventurers who decide to risk exploring the islands will encounter various hazards. While exploring, remember, this is something you're writing for a Dungeon Master. Like, you could literally write, roll on the table below to determine random encounters for the party to experience. I would just write it like as an instruction. I want to say there's actually one thing that is not in this opening that I wish was. Just one. Can anybody tell me what it is? Can anybody guess what I'm thinking? It's very vague, so I'm curious if you think there's anything. Keep in mind, we're not looking for history, we're not looking for culture, we're not looking for NPCs, we're not looking for anything man-made even. That's not the goal here. The goal is a natural environment that is a strange, unusual, dangerous one. There is something that is winked and nodded at, but I don't think is solidified enough in the flavor text here. It is socks. Thank you very much. That is exactly what it was. We need more socks. I don't think we need weather in the flavor text, because weather could be down here. I'm really just talking about the intro. The one thing that I think is missing, and I don't think it needs to be a big deal, but I would put it in here, is why would somebody explore this? What is the benefit of exploring it? What sort of secrets does it hide? Something, you don't even need to explicitly say it, but I would give her a little bit of a logic to why an adventurer would risk exploring the islands. Yeah, or socks, for sure. I don't know. I think that Gore and S'more didn't know what we were talking about, so they just said socks as a good guess. They were just guessing. So here's the table. The party's attacked by a shambling mound. The party's attacked by earth elementals. The party encounters a small grung scouting party. The party's ambushed by a wood elf patrol. The land around the party starts to shake violently as they must find a way to navigate through perilous safety. The party stumbles into a nest of flying mantas, or must hide or be attacked. Okay. I think that this last one feels unique for this environment, and the rest kind of don't. Now, there's two ways you can make these feel unique for the environment. What's up, Angry Broccoli? I'm your favorite D&D creator? That's insane. Don't you like, what about D4? What about the D4 guy? Or what about the Dungeon Dudes? Or what about Zach Speaks Giant? Or what about D&D Shorts? Or what about, Dingo Doodles? Or what about, the Dungeon Master Coach? What about Dungeon Daddy? What about, I don't know. Other guys. Pointy Hat. What about Pointy Hat? What about Monkey DM? None of them? I love those guys. What about Davy Chappie? What about Blaine Simple? Davy Chappie hasn't made too many D&D stuff in a while, but I like him a lot. Davy Chappie is the only one I like better, and they're not making videos currently. I accept that. Davy Chappie makes better videos than I do. But I don't make videos that much. Don't you also play D&D with Davy Chappie, Bildo? So that's a little bit of, I feel like D&D bias. XP to level 3, Kobold Guy, Dungeon Dudes. You play in 2 of Davy's games. Okay, yeah. You know what, man? If there was a D&D content creator and I played in 2 of their games, they might be my favorite too. How do you allude to future campaign arc that may be completely different than a previous one? Only some similarities, characters, item MacGuffins. I would start to foreshadow it. Like, if you're playing a pirate campaign and it's all very piratey, and the next arc is going to be grave robbing and undead, I would, start foreshadowing that. Have the next time they meet a ship, have the ship come from some city and talk about how, people are starting to put cages over gravestones, or have, some trader be selling all this really expensive stuff for super cheap, and then being like, why? And it being like, well, all of the nobles are leaving this area, and they are doing like these clearance house sales on their stuff to make it like way easier to, because they're just trying to leave. You want to sort of foreshadow. Like, think about the effects of the world that the next campaign arc would have, and how they would ripple out, and then let the players bump into some of those ripples. Collision, thank you for gifting a sub. Calexizon. Okay, but Pasta, to get back to the feedback for a second. I'm sorry, I am in tangent mode. Normally I end the stream at midnight. We are going to go a little bit later at least, because we haven't even finished reading this piece yet, and I also just drank a Dr. Pepper, and it has all 23 of the things. But we're in tangent mode. Anyway, these are all fine for a general forest encounter table, but we are trying to sell this place. So instead of having these specific ones, I would do one of 2 things. I would either pick very specific creatures that really would only exist in this place, or would make way more sense to exist in this place than any forest. But the other thing that I would do here is, if you want to keep these kinds of creatures, give us a little bit more. For example, instead of saying the party is attacked by some earth elementals, say one of the islands that the party sees has no plants growing on it, and they see a tree launched out of it, and there are earth elementals doing something on that island. Or for the shambling mound, instead of the party is attacked by a shambling mound, say, while the party is traversing the vines between one floating isle and another, a shambling mound starts to crawl down one of the vines towards them, and it's unclear whether or not it's just trying to go through the path or it's trying to fight them. You know what I mean? But we want to tie it into the fiction of this place. Cinder, especially because that's the whole point of a random encounter table. The point of a random encounter table is to not just tell the player, you don't want to just tell the dungeon master, here's some monsters to throw in. You want to inspire the dungeon master to, like, get into the weeds of your world and to be thinking about it, not just as on surface level, but to be connecting the dots, you know? Cinder, thoughts on podcasts like Dungeons and Daddies and Tales from the Stinky Dragon, more comedy and story focused rather than rule based? I think they're lovely. I have not listened to all of Dungeons and Daddies, but I've listened to some of it, and I liked what I listened to. I like my D&D games are very silly, so I like silly D&D games. I love Critical Role. I've listened to Critical Role for a long time. It's so much fun. But at the same time, sometimes it's a little bit too serious. And some characters get too serious, and I'm like, I don't care. Just go fight a monster and blow something up. So I like the sillier shows too. Adventurers are just tiny surfer dudes riding the ripple of change that important NPCs make in the narrative cosmos. I would say it's the opposite way around. I would say NPCs are little surfer dudes trying to ride the waves that the players and the adventurers put into the ocean of the cosmos. Yeah, this is an opportunity to give the Dungeon Master ideas of whole sessions. You know, one of these things could end up becoming a whole plot point if you put a little bit more story into them. You know what I mean? Overgrown plants dominate the aisles. I like what you did here with all the bold openings. Whenever you have a lot of text, and that text is designed to be like like lore that should be used and read by a dungeon master or somebody, when you put these little bold openings, it does two things. It makes it feel more digestible, because it feels like it's almost like this is a chapter, and then this is a chapter, which just feels nicer than just text forever. But the other thing that it does is it makes it so we can scan the document really quickly. We can, like, skim it. Okay, I need the giant mantas. Where are they? Okay, they're right here. Yeah, we are the adventurers that ripple the water. Exactly. I'm very new to DMing and was heavily inspired by Critical Role. The amount of work Matt must do for his worlds is astonishing and way too much for me. Well, you have to keep in mind, Grim, Matt Mercer is not just a professional storyteller, voice actor, but the world that his D&D games take place in is something that he has been building for, like, more than 10 years. Like, he was building that game world long before Critical Role even started. So you don't need to compare yourself to Matt, even in terms of workload, because it's just time, man. You just got to take the time. Or, you know, make it up as you go. Another really great way you can do world building is have your players help you with world building. You have not been spun yet, King Crusher. Overgrown plants dominate the aisles. Trees as tall as skyscrapers block out the sun, and underbrush taller than ogres covers almost all the ground it can grow on. Traveling through the aisles is slow and tedious, taking days to travel mere miles. This is another thing where it's like, give us numbers, give us info. Don't just give us vagues here. We don't need the vagaries. Hidden amongst the dense growth are all sorts of dangers, shambling mounds away. All of this needs to be said in half the words. The local wood elves have formed communities high in the trees. This should be its own section. This is the first time we're learning anything about the people that live here. That's a big deal. This should be its own section. Shambling mounds and insect colonies and little villages of venomous creatures and stuff is cool. Colonies the size of villages is cool. All of this is cool, but we're just getting too much non-detailed description. I don't think you need to be going... I honestly, I would pull the evocative back like at least a quarter and fill it in with meat. And if this is this matters, these guys. Give them their own paragraph. Then we have giant flying mantas. They're one of the most peculiar creatures when confined around Aldebaran Islands. They resemble their aquatic counterparts. Oh, they're manta rays. I thought they were like... praying mantises. I'm stupid. That was me being stupid. However, they grow 5 times larger. They tend to fly in groups, 3 or 4. Some inhabitants of the isles have tamed them and used them as mounts. Cool. Solid, good information. And then we get a little monster stat block. They're a big mount. They can carry lots of creatures. We're not gonna go through the weeds of the monster stat block. I just want to see what it does. They do a wing bash. They do a tail hit. They're okay flyers, but they can carry a bunch of creatures. That's fun. Giant praying mantis would be sick, though. True. I thought they were praying mantis this whole time. I did, too. We all did. Okay. I wasn't the only one. I wasn't the only one. What does that mean about all of us? That we all thought this was praying, they were praying mantis. Why not both? Dude, that would be cool. A manta ray with praying mantis claws, pincers. I'm here for that. I had a pet mantis for a long time. Can tell you right now, they would be good for a horror campaign. Yeah, mantises are intense. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a manta ray, not a mantis ray. That is what it is. And the first time it's introduced is plural. So we think mantis. I think that's probably what ended up happening. A manta ray with praying mantis on top riding it. That would be insane. That would be so insane it would be normal. And we would just have to go to work on a regular day and live our regular lives. And never become the creatures of the forest. Never become them. Calixian, did you just gift another sub? Generosity. I see you. The formatting is really good, also. I want to say that... Also, the art is nice. But the formatting is really good. All of the bolding of the paragraphs, this little detail of having the every other thing in the table being dimmed, the note to the dungeon master being in a text box with a little bit of a darkness behind it. If you are somebody that does not want to deal with something like Homebrewery or GM Binder, and you just want to type in Google Docs, this is a nice example of how much you can get done and make it look nice in Google Docs. This is totally readable. I wish we got to see more of the flying giant desert manta rays in Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. Dude, Petra. Okay, we're short tangent. But when I worked on that show, I was arguing for there to be a lot more of them. And I had an idea that it was going to end up being a little bit... I wanted it to be tied a little bit more into, like, the magical lore of the universe, and there would be different types of these sort of otherworldly creatures that would tie in based on regions that they were traveling through. But they told me that it just wasn't the vibe, so it got cut from the show. Vampire. Bloodlust. Vampire D. Not Vampire. Vampire is in the show. What did you wake up to? I have no idea, Fluffcopter. People were asking me about this TV show I used to work on. No, they weren't. They were talking about a TV show I used to work on. Vampire Hunter D, Bloodlust. Oh yeah, I was one of the writers on that show for many years. Really? Ruins from a lost civilization can be found scattered across the region. This should be up here a little bit too. These ancient peoples were wiped out when a meteor imbued with strange astral magic collided with the surface, creating the islands. Oh my god, all of this needs to be a little bit more up here. A little bit, just a slice more up here. Most of these ruins still remain unexplored. Piles of untold riches. Oh my god, Pasta, you're doing all the stuff that I thought you needed to do, but it's just some of it's coming in a little late. You're spending too much time describing the environment, not enough time pitching us. Yeah, Petra, I was a writer on most TV shows and most video games, just so you know. Okay, adventurers can choose, don't say may, can choose to explore these ruins, perhaps discovering surviving civilization, unearthing, blah, blah. Okay, don't say perhaps. If there is surviving civilizations, give examples of what they would be. This is a nice example of a thing where it's like, as the dungeon master reading this, I don't want to be like, okay, cool, I guess I have to figure out what societies are here. I want to be like, okay, cool, if I want a society to be here, here's like an example of one that would be cool. Most elaborate of these ruins found in the middle of the largest island is home to the most populous wood elf communities. However, due to the sheer size of the ruin, most of it remains unexplored. That doesn't make sense to me. Wood elves are eternal alive. Why is it unexplored? And many people are known to pay a pretty penny for those willing to delve into the depths. Then we have a note for the dungeon master about they can put whatever we want in there. Then we have the weather. It's calm. However, when storms do come, they're incredibly violent. Okay, if you're going to talk about the weather like this, give us some mechanics. These storms last for days. Some locals even believe that the storms are caused by an elder tempest. This is cool. Okay, so there's details in here that are really good. Like this, right? Or the storms lasting for days. But there's a lot of stuff that we don't need. We don't need this sentence about things not last, you know. Cut this. This should be 3 sentences. You got to cut out all of you're writing this too much like a not like you're not writing it enough like an instruction guide, I think. And we get some art. All right, I think it's a cool idea. I think you got some really nice details going on in here. I want more of the runes from the Lost Civilization winked and nodded at in the opening. I want examples of things that we could put in here. Like, why are these islands floating? We probably should include at least one example of an idea of a thing that could be there that could be making the islands floating, or a suggestion for it or something. And those are my thoughts. I feel like these are some cool, you got some cool ideas here, but I think you spend too much time describing the visuals without giving enough crunch. We need a little bit more crunch. Yeah, I agree. It's just very cool, very solid. Just needs a little bit more detail to help really refine it. You're putting it in your game, Kontos? That's very cool. All right, there you go. Petra, do you have any thoughts? Not Petra, I'm sorry. Pasta, do you have any thoughts? Petra, if you have thoughts, I want to hear them too. Let's say thank you very much to Pasta. I think this was Pasta, right? Yeah. I remember. All right, Pasta, thank you very much. You should include maybe not even mechanics, but just specific details. You know, you talk about how there's maybe a society there. What's that society like? You talk about how there might be riches there. What sort of riches? You talk about this floating island and this meteor smashing into it with astral magic or cosmic whatever. Like, what is it doing? Why is that? What is the connection to things here? Like, you don't want to leave... You want to leave enough for the Dungeon Master to tell their own stories, but you don't want to leave it so open that the Dungeon Master has to come up with all the ideas if they don't want to. And if the whole point of this place is that a meteor struck the ground and it made these floating islands and now it's weird in there, lean into that. Give us some mechanics. Is gravity weird in the area? You know? Are there certain types of magics that grow there? Are there are the, you know, the things, the treasures unfound, like what's the deal with that ancient society? Why haven't the elves explored it? You know, there's literally no reason for them not to. They're not gonna, you know, their society, like, unless it's really dangerous, but we don't really get a vibe of it being super dangerous for them. So like, why is it unexplored? I don't know. Those are the kinds of things that my head thinks about. Okay, thank you very much, Pasta. Clunk. Snage just got in. On the buzzer. My main issue is when I ran into space constraints of 1 page. So, Pasta, the takeaway from that is, if you are trying to write homebrew for a prompt that I give, and I give you a word limit or a page limit, instead of trying to take your idea and conforming it to that page length or that word length, try to make an idea that is designed to work with that page length. A lot of people, when they sent me their regions, they said they struggled with the 1 page. And it's because they weren't really using the 1 page as a tool for how they should build it. They were using the 1 page as a limiter. But if you know you only have 1 page to write a thing, you should be planning the thing you're writing based around only having 1 page. So in the future, when we do more homebrew prompts, and I will continue to have page limits, because if I don't have page limits, you guys are going to write crazy long things that I don't want to read. So instead, don't write something and then try to fit it to that page length. Write something that is intended to be that page length. But also, yeah, I agree with Kontos. I don't think you need to hack this one up that much at all. I think it is quite nearly there. I agree. That's the same way, that attitude of don't let your limits be your constraint. Use your limits as a foundation for what you're building with intention. That's how I think about all content creation. That is why I am a floating head bouncing around a screen. If you build with your limits in mind, and you build to lean into your limits, they go from limits into, like, power-ups. I'll give you an example. I put on a one-man show in Philadelphia like 2 or 3 years ago at a comedy club, and it was like a play, and I needed a set, but I didn't want to make a set, and I didn't know how to make a set, so I built the play for the play to take place in a trash dump. The whole play takes place in basically an underground junkyard, so that I could make a set out of trash, and it would feel like it was a good set, as opposed to it feeling like I didn't know what I was doing, so I made a set out of trash. So I basically, it was a fake talk show. So I had like chairs and signs and stuff, but it was all made of trash and cardboard. And I didn't have to do any work to make it look trashy. It just looked trashy because it was trash. But if I made my set anything else, it would have been kind of bad looking. But I knew my limit, and I used that limit, and then people really liked the vibe of the set because they thought I was quite clever. But I wasn't quite clever. I was just using my weakness and hiding it as a strength. Trash that limit. You're gonna go hang with some friends? Go hang with some friends, Pasta. That was a really cool environment. My main feedback is lean in more. Honestly, that's the main feedback. The main feedback is you've set the stage well. Now take it to the next level. What are the secrets of this place? You know, that sort of thing. Boo! It's the actual sun. Holy moly. I didn't know the actual sun was going to be here. The sun? Hey, Cinder, I will likely be working during stream, so don't worry about talking to me. Today, I have a little rogue subclass based around being a tooting trick shooter. with a Robin Hood thrown in there. I hope you enjoy. I do enjoy. I'm going to say something before I read this. This is not an implication on you as a creator at all. I think I have seen at least 3 trick shooter style rogues in the past 3 months. That doesn't mean don't make it. It means it's a popular idea. But it also means it's worth thinking about the fact that it's a popular idea. And when something is a particularly popular idea, part of what is going to help make that thing successful is being as specific as possible. Let me give you an example. If I had 4 different Feywild themed sorcerers in front of me, and they all were basically Fey-touched sorcerers. But one of the Fey-touched sorcerers was very specifically a sorcerer from the Spring Court. That is going to be the most unique, interesting seeming sorcerer because it's selling a very specific fiction inside of a more broad fiction. Well, we haven't read it yet, so you don't know what it is. It might be great. Data. We might become inspired. I would say a battle master is the way I would play a trick shot as a fighter. As a rogue, maybe in a different direction, though. Let's see. Lethal Showman. You know how to put on a show. And with your steady aim and lightning fast hands, few can match your prowess and your style. I'm going to say something that I don't mean to be a dick here, but this is not unique for... This is not unique. This is every rogue. I think you need to get a little bit more. Like, literally, some of these just sound like rogue features. I would probably try to dial in the vibe specifically a little bit more. If your flavor text can't be specific enough that it doesn't sound like a unique rogue, that is a good indicator that you probably need to focus your subclass a little bit more into more of a concrete, unique idea. Oh, yeah, there's no flavor text in general. That's true. I'm just taking this as the flavor text. At 3rd level, you gain proficiency in performance checks and have advantage on ranged weapons attacks against inanimate objects that are not worn or held. That's kind of weird and funny. I like that. Advantage on... This is such a strange... That's going to come up in almost no situations other than you literally doing trick shots. That's a very interesting ribbon feature. It's literally you doing trick shots, like you flipping a coin in the air and shooting it. That's funny. Okay, I'm going to take that as a ribbon feature. If it's intended to be anything other than a ribbon feature, it's not. But if it is intended to be a ribbon feature, I think it's fun. If you are already proficient in performance, you can pick another skill from the rogue list, okay? Additionally, when you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack... What? Let me start that again. Cinder. Fix yourself. In addition, when you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack, can attempt to disarm it. You can attempt to disarm that. You can attempt to disarm it, forcing the creature to drop one item of your choice that it's holding. The target creature must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, it drops the weapon you choose, and it lands at its feet. This can be done once per short rest. I am gonna make you so... This is just a battle master fighter so far. This is a fighting attack. This is just disarming strike. So this doesn't really work. You can't just give them this and call it a day. This is just disarming strike. We need something to make this more unique, something to make this different than that. It's just a battle master maneuver so far. We get another feature. You may have already hit the bullseye once, but with your skills, comma after the word skills, who says you couldn't do it again. At 3rd level, you gain an additional way to use your sneak attack. You don't need advantage on your sneak to roll. you don't need advantage on your sneak attack roll to use sneak attack if you have successfully hit the same creature on your previous turn with your sneak attack feature. All other rules for sneak attack apply. That's kind of fun. So if you pop somebody for sneak attack, you can get them again for sneak attack if you hit them on the next turn. Okay. Not great for cunning action. Am I missing something? I think this is a kind of neat. I think this is a neat alternative for sneak attack. A neat alternative sneak attack, but this is not working. You need to come up. You need to come up with a different way to represent being a good shot than essentially just giving you a once per short rest Battlemaster maneuver. It's a really rough limitation. It shouldn't be infinite, but this should also just be different. Isn't that from League of Legends? Maybe. I haven't played League of Legends in a long time. But this doesn't feel super unique, and this is fine, but it's also like it's kind of a nothing burger feature too. It's not a bad feature, but it's not I don't think this is as evocative as, let's say, a swashbuckler getting their sneak attack if they're the only person around you, or things like that, or the inquisitive one doing an insight check to get their sneak attack. This almost feels like a ribbon feature version of the feature. I mean, it's still good, but I don't think we have anything punchy. We're not getting really anything that feels like it's selling the fiction in a way that's unique here at 3rd level. And we really need that as a rogue, because we're not getting another subclass feature till 9th level. Should be only can take the disarm shot from cover surprise. But even then, it's just worse. It's still worse than the Battlemaster maneuver. I guess you could argue it's a little bit better than it in some circumstances because it's forcing a dex saving throw instead of a strength saving throw that the Battlemaster maneuver does. But the Battlemaster maneuver, you get to add extra damage, and you can use it as many times as you have superiority die. What if every sneak attack attempts a disarm? I think that's so one note. This is not, this isn't a disarming based subclass. It's a trick shot. Why aren't we getting any trick shots? Go full hog, add the extra damage to the disarming hit. What extra damage? I think it would be cool if you can hit a shot around a corner if you pass a check. That's a neat idea. I mean, the Arcane Archer already did a lot of that stuff. Let's take a look at the 9th level feature. Your reputation precedes you. Few in the realm haven't heard of your great marksmanship, or even fewer don't see your company. You can force up to 3 creatures that can see or hear you to make a wisdom saving throw. How? As an action? As a bonus action? As a reaction? Action economy, you guys. Come on. You don't think Arrow Splitter works? Tell me why. I don't disagree necessarily, but I'm curious why. Give me your reasoning. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on perception checks made to perceive any creature other than you for 1 minute, or until the target can no longer hear you. The effect ends if you're incapacitated and can no longer speak. It can be used once per short rest. So this is our second once per short rest feature. I don't like that. We need some features to be once per short rest. Some need to be forever. Some need to be resource based. You got to split it up. Also, like, this is sort of just the same as the spell Enthrall. This is a distance trick shot. If it was a wrestler, it would make sense. But here we're trying to stay out of attention. I don't know what that means exactly, Data. Idea, you can add extra damage to a ranged attack with a good performance roll. That doesn't make sense on a rogue. That would make sense on a fighter, but this is not a fighter. This is a rogue. We don't need to be doing much extra damage. We have sneak attack. What about some sort of feature that allows ranged attacks to bounce off objects to hit targets you can't directly see. That could be cool. Take the rapid repair and lower cost gun to make it a feat. Matt Mercer's firearm rules. Oh, you're giving advice. A trick shot has to call their shots. What if you had to gamble or guess a rolled number or on a range? That's a neat idea. It's a little different than the vibe I think they're going for, but I think that would be a cool idea. Why is the DC based on charisma? I think because you're talking. But I see what you're saying here. We're getting a couple different saving throws based off separate things. We probably should pick one thing, and that should be what the saving throw is based off of. Our flavor has us making ranged attacks trick shots, but Arrow Splitter incentivizes us to attack the same person, which won't always be relevant for a distance. That is true, Data. But I also think it's when attacking at a distance. But won't always be relevant when attacking at a distance. Well, it'll be relevant in that we're incentivized to attack the same target continuously. That's the only that's the relevance. This just kind of feels like the enthrall spell. Again, I'm like, what is this really the thing to sell the fiction at 9th level of this gunslinger? That as an action, you can make creatures make a saving throw where they have bad perception against creatures other than you for a minute? I don't know, man. I don't know if that sells it. And maybe it would sell it if we got more earlier that sold it, but I'm going to be very blunt here. The main feedback that I have for you is this is not a focused enough subclass. It's kind of what I said before I read this thing, where there's a lot of trick shots out there. We need this to be a little bit more specific because now I feel like these features don't tie together. How does Arrow Splitter tie to Slinger's Renown, tie to knocking I'm not seeing it. I don't know. I'm not, this doesn't feel like a trick shot gunslinger. This sort of just feels like a handful of different special moves. And this should feel like a subclass, not like a series of special moves. What's the best thing to do in a situation where players are infighting through their characters? It doesn't happen often, but 60 to 90 minutes in, they get tired, grumpy, and petty. Don't let them do it. If players are fighting and through their characters, stop them. Just say, hey guys, it seems like you are having trouble. Literally stop them. Pause the game and say, hey guys, you two need to go have a conversation as people because you are making the game less fun. Because you're acting like children and you're fighting through your characters. Stop doing that. Talk to each other as people. And I'm going to go take a break until you figure out how to mature a little bit and have a conversation. And if you need me to be there for that conversation, I'm happy to. But we're not going to do this. We're not going to waste the game with you guys getting grumpy at each other indirectly. Yeah, taking a break is always good. It feels like a Buster Scruggs class. I kind of agree, but again, it's not enough. It's not enough. It's like these tiny... It genuinely feels like random... It doesn't feel random. It feels like special moves that would be a part of a subclass, but we're not actually getting the subclass. We're getting the special Arrow Splitter thing, which is kind of like... It's not a very evocative feature, so it kind of doesn't feel like anything. We're getting the Battle Master maneuver to shoot our gun out of someone's hand. We're getting our once per short rest casting of the spell Enthrall. But like this doesn't feel like a full thing. I would look at one D&D stuff where the rogue can sacrifice sneak attack for extra effects. That's a neat idea. Then we get fastest in the West. Like the duelist of old, the first strike decides the victor. So the fastest draw will take home the glory. When initiative is rolled, you can use your reaction to make a ranged weapon attack against a nearby creature. With advantage on a hit, the creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you until the end of your next turn. Oh, that's cool. I like that. I think that's fine. I might not. I probably wouldn't give you advantage automatically on the hit. I don't think that's the move. But maybe it's okay. I know that you're trying to get sneak attack off, but if it's advantage, it just literally means you automatically get a free use of sneak attack at the start of every initiative. And I don't know if I like that or not. I think if you're going to do special maneuvers, you have to think like a battle master or a sword bard, where you get a bunch of stuff in one block. Yeah, I think you need to get a variety of options. I agree. And then you also need to get some stuff that feels more roleplay-y. Let's see. And then at 17th level, we get our final feature. Wily Shot. Whether it is through a well-placed mirror, calculated ricochet, or sheer blind luck, your shot never fails. When you make a ranged weapon attack against a creature or object that you cannot see within 60 feet, you can choose to roll without disadvantage. Creatures or objects behind total cover can be targeted by this attack. I think you need to have language for there needs to be a direct path. And I would probably say you don't... this needs to be somewhat limited. But it's probably fine as a 17th level feature. Honestly, I feel like this would be a better 13th level feature if you toned it down. And then at 17th level, you could give us a way to do more damage, which is normally what we get at 17th level. So I think it's a neat idea, but right now there's a lot of connective tissue that feels like it's missing. I agree, Data. I think there's some good stuff here, but the vibe is not hitting right now. It's a little Western. It's a little Archer. It's a little... It's also just like... The features all feel a little... They're like they're too specific to feel like they're tied together in any sort of way that feels like... Yeah, it just feels like we're just a handful of special powers. We need a little bit more of sinew. Is the first sentence flavor text, or does the hit never miss? I think the first sentence is supposed to be flavor text there. With that language, you could use the capstone to a feature to hit someone on another plane. I mean, I think they're still not within 60 feet of you. They're probably farther than that by then. Yeah, we need a little bit more synergy. I think we need a little bit more well-roundedness. I think that part of the issue here is that this trick shot person feels like they have one trick shot. All right. It's a fun idea, though, Actual Sun. Thank you for sharing. Why are we doing Christmas music? All right, Actual Sun, let's give them a round of applause. I guess you could hit something on the ethereal plane then, yeah. Like that whole feature needs to be clarified. It needs to be clarified. I'm tired, guys. Ugh. I don't know if I have any more in me. I don't want to get grumpy. And I know when I get tired, I start to get grumpy. All right, we're going to do one more spin. And we're going to try not to get grumpy, okay? We're going to do one more spin. Tomorrow's my day off, so it's okay. We're going to do one more spin. I'm going to try not to get grumpy. Wish me luck. Can you guys do me a favor? If I'm starting to get grumpy because we're doing the last wheel and I'm tired, will you guys do something to help remind me that I'm getting grumpy? Because I get very defensive. And if I feel like you're like saying stuff in a way that is confrontational, it's not going to make me less grumpy. It's gonna because we're not having a conversation. I'm just seeing text. So if you are feeling like I'm being too grumpy, this is what I want you to do. No, I don't want you to call me out, because then I'm just going to yell at you. And I don't want to do that. So there's a certain phrase I want you to say. I don't want you to criticize me for being grumpy because I'm going to know it. There's a phrase that I want you to say. And the phrase that I want you to say is, they are only human. If I'm yelling or being too grumpy, just write, Cinder, they're only human. Okay? That will put me in line. That's a good thing in general. I can't show you because my camera doesn't move, but I have a sticky note. Well, I actually need to get a new one. It fell off. But I used to have a sticky note on my monitor right here that just says they're only human because I'm trying to not... I have to remind myself that, everybody's flawed. Boo, it's Kikiki. All right, let's see what you're growing. Let's see what we got here. This is my first time using GM Binder. I thought it turned out good. Also, it's my first time writing flavor for a subclass, and I really like how it turned out. If you will say that it is bad, then okay, boomer. JK, please criticize everything. You're older than me, Kiki. I'm just kidding. That's probably not true. Oh. You didn't send me the right link. You didn't send me the right link. You put it in the trash. Now who's the boomer? Huh? The person that couldn't figure out how to send the form? Guys, F's in the chat for Kiki. Or 07s or whatever. Gone but not forgotten. You need some sad trumpets? I got you. Was that good? Was that sad enough? Do you need more sad? It's not really sad. The trumpet's the best one. Anyway, sorry, Kiki. Oh, you don't like the sad trumpets? That literally was called sad trumpets. You want babies crying? Sure, we can do babies crying. Somebody coming into this... Okay. This is what I'm here for. Anybody that's coming into this... Okay. I wish we had people that came into stream. We're gonna do one more spin on the wheel. But I wish we had people that showed up randomly in the stream for a little bit more, because this would be the funniest thing for somebody to walk in on. Imagine this. You're just tuning into the stream now. Okay? You're just tuning into the stream now. First time seeing my stream, and this is what it is. The music mixes with it so well. That's so weird. I love it. It's all right. There you go. You happy? You got your crying baby. That was so good. What a wonderful. Imagine hopping into a stream and that's what's happening. I should have just stared at this. You know what? Next time it has to be more like here. Next time it has to be like this. Like, that's a little bit better. You know what I mean? Only 6 days until your full ride physics test? Holy shit. Also, thank you for the $2, Quinn. Good luck, man. I hope we don't hear those babies crying. I got notified by the super chat before stream did. Bossa Nova does make anything funnier. Did you see my quest request? No. I didn't. Did you do a channel point thing? Sorry. When did you do that? When did you do a quest request? I don't see it in the... A while back, I'm a witness. All right, sure. I got a quest for you, Pasta. Give me 1 second. Let me get it ready. Give me a second. All right, Pasta. 35 years ago, a wagon caravan carrying an ancient artifact, a key to interplanar travel, was accosted by corrupted dryads of a local blood forest. The dryads, driven mad by their corruption, were unaware of the power held within the caravan, and so they consumed all of it, leading to them sending the interplanar key energy spread throughout all of the trees in their local grove. My quest for you, Pasta, is to draw by hand one of these interplanar cosmic corrupted dryads and to write 3 unique mechanics or elements of their forest, and to also take a picture in real life of a tree that you think looks like what one of their corrupted trees would look like. So if you dare take my quest, I expect to see 3 things. 1, a picture of a real-life tree. 2, a drawing of a interdimensionally corrupted dryad. And number 3 or 2 cool, weird things that this forest holds. Does that sound good? You could probably find a picture on the internet too. Listen, if I don't have, I have too many things open at the same time, so I apologize if I miss any chat reward requests. But that's your quest. Anybody can do that quest. If you want to do that quest, all you have to do is submit your answer in the request quest section of the Discord whenever you finish. And that's your quest. And no, I won't repeat it, because I'm like an old school video game where I don't take notes for you. Dang, Cinder. That's harsh, dog. Takes a picture of my mom for the interdimensional corrupted dryad. Cold. I've been researching extraplanar squirrels for the past 3 hours, and I'm no closer to finding what creature type they would be. I think it would depend on what plane they're from. I think they could be I think they would be different depending on their plane. Yeah, I want to do at least one more spin. If it's a really short one, maybe I'll do 2. I got energy. At least a little bit longer. But we'll do at least one more spin. And guys, remember, if you did not get spun tonight, there is always next week for the member stream. I do a member review stream every single Friday, but also I do an open forum stream every Sunday for everyone, which is in 2 days. And then throughout the week, I do other streams, and all of my streams, guys, are directed at you. I do very, very little streams where it's not like we are participating in the thing together. So we're going to do some call-in shows. We're going to have some themed prompts. And I'm going to try to give you the themes for the prompts early. And I'm going to make the earlier in the week theme more open-ended and the later in the week theme a little bit more closely knit. Sort of like what I did this week. So if you guys want to see the prompts, you'll have like 4 days to write something if you want to attempt one of the later in the day prompts. Other than that, I don't know what I'm doing in my life. We got to figure out if we're going to play video games more. So now you know that Shorts actually got you a Twitch viewer. I think Shorts got me a few Twitch viewers, I think. And some YouTube viewers, hopefully. We're not gonna, I don't think I'm gonna have time to do Brewmaster this week. I have a lot of editing I need to do this weekend. I'll talk to Patrick and I'll see if we can make it work, but I think realistically we're gonna have to push it back a little bit. It was a lot of work on my, it was too much back-end work. It was enough work where at the end Patrick was like, you need to get somebody to do half this work for you or it's not gonna work. And I was like, damn it, you're right. You'll be trying to make every stream. You don't need to make every stream. The main thing is what creature type do they register as to spells? Well, that's what I mean. Like, if you want it to be the same sort of squirrel anywhere in the realm, you should probably pick something broad like aberration or monstrosity. But if you want them to be different, I could really easily see some of them being elementals, some of them being aberrations, some of them being celestials, you know? All right, let us give the wheel at least one more spin. And I need to pee also, but it's too bad. I'm going to hold it because we're here. Boo! Baba! I can't make nearly every stream and Cinder remembers who I am still. Well, you're here a lot, King Kresha. I remember most people. I'm not, you know what's so weird? I'm really not good with names for peers. Like if I go to a party and I meet 3 people, I'm not going to remember their names at all. But I'm really good at remembering names when I am in a position of responsibility. So when I was a teacher, I was very good at remembering names. And I feel like because, while I'm not responsible for you, I am like the show host. So I feel like it makes me more like I remember your names. I like that Invictus and Baba both use their human name on one platform and their non-human name on the other, but it's sort of interchangeable at this point, and I think it's fun. Yeah, King Crusher, looks like you leave an impression on people. Data remembers you, although Data is a bank of data. Data Bank, I want to ask you a question at some point about Magic the Gathering. Do you play Magic the Gathering a lot, or you just really like the lore? Because all of the homebrew I've read from you for the past little while has been part of this larger Magic compendium, which also is like good on you for like being like, I am gonna make this, and this is what I'm working towards, and I'm gonna take advantage of this streamer giving me an opportunity to get feedback for this big compendium I'm working on, and it's like a cool framework to sort of work within. But that being said, I'm wondering if you're like making it because you really love the lore or you love the game and you're trying to mix them together or what? Because I have seen people make homebrew based off of other projects before. Like I've seen people make homebrew based off of Avatar. I've seen people make homebrew based off of superheroes or One Piece or all sorts of stuff. I think you're the only homebrewer that I've worked with in the past, I want to say 5 months, where maybe not 5 months, but I don't remember the first time you sent me a Magic thing, but pretty consistently all of the homebrew I've looked at yours, I want to say at least for the past 3 months, has been to this singular goal of taking Magic the Gathering and sort of translating it into D&D mechanics. You started playing Magic when you were 5, so it's really in your bones. Your parents taught you. That's fucking, I can't even, dude. That's the most alien thing I've ever heard. Do you have any idea how different the things I like are from the things my parents like? I love my parents. They're great people. Do you know how long it took them to take what I do for a living seriously, let alone trust that I was like gonna be able to take care of myself? My parents, dude, okay, mask off for a second. I have visceral memories of very aggressive, not yelling, but like that aggressive talking where you're like, if you weren't my parent, I would deck you right now, like that kind of talking. I remember having conversations with my parents where I have that tone because they are talking about the things that I care about in a condescending way, and they won't stop. And they're not even trying to, but it's just they can't comprehend any of that kind of... They're just very... They come from a different time. Anyway, it's cool that your parents taught you how to play Magic, because I feel like my parents' relationship with the way that I like things is I had to battle them to make them appreciate the things that I do. And they still don't really like or care about them. Oh, they're boomers. They definitely boom. They are only human, that's true. Like, it took them a long time to get out of the habit of describing what I do as my little games, for example. Just like, I didn't like that. I mean, technically they are little games, but that's kind of a very simplified, condescending way to talk about, like, you know, the kinds of things we get into here. Anyway, Baba has this piece for us. They say, I'm thinking about making an artificer-specific spell compendium. Interesting. Not a bad class to make specific spells for. Actually, you might even, with the right nuance, you could probably make artificers feel really unique in a way that might be fun, because their core class sucks. But if their core class came with some unique spells that made them more interesting, that might be solid. Oh, they boom. I run an online MMO community, and we started to get second-generation players. Amazing how many parents get their kids into gaming. I mean, it's cool. The thing is, I don't know if I'm ever gonna have kids. I'm not in a rush. I'm not dating anybody right now. I also don't feel like I'm in a responsible place to have kids, but I have several friends with kids, and a lot of them are introducing D&D concepts to their children, and it's gotten me very excited. And some of my friends who don't play D&D but just think it's cool what I do for a living have very openly been like, hey, when my kid is old enough, can we teach them D&D? And I'm like, yes! So, it's okay. I will take the lessons I learned from needing to push back against the generation that doesn't really respect what I do to instill that respect in the generation below us. And also, you know, try to support the things they like too. For a class with such specific alt take on spellcasting, it's kind of a shame they don't have unique spells. I agree. This is my first big stab at the idea. Okay. Did you send me one spell, or did you send me a shit ton of spells? I hope you just sent me one. Okay, one spell. Cool. Solid. I don't mind if you send me more than one piece of homebrew. I just usually will only read one, and then I feel bad if it's, like, not the one you want me to read. There it is. I just posted it in the Twitch and the YouTube. Is it getting cold? Comparative to other classes, artificers really rely on their subclasses. Dude, I agree so fucking hard. I think their core class is boring as fuck. I think that all the tinkering, magical secrets, shenanigans, all the tinkering stuff is not particularly interesting. I think the infusions are like they're unimaginative in a way that I feel like an artificer should be incredibly imaginative. Like, you should be building Rube Goldberg machines and, like, inventing weird... Like, you're a tinkerer. You should be able to tinker. There is no tinkering with the artificer. It's just, here's 6 weird, sort of bland things you can put on items. Oh, cool. The armorer is a fun subclass. The battlesmith is a fun subclass. Honestly, even the alchemist, which is not that good, is a fun subclass. All the subclasses are cool. Yeah, most infusions are kind of boring. There's a couple cool ones. Trodosio says Artificer should be a different subclass, and the different subclasses should be different on different classes. So, like, the Barbarian Artificer would be like, you would build like a battle suit that would like inject shit into your eyes. And the Ranger Artificer would have like grappling hooks and smoke bombs. And the Fighting Artificer would have like a robot arm that held a sword for them. Oh my god. That's such a good idea. That would be really fun to try to write. Design an artificer subclass for another class. That's a really confusing prompt if you say it that way, but that is a cool idea. Make a fighter subclass that turns the fighter into an artificer. Don't make them a 3/4 caster. Don't make them a third, but don't include spellcasting. But I did that, you got mad. Databank, if there's one thing you should learn by me from now, I am hypocrisy incarnate. It's one of the main reasons why I don't do re-reviews. Because I'll say one thing about the homebrew and then you'll change it, and then I'll say you changed it bad. And then you'll be like, you told me to change it. And I'm like, well, I'm different every time I talk. I flow like a river. I am not static like you fleshlings. I am constantly shifting and wriggling and writhing. It was somewhat bad, so there's that. Oh, I probably yelled about it being bad then. Because if it was good, it probably would have been solid. Oh shit! Is it Philip Mead or is it Baba? Baba, we're looking at your piece. We haven't even started yet. We're talking about artificers. Your D&D game just wrapped up. Did it go well? Dude, I have a D&D game this week or next week. I have to check. I have to pull out the stops a little bit. I feel like I've been slacking my last couple sessions that I've been running. I've been too improv. I like to be an improv dungeon master, but I need to be doing a little bit more planning. Over this weekend, I have to like actually do some planning. I can't do 100% improv. I did 100% improv like 2 sessions in a row, and I can feel they need something to hold on to. D&D tomorrow and no clue what to do. If they are between level 6 and level 9 or level 8, I would have them be hunted by an Orthon, but have it hunt them intelligently. Not where it's like just trying to kill all of them, like it's, has a mission. You're gonna DM for the first time in like 3 years on Monday. I wish you luck, King Crusher. You'll be fine. I usually don't run D&D with an outline. I usually think a lot and take very scattered... I won't even take notes. I'll take pieces of paper and stick them into books for places that I want to reference if I want to reference them. But I do a lot of writing before the campaign starts, and I take a lot of notes during the session. But that's not sustainable, as I learned last session, when I felt like I was doing a bad job being a dungeon master. My players had fun, but I was like, oh, I could be more prepared. I'll be a little bit more prepared. If I had time, I would over-prep, but I'm a busy boy. Like, for example, I think our game is on Tuesday, which means on Tuesday I'm going to have to do a daytime stream, which is fine, but, like, I'm working before the game. I'm, streaming. I have to read through The Artificer. It isn't horrible. But it doesn't seem to be the best class. I like the Armorer personally. Artificer's tricksy. You love ending on cliffhangers? Yeah, but I feel like I'm good at finding cliffhangers to end on. I don't always feel like I need to prepare for that. I think that is the best time to end the session, though. If not a cliffhanger, but like a moment of revelation. Revelation is also a good way to end a session. You're in the waiting room? Let me grab you. I think that ending a session on a cliffhanger is really fun. But if you end too many sessions on the cliffhangers, it can get annoying. Kelf, how's it going? It's been a hot second. If you can end a session on a cliffhanger sometimes, but other times end it on a revelation, it feels good. And by a revelation, I mean, like, you open the chest and you realize Beatrice was the demon all along. And that's where we end the session. You know what I mean? Which is sort of a cliffhanger, but it's a cliffhanger where it's giving you information.
Hello?
Hello? 1 second. Maybe? I'm sorry, I have to send a message.
Sure.
Okay, message sent. I hope it gets delivered.
You were just talking about ending sessions on cliffhangers. I love to end sessions on cliffhangers, but you're absolutely right. You can't do it every time. Sometimes just have to have a normal ending. You get to treat it like it's like a TV show, right?
Mm-hmm.
If every fucking episode of a TV show was a cliffhanger, you would start to get pretty annoyed.
Yeah.
Lost.
You would also probably get tired. It feels like there's no break. It's the same logic to why you shouldn't write all of your sentences to be super long. It's the same logic of why
you break up the pattern.
Break up the paragraphs. It's also true for combat encounters. This is something that it took me a long time to learn, because I was always under the impression that the best way to run combat, or honestly any of the adventure, is to have the adventurers win just barely. Like, you always are winning by just the skin of your teeth, and it makes it feel like we're surviving and we're winning. But if you have too many combat encounters in a row where everyone is just barely winning, it kind of makes you feel either underpowered or tired. Like, you need to give your heroes a couple like big slam dunk wins to just give them
totally. Sometimes they need
power.
to just stomp the enemy. There was a really great moment in Dimension 20's Fantasy High Junior Year, and the second episode. Did you watch Fantasy High?
Yeah, I was one of the main writers on it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know that, but did you actually watch it though?
I watched some of it. I didn't finish it.
Yeah. You didn't do a good job writing, or?
No, Brennan's kind of like a tyrant, and was like,
okay.
Brennan was like, basically, listen, we don't need to talk. I don't want to start any drama with my ex coworker, Brennan Lee Mulligan. But let me just say, all of that charm. You know how you see all that charm, but then you also see all that snideness in the TikToks? Well, guess which ones are real? No, I'm just kidding. But I know I stopped writing. I didn't get to watch all of it because most of the writing that we did for Dimension 20 wasn't actually writing. It was like helping build an arc and plot beats. So it was sort of like me and the other writers and Brennan would work together, and we would come up with general ideas.
A lot of writing to do.
It was a lot of talking. I didn't do that much writing because I didn't have hands at the time.
It's all writing work. Yeah, this spell is it's a little bit weird one. I went back and forth I don't know, a few different ways, but hopefully it lands. We'll see.
Dude, I love that people in the chat ask me questions sometimes. Snage, it just made my heart glow that you said, you said you wrote for Fantasy High, all caps. That makes me so happy.
It's amazing, right? I mean, it's really...
I've said it before. I wrote on every single thing. Every single thing I wrote on.
It is.
Not every single thing, but in most things. There's like one or two books that I didn't have a hand in.
Yeah.
And they didn't turn out too well.
More often about, the writing work that you've done for these. But, we should probably focus for now on the...
sure. Honestly, there's really only one book I can think of off the top of my head that I had no hand in writing.
Should I guess?
You could. It's an easy guess. I don't.
Babysitter's Club, number 5.
No, I love the Babysitter's Club. What would I say? What's the thing that I would say I didn't have a hand in writing? One thing. What's one book? Think of a first book you think of at the top of your head that you're like, Cinder doesn't want to be a part of that. First book.
Well, honestly, the first one that came to mind was the Bible.
No, I love the Bible. Bible's got all sorts of good stuff.
Yeah,
in there.
that's why I didn't say it. So pressured.
No, the only book that I really didn't have any hand in writing was Mein Kampf. That guy did on his own. I was not a part. Fair. I claim no credit there. All right, let's take a look at Vacuum Cleaner. Vacuum Tube, level 3 conjuration spell, casting time 1 action, range 60 feet. Concentration up to 1 minute. Okay. It requires a glass tube. A line of magical impulse measuring, I might put a comma after the word impulse, measuring 5 feet in width and 30 feet in length manifests in the area you choose within range. I would write it actually, I would say, well, let's see what it does. But my first thought is I would make it a 5 by 30 foot line instead of writing it that way. But let me keep reading it first. When you place the line, you designate one end to be the input and the other to be the output. The line can't overlap or pass through terrain features, such as brick, wall, or hillside. When a creature starts their turn within 15 feet of the input, or moves into that area for the first time on their turn, they must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, they are sucked into the line, expelled on the other end in the nearest unoccupied space to the output, and knocked prone. Okay. I am on board so far. As a bonus action on your turn, you can change which end of the line is the input and which end is the output. This is a really funny spell. This is a really funny spell.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad it's funny. The second question is, does it feel like an artificer spell? And the name is helping a lot for that, for sure.
It does, because it feels like you're building like part of a like a machine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kind of what I'm going for. The dream for me kind of is making like 20 or so artificer spells, all of which work like little machine actions that a team of artificers can then glue together to make really crazy spell machines in combat. But that's a long-term dream.
Snage suggests giving some text for the visuals. I could see that. I could see putting a little bit more into the flavor text.
Yeah. I mean, I usually keep my flavor text very...
You could save a couple words by, instead of saying 5 feet wide, 30 feet long, but just saying 5 foot by 30 foot line.
I could put a little bit more into the line of magical impulse, like a...
Is it okay, let me ask you a question. If I put one end in front of like a lava pit and then the other end somewhere else, would it throw them into the lava?
If you know, it could go over a lava pit and then deposit them over the lava pit for sure.
Okay.
It could, you know, it's just the nearest unoccupied space to the output. And while it can't like go into a you know, terrain feature or overlap it, so i.e. you can't like throw someone through like a lava waterfall in the line per se, or into a brick wall that's in the line. You're definitely meant to be doing...
Is it intended that you could make it going up?
Yes. So that's another thing, is that usually, often when you're making lines, they radiate, they emanate from you. This one doesn't. You can put it in any orientation, including up.
I might clarify the any orientation, including up, in the language here, because I think people are gonna that could lead. I appreciate that it's written in a way that you should be able to assume that, but that will be a conversation that happens at the table between people being like, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, you're right. It's definitely better to have a little bit of clarifying language. It doesn't hurt.
The other thing that I was gonna say is, I think it would be worth playing around with it to check its power level in a couple places. One is the area of input being 15 feet, like a 15-foot radius. I don't know if I like that or not. It might be fine, but that is a thing to keep an eye on for playtesting. The other thing to keep an area. It is a big area, which is why I think maybe you can make it smaller. The other thing that you could do is, if you don't want to make that area smaller, instead of making it just automatically on, you could make it something where, like, you're using your reaction when a creature does this to suck them in. Maybe that would be too much action economy and it wouldn't be fun. But yeah, maybe lowering the radius of this part. Although maybe it's not that big a deal. I mean, it's just moving a creature 30 feet. So maybe it's fine.
Really, the combo, you really need to be doing something of a combo to damage creatures, unless you're shooting them straight up.
Mm-hmm.
In which case they would, you know, fall back down to the bottom.
Yeah, for
there is
sure.
a funny like loop there where a creature goes, it sort of gets shot up in the air, falls down, shot up in the air, falls down, kind of deal.
Yeah, that I don't know. That might be an issue.
Yeah.
Like, how does that work? What would how?
So,
Because right now it would
let's
just
think
go
about it. So
forever until they succeed on the save.
if you shoot someone up, they go in the air, they fall down. They would immediately.
Oh, I guess it only happens the first time on their turn, so it wouldn't happen. It would just
Yeah,
be
and they
done.
also they when they start there or when they enter it. So you probably could escape.
I would.
I guess maybe I should. Do you think I should specify that they would fall immediately if they get?
Well, they would fall
or-
immediately. That's how
They should fall
falling
immediately,
works.
right?
That's how falling works. Unless
Yeah, so-
otherwise stated, you fall immediately, and the rate of falling in D&D I think is 500 feet around.
Yeah, they would definitely hit the ground right away. And then even if they were prone, they should be able to escape. If
Yeah.
they just have like 30 feet of movement.
And you can ground flying creatures with it too. That's true.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, that's cool.
I think it's a really, really clever idea. The fact that it can be used in ways that you haven't thought about yet, I think is really
Sure.
solid. I like it a lot. Genuinely, the only thing I think is worth thinking about in terms of whether or not you want to change it or tweak it would be the radius of the opening, and then also whether or not you should be able to make a bonus action to change direction or not.
That might need to change to like an action or go away if there's some crazy stuff you could do with it. But
I mean, well, that's like, again, that might be a way to balance it. If you're like, I want the 15-foot input, great. Take away the ability to change it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, there's a lot of directions you could go in here, but I will say this. If your goal is to make some Artificer unique spells that feel like Artificer unique spells, I think this is a good start. It feels good. It feels like a machine. It feels like magic doing the job of a piece of technology that doesn't exist in fantasy world, but but it does exist in our world. And I don't know if that's where your head was at when you were starting it, but that is what it feels like
yeah,
it is.
It's definitely the idea. Yeah, is that there's artificer spells that feel like they were made by artificers instead of just artificers doing fireball.
Yeah. Other things you could do, you could limit it by creature size. You could only be medium creatures or whatever. Like, you could do that. Other things you could do, somebody in the chat said something that I think is worth thinking about, which is the line visible at all? I feel like that might be the... Yeah, I might describe it as like an ethereal tube, literally like a tube.
It should be visible.
It doesn't even need to be physical, but it needs to be. I think I like the tubes that like in like old mail rooms where they put the thing to its thump up the tube, like something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I don't really have more thoughts. I really like it. I think that this is a really, really strong entrance into let's make artificer specific spells. It feels like an artificer specific spell, but more than that, it also just feels like a new spell. This is a spell that is doing something genuinely new, but it is leaning on mechanics that already exist, but it is introducing them in new ways. And I think that people will have fun with. This feels like a spell that people will want to take and want to figure out how to do fun stuff with. I don't know if you remember, but on stream the other day, somebody brought in a magic item that was essentially like a computer switch that could do like 1,000 different things.
Yes.
This is the kind of thing that we need if you want to make a Rube Goldberg machine. I feel like smaller, truncated things like this are going to be the way that you build those more complicated systems later in a way that makes a little bit more sense.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of the approach that I'm taking. I'm sort of, I'm looking at, like, the first thing that I sat down with was, like, the 5 classic simple machines and trying to turn them into spells, but also more, all those little Rube Goldberg components. Like, I'm going to try to make all of those into
Ruby Gold. You know Ruby Gold?
Were they a writer on Dimension 20?
No, I don't know who they are. They're just some fucking guy. All right, cool, man. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Head empty, no thoughts.
All right, cool. Thank you for sharing. I'm hanging up on you now. Love you. Oh, you left already. Fuck. Fine. Fine. Baba, round of applause, please. You made the Beast Barbarian better? Give it to me. Feed it to me. I'm gonna slurp it up like a weird old sandwich full of sogginess. Have any of you ever had somebody describe a sandwich that they were excited to eat as being soggy? Just give me that soppy bread. I'm on the big screen. Well, if it isn't Tim the Enchanted. I know who you are. I see you. I see you, Tim. Here, did I show you guys this? Wait, here, let me set it up. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Here we go. Hi. How's it going? Hi, Tim. Am I on the big screen? Hi, it's me. I'm on the big screen. I'm a pool guy, and I'm from other places in the universe. In the universe. You know? I don't know. All right, I think we're going to wrap things up soon. But you know what, guys? We're not just going to wrap things up. Okay? We're gonna do it good. Okay, chill out. Oh my god. Bildo, who should we raid? Or chat, who should I raid if Bildo doesn't want to tell me? We're gonna set up the raid and we'll do a little bit more, but I want to set it up beforehand. The single eye is unsettling. It's all unsettling. We're unsettling till we settle. Is Julie still on? You guys like that? She was a fun streamer, right? I really like her. She's a really, really good streamer. I don't think she's streaming right now. But that's okay. Guys, you know what? Before we end, I do think we're going to do one more thing. If you guys have suggestions of who we can raid, shoot them my way. If not, no worries. I'll find someone. Okay. Are you ready? Chat, we're going to do one more thing before we go.
You're gone now. Will you call me back? Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that. You're the traveling kind. It's a known fact. Yeah, I know that. Once you've seen all the.
That was the wrong one. That was the wrong one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, we had to do one last little thing before we ended. Guys, listen, we will be back on Sunday. You're amazing. Thank you, everybody who participated in the stream. Everybody who sent in homebrew. So many generous subs and new members. We got 2 new members, 51 new subs. Got some sweet super chats. Got to read some fantastic homebrew. Good news, Julie is live. We are going to raid her. She is amazing. She is one of my favorite streamers. You guys are going to love, love, love her. Genuinely some of the best vibes out there. You guys are great. Have an amazing weekend. I will be back on Sunday night for Homebrew Everybody stream. And then, I don't know what I'm doing this week yet, but we're going to have at least one prompt day, at least one call-in day, and maybe something else too. Thank you to everybody who showed up. Thanks for everybody that's new. You guys are the best. Have an amazing night. One final gift for the person who said I need to burp less on mic. That was for you. Now go be nice to Julie, guys. She is amazing. She's one of my favorite streamers when I'm not streaming D&D stuff. Be good to her. Tell her I say hi. I love you. Have a good night. Did we raid? Did we not raid? We might not have raided. Anyway, good night.